Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Man, it's rough coming off night shifts, I swear. I need some caffeine in me. I don't have any caffeine. I'm gonna make it work. I don't know. Whatever. Let's play some Diablo. That's what I want to do. I want to play some Diablo. I want to play some Diablo. Sad day? Why is it a sad day, Prince Valium? What is the sadness of this day? What is your quest? What is your favorite color? What is the square root of the hypotenuse of a triangle? You lost your doggo. Now that is a sad day. That is a very sad day. Kubus the monster dog. I don't know what I would do if Kubus the monster dog died. I would have a hole in my heart. That's what I would have. A big, giant, monster-sized hole. Kubus the monster dog. And this is why you give your Kubus the monster dog hugs. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come on. Come on. Why are you sniffing my belly button, weirdo? Belly button sniffer. Ever since he was a puppy, he loves to sniff belly buttons. Come on. Come on. Come here. These are my boogers. These are my buddy. These are my buddy. You know what? You smell like a turd, but you're the goodest boy. You smell like a turd. Like a turd boy. And you got pimpums on your face. And I go, pop your pimpums. Oh no, 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 Cody. It's the claw. Oh no, it's gonna get you. Oh no, it's the claw. Oh no, the claw's gonna get you. Oh no, you're stuck now. What you gonna do? I got you. And you're stuck. You're stuck because you're a big monster dog. Why are you so big? He said, don't stop not big. It's not. You ready? He said, ready for what? Look at him. Look at him. Oh, he's ready. Oh, he's ready. Okay, you ready? 52 pretzel pizza and pickup. You ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Monster dog. He'd sit in my lap if he could. He totally would. He would just sit in my lap. Big old monster. Wouldn't be able to breathe or see or do nothing, but he'd be in my lap. What DZ are we on? Traving call. Ooh. We got 15, 16 more minutes of Traving call? Sounds like fun. Lightning. So frightening. Am I not using fortitude? Why am I not using fortitude? Where's my fortitude? I'm using treachery. I still set up from TZ Trav. I like TZ Trav. Oh, they're all dead already? That was like way too quick. Cody, you got a stinky butt. Did you find all the pretzel pizzas? Are you sure you found all the pretzel pieces? Because Turdinator's gonna find them if you don't. You know Turdinator sucks up all the pretzel pizzas that you don't find. You gotta beat Turdinator to the punch. If you don't beat him to the punch, he's gonna steal all your snacks. You know he likes to steal snacks. He's a snack stealer. He'll suck them right up, and then you won't get them. He will. He'll suck them right up. He might get your alligator too. Where's your alligator? You better go get him. You better go get your alligator, and you better go bring him. And you make sure he doesn't steal your alligator too. He might be an alligator thief. Oh, you got him? Okay, make sure you keep him safe. Put him over here. Put him over here. Put your alligator over there, away from Mr. Turdinator, so we can't get him. Here, I'll put him up here. That way Turdinator can't get your alligator. He said, what? And then give him scratches like this. He's a good boy that I met the alligator. Cody said, wait a minute. He said, that's my alligator. He said, you better get that back. Oh, no, he got him. Thief.
Hey, Ginger.
What's up, Demi?
You know, I'm starting a solo self-found barbarian for fun.
Solo self-found barbarian.
Yeah, figured why not. It should be fun. I haven't done a SSF all the way through hell in a long time, so.
Ow. Pain. Solo self-found barbarians are the worst because you need good weapons. My only advice to you is don't be picky.
Well, I have some other solo characters I'm transferring some stuff over, so I have like a humongous giant axe, a cold kill hatchet.
Well, that's not solo self-found.
So you want me to do it all from scratch?
Well, that's solo account found. So solo account found is a different game mode. Solo self-found is where you have to find it all yourself, like on that character. Solo account found is where you find it all yourself, but you can share items between your characters.
What do you need?
I'm doing solo account found. I'm not going to kill myself over this.
Solo account found is easier because you can share equipment between your guys, which definitely is going to make the whole process less painful.
Yes, I have a whole lot of stuff that I don't play a whole lot offline, but every little bit helps, right? And most of it's not useful until Nightmare anyways.
Next.
What are you working on?
Trav is TZ'd right now, so I'm killing Trav.
Fun.
Traving Cowl.
It's locked.
This character kind of chews through trap really easily. I don't know why. Mercenary, not so much.
I
He's
feel
not-
the same way with mine, but yeah.
Find a way to make my merc a little bit more tanky while I'm doing these, but I guess it's only going to be a TZ for another like 12 minutes. Unfortunately, he can't take the Hydras. Did I play Titan Quest? I've done a little bit of Titan Quest, yeah. I haven't played any on stream, though, no. Played ages ago.
Good day.
Then they have a Titan Quest 2 coming out soon? Ish. Like within the next year. What does he set up? He's got an all-res shaft stomp. Okay, and he's using a bulwark. He's got the grief and he's got the phase blade shale with the amp proc on it. Yeah, barbarian is a fun one. Depending on what weapons you end up with, it's...
Yeah, I figure it'll be a fun playthrough. It scales a little bit
I need a key.
than most champions, I think, as long as you have decent stuff.
I mean, you'll find a hell of a lot more two-handed weapons as you're playing through than one-handed weapons. A good one-handed weapon is actually really hard to find.
I can't.
Good two-handed weapons, though, are a dime a dozen. You'll come across tons of them. Like Steel Driver, for instance, which can literally
Not
carry
in
you
town.
through pretty much the entirety of Nightmare difficulty. And actually into Hell.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go two-handed or just use two one-handed weapons. I'm not sure yet.
I mean, you have to pick a type, because that's your
I know.
mastery.
I know.
Once you pick a type, it doesn't matter. You can go two-handed or one-handed. It's not like the type has a preference on your weapon style. Only the weapon class.
Well, I know I have a weapon sitting in stash that could carry me through pretty much the entire game because I found a good rip cracker on one of my other characters, but I don't know if I want to ease my way through it like that.
Rip Cracker with Mace Mastery, those are actually really good. Ain't nothing wrong with a upgraded Rip Cracker. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Defense, crushing blow, really good damage. I think that's probably one of the best weapons that you can find early on.
Mm-hmm.
It's also fast. It's got like 50% IAS on it.
It's a good one. But if I go that, it would definitely be like a Whirlwind Berserk style. Or would Whirlwind Honk be better?
Whirlwind is fine. It applies crushing blow. What's up, Irene? What's up, Pork Sniffer? I need to do like a tricks video on Diablo 2. I got so many like little tiny tricks I can add to the list. some of the stuff down before I forget it. Which I do always. EU was on Dclone last stage. Okay, guess I could head over. Don't know if I got enough time, but I'll try. By the way, I think Diablo 2 is like 67% off right now. It's like $13 if you guys want to pick up Diablo 2 Resurrected. Or maybe you want to pick up a second copy, I don't know. I probably need a second account, to be perfectly honest. Terror is about to be unleashed.
Not in town.
Let's go to Trap so I can get a Dclone Trap. Trap Dclone go. Trap, 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 E-trap, trap, trap, E-trap, yeah. Trap, 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 E-trap, trap, trap, E-trap.
So if you spawn them in Trav, does the rest of the council still pop up?
What do you mean?
Like, cause there's what, like 4 or 5 super unique council members? Does it only take one of them, or does it erase all of them?
No, you get only one replacement. So you get the other Trap members with Dclone.
That's a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, it happened to me one time. I was completely unaware. I got surprised with I think it was like it was a terrorized Trav, like with Dclone, and it was not pretty.
Hi, folks.
What's up?
What's up, Snuggle Bunny?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
Hmm.
An ethereal grinding wrist subject.
Oh, speaking of grinding weapons, I found one on my Paladin last night. I think it's one of the axes from Nightmare. That's rare. It has like a $24,000 gold bonus on it when I sell it and buy it back.
Nice.
Oof. Very nice.
Womp, womp, womp.
You grinding XP again?
No, I was just killing Trap. But apparently Dclone was about to spawn in EU, so I went and
Really?
hopped over to EU. He's on 5 out of 6.
I'm gonna go over to EU.
What are you chewing on, you little chinchilla? God, he's
And
just
enjoy the
chewing
nice
on-
low ping.
chomping away over there on some cardboard.
At least it's cardboard and not wires.
Oh, yeah.
Some people said it's been on the last stage for like 30 minutes.
I wonder if they ran out of Sojas.
Not in town.
About a 6% MF small charm.
Okay.
Need another grinding weapon. Let's see if I can find one real quick. Apparently the grinding stiletto, you can find a grinding stiletto. Apparently that one has like a 26k profit ratio.
Dang.
Some people were, I think Charlotte was posting his in chat the other day.
Hmm.
Stiletto is the exceptional version. I'm telling you, it seems to be the exceptional versions that have the best profit ratios. 100%. So you're always looking for like there's a stiletto right there, but that's not a grinding stiletto. Let's see if I can get one. I got this ridiculously expensive armor I need to repair anyway.
Hello.
Trying to remember what color the grinding weapons are. I'm pretty sure the grinding weapons. They're like bright white, I think. Charlotte saying to gamble one. Gamble bamble. Oh, Tower Rashes.
Hmm.
Fun to go into Tower Rashes too.
My dogs are going psycho right now.
Psycho dogs, it's a psycho dogs. Come on down, we got some psycho dogs. Who doesn't like some psycho dogs? They're more explosive than TNT. Psycho dogs coming at you fast. Psycho dogs coming at you fast.
I do think they are adorable when they play like this, though.
Come on down for some psycho dogs. We got lots of psycho dogs. I don't believe Charlotte. I'm gonna spend all my money gambling a dagger. I don't believe you. Don't believe. Doubt. XX doubt. Doubt. Doubty doubt. Doubty doubt. Dowdy doubt. Dowdy doubt. Dowdy doubt.
Hmm. Oh, there it is.
Prevent monster heal with 2 sockets. Wow. Artisan stiletto of vileness. There's a fool's blade. Doesn't help me out. It's not what I want.
Rumble mitts.
Your mama's a fool's blade. Yo mama, yo daddy, yo greasy granny, yo mama, yo daddy, yo greasy granny, yo mama, yo daddy, yo greasy granny, yo mama, yo daddy.
There's an axe in Act 1 Charge that has a chance to cast Amplify on it at level nothing. That's beautiful.
Echoing stiletto plus 3 war price. Anybody on a war price deck? Yeah, amp is nice. And if you're a barbarian, you can use an amp like offhand weapon and just deal with no damage on that weapon, so you can get better damage on the other one.
Well, I'll say for level 6, it's a beautiful weapon to have early on, because it's just going to make me want once and if it procs, do a lot more damage very
No.
quickly.
No, Charlotte, no, you said it was an easy gamble. That's what you said. You said, and I heard you say it. You said it, and I got screenshots to prove it. There's screenshots. I got screenshots to prove it. Screenshots. I got screenshots to prove it, and you said it, and that's the end. So you the one that said it, and now we gonna find out if it's true. And I'm gonna gamble all my money away because of you.
Very much in a singing mood today, aren't you?
I sing every day, all day, all the time, every day, forever. I never stop singing. Y'all think I just do it for the stream? I'll be singing just like stupid songs to dogs and cats. There won't be anybody around, and I'll just be singing a song to the dog. I'll just start singing a Kubus a Boobas song or something. I'll be like a Kubus, a Boobas, oh what do you do this? You come around to stare and you just think, I want your snacks, or I give you smacks. Oh, give me all of your snacks, my friend. Oh, yes, you will. If you do not, then I will pout. And I will make a lot of noise in the house. And when you turn your back away, I will steal all your toys today. Because you do not get all the snacks inside this house. 'Cause I get some of them too, that is true. And if you do not give them to me, I will cry. And probably stick my paw in your eye. So give me your snacks, or I give you all of the smacks. I have paws for days, I will hit you in the face. I don't know if this one will work. It's a grinding stiletto of the lamprey. It may not be viable. Let's check it and see. So it sells for 35k. Buyback is 28,271. Boo-hoo. I guess the 8% life seal just made it just way too much.
Yeah.
So the profit ratio on that is like a whole 3k. It's terrible. Back to the gambling board. Back to the lab again. We're gonna drive again. Back to the lab again. We're gonna gamble again. Back to the lab again. Down a 10. You have the voice of an angel? I don't know about that. I mean, Lucifer was an angel, so.
Yes, but Lucifer was supposed to be the prettiest of them all.
I don't know about prettiest. He was the musician. He was the orchestra. The guy who like, he was the conductor. No, what's the term for the person who sits at the front of the orchestra and is it the conductor?
Think so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The maestro, maybe?
He was like the conductor of like the entire angel orchestra. And because he was the conductor, he was above God. That's how the story is told anyway. And he was basically like seated, like not actually ranked above God, of course, but he was seated above God because he had to see the entire orchestra and orchestrate the entire orchestra. And so like he started to get a big head because he was above God.
I'm not versed well enough in that stuff to know it.
I like to read that kind of stuff. It's neat. Get an extra grinding axe. I was trying to get the stiletto. That's what I'm trying to do. So. Charlanaw said it was super easy. That's what he said. He said so easy you can get it in like 2 seconds. He said it was gonna be like 1 whole second, and I would get it. Like that. I'd go in here and I would just gamble this, and then immediately it would pop out. That's what he said. Guaranteed. That's what he said. I got screenshots to prove it. Prove it with the screenshots. I think he hacks, because he just posted a screenshot of himself gambling one, and I've been gambling for quite some time, and I haven't gotten one. I think he planted I think he just went and gambled a bunch of stilettos, and then just planted that one in the mix. Planted it. Planted it. I'm still waiting for my first one. I mean, I did get one actually, but it had an additional mod on it, which unfortunately ruined it. Which
just a bummer.
Yeah. It seems like having any additional mods whatsoever immediately ruins it. Doesn't matter what it is. Any mod of any type, in addition to the grinding, will immediately just kill it.
What do you need?
I'm gonna need a grinding weapon to make my money back, because I'm almost out. I'm almost out of doll ears. I need some money. In the bank, I need some money. For me to tank. A little tank and spank and lank, and that's what I need. I need a grind just a little for me. Game name. Like, you can't see my game name up at the top, like, and like I'm not in the same game like every single time, Charlotte. I swear, like, don't even have to ask me. All you gotta do is just start typing GGM1, GGM2, GGM3, GGM4, GGM5, and eventually you'll find me. Like, it's not even really that hard.
He's got a point.
It's not like I make it difficult.
You cannot hide.
My personal opinion is that, like, if you want to make it difficult, you can, but obviously, if you don't want to make it difficult, you should just not make it difficult. A fool's stiletto of the bone spirit.
Isn't there a good reason to farm Old Crow in the cave early on?
Yeah. You get, there's a very good chance you could end up with the, what is it?
Is it the gold dagger or is it the Nasher?
Yeah, it's the gold dagger. 2 grinding stilettos. Okay. I'm gonna start stabbing people with these.
He should just come and graciously give you one because you are our fearless leader.
What is this grinding stiletto? Is this one any good? I'm gonna check this.
Oh, wow.
35k. It sells for 35k even if it's not in my hand. Well, that's not a good sign. Wow, 87k, because that's probably because of the level 2 bone spirit charges.
Dang.
Now watch the gold pile up. Yeah, I gotta refill all my gold reserves.
What you need?
Just wasted all my
Wow.
gold gambling. Just wasted all my gold gambling.
And round rune from the Countess. Generosity runneth over.
Countess, generous.
It's going to be a Lem rune, I think.
She's like Scrooge McDuck. What are you talking about? She's
Except in like once every 10 years, she'll grace you with a great rune.
Yep.
She dropped that on accident. Alright, so on this character, it sells for 33,792, I guess, because of my level.
Okay, bonus. Continue.
33,972 minus, what is it, like 10k? 10,407.
That's a 20,000, 23,000 bonus right there.
23,565. Could be better. Could be better.
That's pretty darn good, if you
It's
ask me.
pretty good, but it could be better.
Any profit over 10k without having to worry too much about it, I think is a good grinding money glitch weapon.
How come I have a Zod rune? That was Fiji. Fiji gave me a Zod rune for my F Boneslayer blade that I never found, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Why are you always hassling me, John? Why are you always hassling? Come in here and hassle me. Like I'm a comedian. You come in here and heckle. Like he's a heckler. I don't come to your place of business and heckle you. What's up, Rudy? Boom, 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 boom. Chunk said, I would also like one. Gold is currently an issue for me. Who doesn't like infinite gold? You know, somebody on the consoles was doing this trick, because you can do this on the consoles, by the way. It doesn't, it is possible, even though you can't go to the old interface the same way. You can actually sell from the hand with a button press. Somebody said that they were doing this and they accidentally hit the D-pad over twice instead of once while they were doing the selling, and they accidentally sold their Enigma straight to the shop.
No.
Oh,
That's
that's horrible.
heartbreaking.
I laughed. People are crazy with like they're like accidentally selling valuable items to the shop. Like back when we did the gambling thing, they had the infinite gambling thing during the holidays. There was like a whole like slew of people that were accidentally selling like grand charms, their geeds. Like a couple people accidentally sold their Annie. I'm like, put that jank in the freaking, put it in your stash while you're doing it. Like, what the hell is going on with it? Like, strip down naked if you have to and throw it all in the stash if you can't control yourself.
If they just take your time with the gambling, it's not like it's gonna hurt you to take an extra second.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, she dropped me a dagger, but it's just a yellow dagger. That hurts my soul just a little.
Yo, yo,
Mhm.
yo.
What's that?
I am
Just
overburdened.
logging on.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Chunkinator logs on.
I ain't no future robot.
You're not? Man,
No.
I
You
was.
sure?
Well, then I guess we're just gonna have to just like, get our money back because we thought we paid for the deluxe model with the metal skin and all that.
No, they gypped you on that. They sent you a 800 model. You didn't get the 1000.
It's terrible. No T1000s. What's up, JDN? Big pimpin'.
What y'all doing?
Currently making gold.
I'm doing a
I want some
offline.
gold.
Well, come to GGM1. I'm waiting on this Uber Diablo to spawn in EU.
Yep.
Apparently, it's at 5 out of 6.
You have to invite me then.
Just gotta come over to EU.
Well, if I come to EU,
Don't you want a Uber Diablo spawn too?
well, if I come to EU, I'm not gonna join your game. I'm gonna try to get my own.
I mean, that's okay, I guess. He hasn't spawned anytime soon. I don't know when he's gonna spawn.
You checked Clone Hunters?
No, I didn't. I logged in. Somebody said that he's at 5 out of 6 on EU, and he is. I checked. He's at 5 out of 6 on EU. So
Region to be
Mm.
determined.
he is currently floating at the maximum limit.
28 minutes he's been there.
Yeah,
That's
just floating at cap.
Boy, I'm laggy in the EU.
We all are laggy in EU. It's a extra added ping that doesn't need to be on the connection.
Worse than Asia. Yeah, I'll join your game first, and then I'll create one.
Charlotte said he has an extra, or I have an extra one. Actually, here, hold on. Let me give you the stiletto that I've got.
I know you have to put it into legacy graphics, but do you have to like keep swapping back and forth with it in your hand?
I mean, you basically all you do is I dropped it on the ground in chat. You just go to the shop. You need to empty out a space because if you don't empty out a space, it'll just get lost. You go to Legacy Graphics. You click on the sell button. Then you sell the item, and then you just buy it back, and then you use the sell button again to sell it from your hand. It does have to be in your hand though, so.
But you have to swap back and forth to regular graphics.
No, you just keep it in regular graphics for the duration of the process.
And then it in legacy?
Yeah.
Okay.
What? You having fun? Yeah.
It's raining.
Did you get the one that I dropped?
Yep. I'm picking up the rain.
Oh, you're stealing all the gold that I'm dropping on the ground.
Well, I assume that means you're full.
Oh yeah, of course. But I usually end up just like doing this for a while and just filling up the ground, and then I just spend some time picking it all up and putting it in my stash.
I will go and do the same thing in my own game.
I am overburdened.
You ran out of gold trying to get a third one? I'm telling you, man, it's not as easy as it looks. I was sitting there gambling. I was like, I mean, you say me, you saw me gambling. I was trying my best. You need to come get some gold in my game real quick? Do you not have one now? You're a Trav Barb. I guess you can go get gold anytime you want to then, huh?
You pups ready for dinner? Yeah. Okay.
Only I was a little bit higher level, I'd have a better profit ratio on this. Because it's only 33,792. A couple more levels would bring that up to 35k.
How much do you have to go for your next level?
Looks like I'm about a quarter. So I got 3/4 left.
And you're 88 or 89?
I don't remember. I know I'm in my 80s. I guess if I did this on my Necromancer, it would be faster, but this also requires 97 dexterity, which is an issue. Like, my Necromancer does not have 97 dexterity, I don't think. Which is one of the reasons why I like the Ancient Axe, even though the Ancient Axe doesn't have as good a full profit ratio as this, because the Ancient Axe was only strength requirement. It was only like 125, which pretty much everybody has from equipping the Monarch Shield. So every single character could do this.
I am overburdened.
Someone contribute a few sojas. I mean, I don't know how many sojas it's going to take, to be perfectly honest. Could be one. Could be... what was the... if you divide it up, it's 6 phases, right? Maximum requirement is what? 150 sojas or something? Can't remember what the maximum was.
125.
125. So you divide 125 by 6. So 125 divided by 6 gives you a 20.83. So it could be anywhere between 1 to 20 sojas required to breach that last phase. It's a lot of sojas. Have you noticed sometimes when you're doing this infinite gold trick that the shop will reset on like I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a timer. So I had originally thought that the shops could only reset when you leave town and come back in. But occasionally when I go visit the shop again, like after putting my gold in my, my stash, I'll come back to the shop and it's reset again, and then I have to open, I have to buy an item and open up another spot. Because, it's like a whole prep thing to like buy one item, make sure it's right next to the sell window so you can just immediately, buy and sell the item back as quickly as possible. But like occasionally when I come in here, and I'm not sure if it's a time thing, but the shop resets on its own, which I didn't really think was possible unless you left town.
It could have something to do with the number of times you buy from a vendor.
Maybe. Not entirely sure. It's definitely weird.
Agreed.
Something that could be explored as a potential way to reset the shop as well. Figuring out exactly what's triggering the shop reset.
You do know it's Terra's tombs, right?
Yeah, I saw him. I was gonna go do it, but I was running out of money. I was trying to get the grinding weapon and fill up my stash with gold real quick. I got this fort made in a
Overbooty.
freaking like 10% enhanced base, so it cost me a fortune to repair. I was just trying to get the funds to keep it repaired for the next, you know, like couple days.
Well,
Takes a while for the gold to run out. Yeah, I don't know either, Charlana. Like, I'm just speculating. Charlana said that Cooley also pointed it out on his stream, that the vendors were resetting on their own.
Hmm.
Bom, 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 bom. Boom, 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 boom. So when are we doing our Merc run, huh?
Oh.
Gonna do a full Merc run? Are we even gonna be able to get people to commit to it? Like, I don't think they understand what they're getting into.
Merc run meaning only mercs can do damage?
The Mercs have to kill everything.
Oh god. Paladin Aura Central?
I mean, yeah, Paladin auras, enchants, you can use curses. Support, you're the support character. That's essentially how this whole thing works. So, like, the mercs would have to kill everything. The act bosses, like, all the monsters. Like, anything that we, you know, need them to kill, the mercs have to do it.
Y'all have fun with that one. I will abstain.
I think if we did it properly, it would go really smoothly. It takes some coordination.
I think the worst part would be starting off because we'd be fighting over the chipped rubies.
I mean, I think in general, like, you just found out you can switch the graphics to the old, really? There's a whole button for that. I used to walk around to people's computers at work when if they leave their computer unlocked, and there's a hotkey setting. If you guys don't know, it's like Windows Shift like up key or something like that, or like Windows Shift down key, and it like flips your monitor upside down, so that your monitor is just it's the same monitor, but it's just upside down. And it's just a key shortcut key combination which causes the monitor to flip. And so if somebody would leave their computer unlocked for even just a few seconds, I would just walk by and just, real quick, just boop, 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 hit the combination, and the monitor would turn upside down, and I would just walk on. Absolute menace I was. One time somebody left their computer unlocked when they went to the bathroom, and I put Hello Kitty as their wallpaper and locked it. And there was this guy at work, his name was Lance, and he drove a Lancer. I'm not even joking.
Of course he did.
So literally, when he went to the bathroom and left his computer unlocked, we had like a whole thing, and we installed a whole theme package on his computer. I'm not even joking. A theme package. So like the whole 9 yards, the wallpaper, like the screensaver, like the mouse, everything was Lance crackers. You know that commercial from a while back where they would go like Lance crackers or something like that. I can't remember the exact like how it went, but we even had it so that like when he clicked on stuff, it would just say Lance. It was terrible. Ginger Evil Mentor, who's that? There's a Ginger Evil Mentor? That sounds terrible. That sounds like somebody who's probably truly evil.
I've heard about that guy.
I heard about him.
Yeah, I heard about him.
I heard he uses RMT websites.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's what I heard.
He's a bad guy.
I heard he smells too.
Smells like a moo cow.
Mhm. Alright, come on, Mark. It's called a door.
What's a door?
That's what he said.
Oh my god.
Come on,
Look at the
Dclone,
door.
get moving.
You just reminded me of that freaking video I saw where there was like one of those Alaskan what are they called? The Australian Shepherd dogs or whatever, and he was downstairs in the basement, and the stairs didn't have risers on them, so it was just stairs
Hey,
with no
let me
risers,
run.
and the dog couldn't figure out that like the stairs go up. He was just walking straight through the riser, and he would come back around, and he was getting upset because he couldn't get up the steps. He didn't know how to do it. And the other dogs all know how to go up the steps, but he didn't know how to go up the steps. And he kept just like walking straight through the steps and then coming back around and getting upset. And the other dogs were going up and down the stairs trying to show him how to do it.
That's cute.
I am overburdened.
You hit it, Gold Magic Fine? Well, good. Then your next fart will actually be a fart. But for the rest of you who haven't hit the like button, because there's 40 of you watching and only 15 of you have hit the like button. Actually, let me refresh, because sometimes it doesn't show the likes unless I refresh.
Nope, I need to go hit the like button
15 of you, only 15 of you have hit the like button. That means that the other, what was that, 25, 35, the other 25 of you are going to have sharts instead of farts. I'm sorry. Which is why you should never trust a fart. Don't do it. Don't trust it. Don't trust a toot, or it's gonna come out a poot. Don't trust a fart, no. Boom, 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 boom.
There it is, thank goodness. Alright.
I am overburdened.
Does it include poop? What the hell are we talking about now? I don't even know what poop. Who's a pooping? He's a pooping. Look at that. Nicely filled gold stashes. I've got lots of gold now. Let's go to Talrash's tombs and let's go murder some stuff. Talrash's tombs, tomb.
But stinky Wrigley.
Did the tower? Did
That's
tower
right.
rush?
You tell him. Tell him about his stinky butt. Don't let him get away
Kill
with
some
that.
bad guys.
Yeah, no, her farts are disgusting. Ugh, it's so
Yeah,
bad.
but so stinky. I swear half the time Cody will fart and then he like, his head goes up and he looks at me like, haha, and then he puts his head back down.
Yeah, I'm back a little bit. I'm gonna go feed my dogs and myself.
No, no worries. PP, please.
TP?
Please, yeah. You have some FOH support. You will have when I remember the right button.
Wait, you remember stuff. A preserved head? I like those.
That could be awkward out of context.
You don't like preserved heads?
It's like my box of 340 skulls.
I am overburdened.
They're plastic skulls for model soldiers, but context is everything.
Are you sure they're plastic? Are you sure they didn't just like murder an entire like tribe of little tiny fairies?
I am overburdened.
Maybe it just seems like plastic. Watch this. I can put gold in your inventory because I'm full on gold, but it'll keep dropping. I'm gonna show you a trick. Okay, don't pick up the gold on my show. Alright, so stand over there somewhere. Don't. No, you picked up the gold. Why did you pick up the gold? I said don't pick up the gold. Alright, watch. I'm gonna show you. Alright, stay right there. I'll help you pick up the gold. Rude. Why you keep picking up the gold? I'm trying to show you a trick.
I'm just following you around. I've got auto pickup.
He doesn't listen very well. He just talks.
Okay, well, I'm trying to show you a trick. Now, saying you picked up the gold again. Why are you doing this?
See?
Are you even playing your character? Are you even in control of your character?
Oh, I'm never in control.
I feel like you're not in control. Trying to show you a trick and you're not listening to the trick. I think he has dwarf blood, can't resist picking up gold.
No, he just doesn't listen.
Yes, you can hammer those beetles and I'll holy bolt you to health.
He just talks.
Anyway, if you take a look at your gold in your inventory, I'm trying to show
Yeah.
you a trick. So when I pick up gold, because I'm full, I can't actually pick up gold. But when I pick up gold, it goes to you because half of the
Yeah,
gold always goes to you. So every time I pick up the gold, it's going to decrease by half, and you're going to get half the gold, even though I'm not getting any of it. And then my half drops on the ground. But when one gold appears on the ground, there's no half of one gold.
can't cut it,
So we
yeah.
can't split one gold. Like, we literally can't split it. So if you try to pick up gold when you're full, it just goes to everybody around you in a split of whatever the number of people you have is. So if you have two people in a group, half the gold goes to one person and half the gold goes to the other. But if you pick up gold with three people, it's 33% each and so forth and so on. However, the person who's full still gets his share, but his share drops on the ground. Then when you try to literally pick up the gold again, it just keeps giving the other person half the gold every single time they pick up the gold until the gold eventually hits 1 and then it just sits there.
It's very silly.
I can't carry anymore. I am
So I can force gold into your
Nope.
inventory even though I can't pick
Nope.
up gold.
overburdened.
And it does this for big piles too.
Yeah,
Like if you have like a really big pile of gold.
I've seen it done accidentally in big, in pubby parties. What have we got down here? Oh,
You work in elder care, so you know. That's right, never trust a fart. Never
yeah.
do it, don't trust it, don't ever trust a fart. Or you might lose your own very heart. Cause that fart will give you a
Oi.
heart attack as you fart in class.
Since you're running fanaticism, I think I'll run continuous cleansing.
I mean, if you're not smoting,
That could do.
if you're
Well, that
not
means I have to swap.
smoting,
I have to swap weapons, and that reduces my water effectiveness.
you need an Astrion. That's what you need.
All I have is a black, and that's my only crushing blow.
Oh, you need an Astrion. There's a couple Astrions that have been floating around. You should get one. There was one on a
Well,
Swappy the other day.
Yeah, I haven't been on for the swappies, I've been working.
It was a +4 too. It was a nice one.
Overburdened.
Nope. Can't do the beetles.
You can come
Can't.
join us. So, I mean, if you
Can't
want to
do
risk
the
not
beat.
getting your Uber Diablo. mean, there's not going to be any warning since it's on 6, so it's just going to immediately go to... I mean, it's on 5. It'll immediately go to 6 and it'll spawn, so... If they do end up procking it.
I mean, there's no... It's a private person, so... There's nothing up.
I mean, I've got a Tabar. Storm Rider Tabar.
Yeah.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Aha, pick up all the gold and force you to pick it up.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Ah,
I will force you to take the gold, whether you want to or not.
Hey, next tear zone is World Stone.
Oh,
Yay.
he's using that cheater website. Cheater!
Oh, I'm using Sanctuary. You have it. You have it linked in your Discord.
That
You used
does?
to.
You mean in that external resources channel that also linked Maxroll and a bunch of other places I don't recommend going?
No.
Did I delete it?
No, it was. I don't remember where it was.
Oh, he's gonna do that.
Oh, it's very physical.
that guy's going to do that. I'm going to redeem them.
Somehow is everything this evening? I don't know. We are doing our best, living our lives. Living our best lives, doing our best stuff. Beetles everywhere in the tombs. And there's ghosties too. And I don't like all the lightning hitting me right in the face.
We don't have any triple dipped followers, prayer followers, sadly.
There are so many beetles.
Oh, and a fourth time, and a fourth
large
amethyst.
numbers of beetles. And ghosts.
Send up a fresh TP. I have a cure mark there.
Fancy.
Exhibition.
Boom, 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 boom.
You put up a new TP.
I thought he would have put up.
Other one. TP.
I was in the middle of a big giant pack of monsters. Figured I probably shouldn't put one up in the middle of the big giant pack of monsters.
That would be bad.
I was like knee deep in beetles.
I don't like beetles. I like ghosts.
There's ghosts and there's beetles. There's beetles and ghosts. The pack of deal.
Oh, Lord Topaz, yay.
I filled up on gold. I literally can't pick up any gold anymore. It's okay. I'll fix that when I go back to town and repair my armor for the first time. I'll be right back.
That'll be all your gold gone then.
400k down the drain right there. Hey, thanks for the sub acid burn. And apparently somebody named Lick My Balls just followed me too. So Lick My Balls 27. That's an old joke. Have you ever heard that joke,
Yeah.
Michael Bunny?
Yes, indeed.
You've heard that joke? Oh, so I can't use it on you then.
I've been around the internet a long time.
Hmm.
Way too long.
I can't carry anymore.
Scarred for life.
Hey, will you make a Zod ball?
Zodball? Okay. That sounds like a new video game.
Make a
Like
Zodball.
Titanfall, but instead Zodball.
I got a S Warpike.
I mean, I have a
Sure.
Zod rune if you really need one.
Well, I mean, it would make a very pretty Breath of the Dying.
What are you putting it on?
Whenever I get Asunder.
Well, I was hoping that by hitting all the rune farming areas, I actually get a number of them. But there you go. Not everything. 'Cause I wanted your ass.
Oh man, what if I like just made another S-Death Colossus sword and just put it on a merc? Let's go with like the two-handed barb merc and just be like the S-Death Colossus sword gang. Oh, third gear just found a home room. I ain't seen third gear in the channel, wow. I didn't even know he was still playing Diablo 2. I thought he disappeared into the ether.
Okay then.
Like a phantom. Like a ghost.
Since we don't have a hawker here, might as well redeem them corpses. We can't raise them.
There's too much loot on the ground. Everything's getting lost. Can we snag the horse out there? Let's try to see what skills I
grabbed
have
it.
on it.
It has none on it.
Sucks. All these urns? There's a Zod in one of these urns. I can feel it. In one of them there urns, there's a Zod in one of them there urns.
I am overburdened.
Be nice if we could find a Zod and a Light Sunder.
Be fun to see a Zod.
Because
Yeah,
I
I
did
find
find a 3-socket base plate that I could make a crescent moon in. That would really boost my lightning damage.
There's a toll wall.
Oh, and it's F
An F toll or could be neat.
with no AD.
Sucks. The Zod is in the urn that I forgot to kick. It is. It is in the urn I forgot to kick. How did you know? Okay, I might die here. Well, a lot of beetles.
I'm keeping Leaf alive.
Left.
And of course,
Unraveler heads.
the other guy as well. Alhazir, yes.
So did you guys hear about the news of like tons of devices exploding?
Yep.
It's interesting stuff. For like 100% clarity, I very, as a tech guy, I just don't really think that there's any way that you could do that. What's the term I'm looking for? There's no way that you could do that just by sending a message to a device. The device would have to be prepped for it in advance. Like, as an example, like I don't think any country or corporation or anybody is just sending a message to your phone, for instance, and like making it blow up. It's just not technologically possible. But it's interesting to talk about like lithium batteries and how lithium batteries are basically just like little tiny bombs.
Yep.
And they are dangerous. Like if you ever are dealing with batteries like coming out of old phones or computers or anything that has a lithium battery in it.
Remember the exploding Dell laptops?
Also, lithium is a there was that whole thing with the Dell laptops. I'm not sure if you remember. I think it was back from like 2015 or whatever, where the Dell laptops had like a fatal flaw, and oxygen was getting into the batteries. And that's essentially how it works. So when oxygen gets in contact with the lithium that's in the battery, it causes a very extreme reaction. It's not a kind reaction, okay? So batteries are generally very well protected against, like accidental exposure to oxygen. They're so protected actually that in majority of the cases they're actually they will blow up like a balloon, like in the cases of that they have, like gases building up inside of them. They'll blow up like a balloon instead of actually doing anything because they're so well sealed that they're literally like little tiny balloons. And so as the battery makes like gases, like balloon battery, there's like pictures of batteries that have been expanding. And they look like this. So they're so well protected against this kind of stuff that even when they do malfunction and even when they start building up gases and things like this, they usually just end up expanding instead. And if you were to puncture this, it would immediately introduce oxygen into the lithium matrix, which would cause the lithium-ion battery to explode. But the thing is that it doesn't happen. Like normally, in the normal situations, as long as like you're not an idiot and you're not just like stabbing the battery with a screwdriver or something stupid like that, they just don't explode. They can, but they don't. And it's interesting because, all these devices are like blowing up over there in like Lebanon or whatever. And if you think about it from a certain perspective, it probably is sabotage. Like from a tech guy's standpoint, I don't think that you could get any kind of way of doing that just by sending a message to a phone or a pager or a walkie-talkie or anything like that. Like it would have to be like almost like a pre-prepped device, and it wouldn't have to be something very big. It would just have to breach the normal protective procedures that the lithium-ion batteries have, right? Just introduce oxygen. That's pretty much all you have to do. You have like maybe like a little tiny itty bitty, like grain of rice sized explosive, like, and you put it on the battery, right? And then when that little tiny itty bitty explosive goes off, it's going to open up a hole in the battery, which is going to allow oxygen in. And that's going to create the chain reaction. It's very interesting from a standpoint of thinking about like devices in your pocket. Pretty much everybody has a phone, right? And there's a lithium battery in pretty much every one, but you don't hear about them exploding because they're very safe. But if somebody wanted to make a lithium-ion battery explode, it's not exactly very difficult, and there's companies that are out there that have had recalls. Like there's lithium-ion recalls for this very thing. There's the Dell explosion battery exploding ones, and then I can't remember. There's been a couple like exploding battery recalls over the years.
Make a TP, and then you can go through mine to go back to the tomb.
Okay.
Get some repairs.
So according to the list, there was the Samsung Galaxy Note 7 in 2016 that was overheating and catching fire and exploding. There was the Milwaukee Electric Tool battery packs in 2007, 1 million battery packs. Sony computer batteries, 2006, Sony recalled 9.6 million batteries due to explosion risks. HP laptop batteries in 2017. Apparently in 2024, the FDA issued a Class 1 recall of Medtronic, McGrath, Mac, and Mac EMS video laryngoscopes due to the risk of the battery overheating and explosion. I mean, there's been recalls. There's been tons of recalls on lithium-ion batteries over the years for that very, very reason.
I shall be with you shortly. I'll have to cube some stuff up to make some rum.
I like juvies. Bunch of juvies on the ground. I like those.
I'll take a couple. I've
Oh,
got a few.
he's invaded. Uber Diablo is here. I guess you guys don't. I guess we'll just have to share this Annie. Let's go to Frigid and murder him real quick. I mean, it took forever for him to spawn, so. Some wire, please. Rid all these ads real quick. We are on like P3 Diablo. So, if you're standing next to him, Snuggle Bunny, that lightning thing that he's doing doesn't hit you. It has a it has a weak point where it literally cannot hit you if you're within melee range. But if you're out of melee range, it will hit you.
Like normal Diablo in Nightmare and Hell.
Yes.
And not in normal.
So in that particular attack,
He is
if you're,
on me for some reason.
if you're close to him, it's better.
You kill my
wire
merc.
fleece.
4 socket, 419 wire, please.
Not particularly higher than death, but
I'm pretty sure we all have Annies, so I guess I'll go back and drop mine in the stash and we'll check it.
He targeted me like that whole time.
And the survey
no idea why.
says...
You gotta link it.
Oh, that's... Ugh.
yeah.
Hey,
That's-
put
that's-
that back on the ground where it belongs. Put it back. Put it back.
It's a 15-10-5. What the
Put
hell?
it back on the ground.
What's
Get it out
that?
of your hands.
I'm gonna drop it in a swappy.
No, you got the cooties on you already.
Exactly. I need to get the cooties on other people. I need to drop it in a swappy just randomly, so people pick it up.
Look at the bright side. It's not a Viper Fork.
All right, let's go back to
Worldstone?
Well, no, let's go back to NA and then let's do Worldstone.
Yeah.
Since we don't have the Uber Diablo hanging over our heads anymore. And I'll start up I'll put an announcement out for it too. I'm gonna start notifying people to go grab the soft core tag. In fact, as a captain, you can give people the soft core tag. So if you see them in soft core, like you can just add it to their name.
Didn't know that. I didn't know that. But I do now. How do you do it? Just right click them, I guess. Go into mod view.
Easiest way, you click on their name. Like if I click on Charlanaw, like let me do it on stream real quick. So if I click on Charlanaw, you can click on his roles. So there's a little plus symbol next to his name, and you just click on add role.
Oh, okay.
And then you can scroll down the list, and you can find the role that you want to add to him. You should be able to add like most of the roles, not all of them. And then you can just simply add softcore to his like name, because obviously he's playing in softcore. So like if he's playing in softcore, then just add softcore to his name. That way, we can just make sure that the softcore players have the softcore tag.
Did you swap back to NA?
I did. I'm about to make the game right now.
Oh, I saw it up in Discord. So.
I was wondering what was different. You've sorted your volume out, haven't you, Chunks?
I have no clue. maybe.
Because yesterday, last night, he was actually quieter than my in-game sound.
Yeah, and Chunks is often very quiet. I have to turn him up to 200%. And even then, sometimes I can't hear him.
Yes, 141 ping. That's not too bad. Right, up there. Oh, another hell room, yay.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
And so we have no sorceress, so we're gonna walk it. Well, Chunks has Holy Shock, so if you got Holy Shock, Chunks, I mean, you can just run. If we get Gloams, you can just run Resist Lightning, and we'll be fine.
Or I
And we
could
do-
run
and we do
Salvation.
have- And Resist Lightning's better because it gives us higher max res.
Yeah.
Salvation will cap us out at 75. Resist Lightning will cap us out at like 95 or something.
Yeah, it's almost. I need to put that on a hotkey.
Richie
Yeah, so,
Rich,
like,
oh,
right
how
now
appropriate.
We've got
Gloams.
so.
I'm there. Even with my resist lightning.
Yeah, see, now I'm at 95% lightning res, so we can just walk through this, and then you can just switch back to, the other aura when we get out of this level. And that way we can kill the Gloams, too, which gives good rune drops, right? Because Gloams are actually good rune droppers. Conviction aura, yuck. Wow, even with the
Ow.
conviction aura up, I'm still at 95 lightning res with your aura, that's amazing. GGM underscore
Oh, no.
epilepsy? What the hell?
The mosaic's in here.
Impossible.
That's
Yeah, I came up
that's
with the
third
idea
gear.
for that name.
Oh lord.
Yeah, that's third gear. You know what kind of character that is named Epilepsy.
Oh, it's
Stupid
terrible. That's what
mosaics.
it is. It's terrible.
Awful mosaics.
10 years online, why is he not in voice chat with us? He doesn't like us no more?
I heard
Sounds-
it was just you.
Oh, he doesn't like me anymore? Okay. That makes sense. I am rather annoying.
There's a. I probably should go orking if there's a mosaic.
I am rather annoying. That's what my girlfriend says anyway.
Oh, I want that stank.
You know, speaking of gems,
It's not that way.
gems and stuff. Now that they've got the gem tab in Diablo 4, I think I'd like them to start dropping the gems again instead of the materials. I like seeing the gems fall. I see you hiding over there, you little pack of bats. God. I think I didn't see you. I seen it.
What have we got here?
Another scepter with no skills. Another scepter.
How else are we gonna make fun of his mosaics?
I am overburdened.
Blue sacred armor? Somebody should take that and like craft it just for lulz. Is the sacred armor in one of the crafting recipes? I can't even remember.
I'd have to. I don't see why it wouldn't be. It's a blue armor.
It'd be funny just to do it, just to do it and see what it turns out as. Let's see, what do we got? Caster, armor.
That's not look right now.
Caster body is Archon plate. Blood body is Templar coat, Hellforge plate.
Oh, I don't like him. Ant. And he just evaporated.
How are we supposed to
great.
get
Yeah,
wrong?
I tried not to spool up until we got down here.
Chunk said that I said that you just didn't want to hang out with us, and Chunk said no, he just doesn't want to hang out with you.
Ooh.
which was a sick burn, but
Nah, I was watching a video.
I can't remember what the safe body. Safety
Probably
body
blood.
is Great Hallberg, so the only one left is hit power. I can't remember what the command is for the hit power armor. I may have programmed all the recipes, but now I can't remember what they are. Oh, I don't have any identify spells.
Light Sunder? Light Sunder?
Rotting Fisher. The beautifulest of charms.
The last one was a 75 cold. If anyone wants it.
I'll make the next game.
Yeah, if you want to. Weapon, headgear, body armor. Nope, body armor is Kraken Shell. Apparently sacred armor is not on the list.
That would
Blood
be
is
funny.
Templar coat. Caster is Archon plate. Etc. Etc. Sacred armor is not one of them. That's kind of crazy considering the sacred armor is one of the best armors in the game, defense-wise. Goodbye, Shanna. Chop, 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 chop. 19k attack rating. You think I would be able to hit him really easily? Oh, rare Corona. Sag. Alright, so you're making GDM XP 10.
Boo!
Alright, we got Chunks
That
here
was-
with the resist lightning, so we have we can just walk through the gloams. It's not even an issue.
We have a gloam shield.
Oh wow, that's a nice little amp claw. 161% enhanced with AR, and it also has amp proc. That'd be a decent little amp assassin item.
Man, that was some bullcrap.
What?
Rare Corona.
A rare Corona. We were doing Andy one day, and we did an Andy, and then Andy dropped us the green Corona, and we were like, oh, it could have been a such and such, and then the next Andy she dropped a freaking unique Corona. It was almost like it was destined. Maybe the next one she'll drop us the right one. Oh look, there's a
white one.
3-socket white one. I'm telling you, there's something. We're gonna get it. You watch. There's too many Coronas dropping. We're in like a pattern. It's like a pattern loop.
I keep hoping to get a Griffin's drop because I've seen like 24 diadems now.
Ooh.
Not one has decided to drop.
Big old pack of black souls.
Good thing you got good lightning resist.
Yeah, you might want to swap over your charges while we're getting down here with these.
What are you talking about? Why do you think you're alive?
No, I said no. I'm talking about the mosaics and spamming lightning on the lightning immune monsters.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I'm not fully spooling up because it tends to ruin the fun for everybody else.
Yeah. But you could go to Chaos Ice Bolt instead. Oh, I heard a rune drop.
Oh.
The soul.
I heard it. I heard
Still
it with
don't have
mine
my 35
ears.
spirit.
With mine own ears.
Still don't have my 35 spirit.
Pretty sure FOH Pally's faster than with these little player things. One FOH into a player pack and the bolts just travel through the whole pack and kill everything.
Yes, it can be fun. Terrorized Flare Jungle is great fun, this.
Blue circle. Check that. Oh, that's kind of a neat one. Witch Hunter Circlet of Performance. +2 to assassin skills with 10 to minimum damage.
Oh, thank you. I like them. Kill all those witches.
Has anybody got a High Lord? I need to swap over to a High Lord. The IAS.
I have not found one this season.
Me neither.
I found one
Not
really
yet, no.
early in the season and ended up trading it off. Because I'm a dummy.
Only found one and I'm using it.
Fascia? Was that a punch weapon? I could just trade for one. I only like an ist rune.
Found an ohm earlier.
Saw that.
That's Saint.
Nice.
And that's when I noticed that you was online, but you weren't playing with us. So we're gonna throw rocks at your windows like a little kid.
Yeah, I was watching some, or listening to some YouTube videos.
You need this there, Jay? This fell.
What is it? Hey, cool. That's the last one I need.
Found a 280 perfect S Titans from Bale. Nice. Wow, more globes. What are we just like Glome City over here?
More blows.
Glome City. We got,
This calls for Holy Vault.
we got Dark Lords, Glomes, and I don't know what else. I haven't seen the third type yet.
Dolls.
Hopefully not dolls. Don't want those. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bob.
Oh.
I really hope they get the rune drop rate in Diablo 4 down right. It's gonna be so fun to have like really high runes drop and people get excited. The jaw rune! There literally is a jaw rune.
I would assume that just like Diablo 2, the rune value isn't necessarily going to be based on how rare they are, but how useful they are.
Well, rarity plus usefulness is usually the combination.
Fair.
Because rows are very useful, but not very valuable. They still have value. Whereas Zods are very rare, but not as valuable because they're not as useful. So, like, your highest rarity plus usefulness combo usually ends up being the most valuable item. I'm pretty sure it'll turn into a currency, just like in D2. It's gonna be cool because, you know, like back when Diablo 2 was originally Sojas, and then Sojas kind of like just went the way of the dinosaur as currency, and eventually runes took over as the currency. And it'll be neat to see that happen in D4 because I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's gonna happen.
I don't suppose anybody is sitting on a whole bunch of like faster run walk charms, wall charms.
I haven't been going on to them though, and I haven't really found any really good ones either. Just a bunch of like planes.
They don't need to be good.
Just a bunch of planes. I did find this the other day though, third gear. Did you see this one I found?
Oof.
Nice.
I'm proud of that little baby. He's a nice boy. He's a good boy. What's up, Mad Mass Rush game? Just pop it in to say, but now you're going to tell you it's like a vampire count. So I came in that mind when to say it. A vampire count.
Hey, camouflage.
How to take that.
Check the Grim Wand. It's terrible. Grim Wand of Bone Spirit charges. I don't know what they were thinking with the charges. Like, I really don't. Sometimes I wonder, like, what was going through their head when they were like, you know what, let's give necromancers charges of a skill that they already own.
Yeah.
And can cast for free.
You get that on zone items a lot as well.
It's like, it's all the class items. Every single class item has, like, the ability to roll a charge of an ability that class already has access to, and in a better form than that's on the charges. And the charges are never good enough to actually really use, except for like in the weirdest of situations.
Ginger, are you stacking max damage charms or red?
I've kind of converted over to a melee Zealer. I theory crafted this whole two-handed Zealer like thing. Oh, Pulverin. Nice. With the F-Death Colossus sword. And it's been working out
Everybody
pretty well.
likes $1.
Everybody likes $1. Drop one on the ground.
Ouch. You nasty glow.
Come on, champions over here. Come on. Check all these zombie heads and random paraphernalia for the plus the skill do jank I need.
I think I've got a couple grand charms you might be interested in.
Some summoning one do jinks.
No, I got a 1071 attack rating and a 860 something attack rating.
Whoa, somebody nearly died.
There's a big pack of things over here.
Sorry, I'm just like picking up loot over here, being silly.
Big fat pack of Fists of the Heavens fodder.
Death Mask too.
And gloams.
One socket Death Mask. It's terrible. Oh, let's stay with a group. What am I doing? Down here fighting stuff by myself. Dang, it's the second Hyperion Spear that's fallen. I always like to check these, see if you get like a really nice amp. Meh. Yeah, I did this one season too, Chunks, with the aura. Like when I was playing, I think it was Godzilla. I was down in there, just like just throw on your resist lightning or whenever you're in like the gloam area and everything dies.
Hey, oh my god.
It's garbage.
Wow, give it to him. I mean, with your resist lightning aura up, it doesn't matter, right? Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I still got 90.
Ways down over here.
I still got 82 without it. Without resist lightning.
A 70 crack of the Evans is trading for Jaw Rune right now.
Yeah, perfect crack is nice. Don't quote me on that.
Flip it.
Don't quote me.
Flip it.
Don't quote me on
Definitely
that.
flip it. Flip it, guys.
No. Whoa.
Now then, we can add that to the collection with Bone Stroke.
The bone stroke and the perfect crack. Okay.
Ooh,
Out of context clips.
I almost said that
Out of
these.
context, Ginger.
I almost said that we got an entire level of fistable monsters, but that sounds really bad.
Wow, Snuggle Bunny. Didn't know you had it in you. There's a CV back there? You guys aren't even checking any of these, like, ridiculous...
I did. It wasn't there.
things? I mean, it could still be really good with AMP, though.
But it wasn't.
I check them. You didn't check it, though.
I picked it up. I checked it. It wasn't good.
Did not do it and
But
check
it
for
wasn't.
AMP.
But
Yeah,
it wasn't
check,
AMP either.
check, it doesn't matter. Even if it rolls like AMP, IAS, and decent damage, like it's still gonna be better than like a Reaper Stole. Because AMP is just better than Decrepify in general. This is why, Hannah. Alright, we got Pit Lords.
Oh,
We
lovely.
had Oblivion Knights. And let's see the third monster deck. This one might be a fun one to clear out. Oh, there's gloams. Ow. Oh god, so many gloams. Ow, my face. Why are there so many gloams? Give me that small charm. Stop stealing all my mana. A jagged small charm. It's so bad.
More gloams.
All the gloams, all the time. That's what I hear. You know why pretty much all the charms that you pick up are terrible, and you only get like one or two good ones? It's
Don't pick up
because
all of them?
it's because like 95% of the charms are terrible. That's why.
I never guessed that.
I literally ran through the variables like playing around because I figured out how to like on the super chest. I figured out how to swap the the variable to force different items to fall, and I sat there and I literally just went like one variable at a time and changed the charm, and I collected all of them and I filled up like 2 stash tabs with charms, and I like looked at all of them and like checked to see how many of them were good and how many of them were terrible. It was like 95% garbage, with like 4% being moderately not garbage, and then the remaining like 0.5% was like decent, with like the remainder 0.5 of that being like really, really good charms. It was like pretty much all of the charms that fell were just trash, like +2 strength or like +1 dex or just like really stupid stuff. No matter how many variables you went through, it was just like the number of good options in there was very few and very far between.
Were you in a hell game?
Yeah.
You should try that in a nightmare game.
See if it restricts the number of options.
The nightmares where you get charms.
Oh, rare mythical sword.
Go Pete.
You know, with barbarians being a thing now, you could run dual mythical swords.
It's a grinding mythical sword. Dual mythical swords?
Yeah, dual mythical or conquest with amp procs instead of a Reaper's Toll Merc, or instead of looking for just pole arms for that phase reduction.
I mean, I look for all of them. Like, I don't limit myself in any way. I'm looking for every single one all the time, forever. Like any rare item that falls, more often than not, I check it for amp status and see if it has any like decent amount of damage. Like if
Rules, tools, amp, ethereal.
even if it's not ethereal, like it can still be interesting if it has the amp proc. It just has to have some of the other stuff. Like the sword that my barbarian merc is wearing right now is like a testament to that. Of course, he's dead. I guess he probably died from all the clones.
Not here.
Let's see here. I'm tossing some melee charms on the ground by the stash if anybody wants to look.
I'll check them and see if they're better than the ones I'm wearing.
I'm just clearing the crud out of my stash to cube up. So.
Not Eth, Ginger.
What's not F? I saw it drop. I was wondering.
Is somebody in
I
need
thought
of a
that was
Viper
it.
Magi?
I need a Viper Magi, yes.
Or non-F.
On the ground. Does somebody need a Raven Frost?
That actually might be better than the one I'm using, but I already upgraded mine.
I can't carry anymore. I
Unfortunate.
can't.
Good news, more glomes.
That's okay. We got chunks. The Savinator of Gloams.
What are you? Or what are you? Are you a Odin?
He's a
I'm a
holy
Voden
shock Odin.
Holy Shock Pally.
He's making something
What-
weird
hey,
and
do
tank
you want that
like an
you want
Italian
this-
dressing.
What's your shield?
It's
I
that,
got
but it's a 27.
a 39 all res Sacred Rondan.
It already got
It's-
holes in it.
It does not. It needs to be rolled and worked.
I got the ruby to roll it if you got the... What's it? Talon Arm. We got plenty of rubies.
Here, I got a towel, and I don't have any. Towel. Maybe we'll get an amp. Are you? Now you're down there. Okay.
Yeah.
More
I'll drop
cubing.
it next game.
There's a portal.
Hyperion? Isaka Sazaka. Is that a gold fine barb shield? No, it's 3 sockets.
Yay!
So many glomies, so many glomies. All of the glomies, everywhere the glomies. Hey, resist poison try.
I'm coming. Had 0 room left. Have to do a lot of cubing.
Do you need a re-roller for cubing?
I just need some. Had to do a lot of gems. That's all. Made some space now.
You're throwing the flawlesses in the stash, basically, like
Yeah.
like Meow does.
Yep.
Right, and I'm if he's got a whole bunch of them he needs to get rid of. I've got a Grand Charm I picked up.
Hello, Miles.
That's garbage, but
Wrist sword.
re-roll it.
No skills on the wrist sword. It sucks.
Full charm.
Jam.
Ooh, might did.
What level is a charm? The one I picked it up in this last game, so 90.
Wow, that hurt.
Superior Colossus sword? What
I'd
are
need a
you?
charm for rolling.
That seriously stunned that, did it?
Alrighty.
One socket Superior Colossus sword. Beautiful.
Socketed Kraken Shell, possibly ethereal.
I am overburdened.
3 sockets, 523. It's actually not bad. $523, 3 socket. I could make a principal on that.
The LTP. My cube was 100% full.
A Superior Grimmel. Sucks. I'm gonna drop this Kraken off in the stash. No, I'm Not Human on Steam. The new horror game. I really want to kind of play Black Myth Wukong, but I also know
Nice.
that usually just don't get very many views on those videos.
Oh, yeah.
Is it because it's outside of your general audience that you've collected?
Mm. I don't know. I would think that, you know, it's just like the way that I play video games. I would think that, you know, people would be interested in more than one video game. And that's the way I've always played video games. I've always been interested in, like, the next game that comes out.
I would agree with you, but I think that's actually not nearly as common as you would imagine.
I mean, there's always the game that I go back to. Like, I've always...
Yes, but
I've always had like a, you know, like a, I don't know what to call it, like a primary game that I would always, you know, revisit and go back to. And then my primary game has shifted over the years. Like sometimes it's been Half-Life 1 or Half-Life 2 or Counter-Strike or Team Fortress 2 or something like that, or like you know, there was like Counter-Strike 1.6 for a while, and like there was a certain period of time where I was playing Dota a lot, and like, I mean, you always have that one game that you like always return to, and then the other games are just games that you pick up, you play for a little while, and then you put down. And I don't know, it seems like for some reason, like my audience is really weird. Yeah, I'm calling you guys weird right now. In that they don't play anything else except for Diablo 2, and that's it. And that's the only game they play. And any other game that comes up that is like brand new, they just like shy away from and hiss like as if they're a vampire and the games are sunlight.
Well, I'm under the opinion that that's probably more common than you would imagine. I know several people that they've only ever played Call of Duty or like one of the NBA or football games. They own every copy that's ever existed, and they don't play anything else. When you go, hey, we're going to go try this new game, why don't you buy a copy and play with us? Their response is, no, I'd rather grind insert game. I'd rather play Call of Duty than that, or something. I get the feeling that most people don't actually enjoy playing many different video games.
It's just not been my experience over the years, and so it boggles my mind. I don't, especially like we had somebody in the kinship for a while who was literally like every single time we mentioned a game, it wasn't even just that they only played Diablo 2, but every single time we mentioned any other game that was coming out, he felt the need to remind us that he only played Diablo 2, and that he wasn't going to play any other game other than Diablo 2, and that no other game other than Diablo 2 interested him, and we were fools for thinking about other games, and how dare you, like, cheat on your mistress. Like, it was crazy.
In fairness, that guy was an idiot.
Some alders.
Is that the same guy that was Is that the same guy that was arguing with you about letting your dog out in the country?
I don't know. That was another person, and that one was really weird too. That was like straight up city folk craziness.
I've never lived in anything other than a concrete box kind of person.
I mean, I hate to say it, but if you lived in the city and you've only lived in the city and you've never been out to the country, and your entire life revolves around city life, then you have no clue what you're talking about the majority of the topics that have to go on outside of city life. And I will completely admit the other way around is that I'm not a very good city person. I hate cities. I don't like being in cities. And I hate to tell you this, but I probably have no clue like what living in a big giant city is, and I hate it. I don't even want to live in a city. I go to a city, I get anxiety. Like we don't even have very big cities in Virginia. I think like the biggest city that I've been to in Virginia would be Richmond, or maybe I guess you could maybe count Washington D.C. even though it's not technically in Virginia. It's like right there at the border of Virginia.
Oh, there's that reload.
Dude, those cities, those type of cities, and they're not even big cities. I know that like compared to New York and like Chicago and like some of the other really big cities, that like those cities aren't even big, but those cities give me anxiety. I don't even like being in those cities.
Oh, the treachery.
Okay. It's ethereal, so it's a murder.
Yeah. That spirit roll 33.
Nice.
Compared to my 26.
That's an improvement. You need a G-phase?
No, I've got one.
Or an alley block?
Well, that was unfriendly.
No, I gotta go. Hold on a second.
Does anyone need a raid?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't really like Virginia Beach. This place gives me anxiety. I also don't like how freaking what's the term for like a place that's like overly governmentalized, where literally the government has got their hand in everything.
Authoritarianism.
I don't know. It's like I was sitting. I remember I had a job in Virginia Beach one day, and I was over in Virginia Beach eating at a McDonald's. I was just getting some lunch at McDonald's. And from the window of the McDonald's, I had like a clear view of the stoplight and one of those like traffic little cameras that gives out tickets. And I was sitting there watching this traffic cam give out tickets like every single time like something would pull up. And it was like, I think like in the 15 to 20 minutes, or let's say 30 minutes that I was sitting there eating my lunch. Oh, there's a +3 mat bow that needs to be rolled to try and get 4 sockets. Anybody want to try and roll that?
I can't.
Is that Ral and Perfect Impetus?
Must have been, I swear, like, I don't know, 30 minutes. It was like 100 tickets. I watched that thing take pictures because you could see it had like a little flash that went off every single time it took a picture. And it was like 100 tickets in 30 minutes. And it was just like a right-hand turn.
Well, do you have right on red in Virginia?
Yeah, we have right on red.
Because not all states do. It's in Missouri it's legal, but in Kansas it isn't. So if you are used to driving in Missouri and then go to Kansas, you're going to get pulled over. But 9 times out of 10, when you show them you have a Missouri driver's license, they tell you not to do it and leave.
Yeah, but we're talking about like it was giving them tickets if their tire was like an inch past the white line, or silly things like that. I mean, this isn't people like that are grossly like abusing the law. These are people that are just like not aware of how far their tire pulls forward. and
There's an ammo.
very clearly stopped and did everything that they were supposed to do, but broke the law in the minorest of ways, and then put a ticket for it. Balthazar said, I've only lived in cities. I only plan to living in cities. Cities are the only viable places to live, and I demand you apologize for even thinking such things about cities.
Oh, no.
Yes.
You paid for it.
Where does your food come from, though, Balthazar? How do you get food in the city?
It comes from the store.
Comes from the store in the city? Oh, okay. Where does the store get the food?
What are you talking about? It comes from the store.
It grows,
but it doesn't grow in the store. You gotta get it from somewhere. The store has to get it from somewhere.
It's all that synthetic meat and vegetables.
Yeah, I
and
was just saying. The chicken he buys there is not grown chicken; it's synthesized chicken, so that it's cruelty free.
So, are we talking corpse starch?
Man, do you remember that sci-fi movie where they were growing meats? Like they ended up doing the whole growing meat thing, and they were synthetically growing meat. People were eating it, and apparently everybody was becoming ridiculously stupid to the point of absurdity, and they couldn't figure out why everybody was getting ridiculously
you mean like being
stupid.
a vegan?
And it turned out that growing the meat, it was missing some sort of crucial chemical or something that was required, and so the body wasn't getting that one crucial chemical that it needed, which was slowly resulting in the entirety of humanity was just getting dumber and dumber.
Did you show that crack to Chunky? Because it might be better than 90.
I dropped it on the ground for him.
It's really hard to not be better than 90.
I dropped it on the ground for him.
Yeah.
It almost sounds like you're talking about Idiocracy, but with meat instead of electrolytes.
Well, this was something different. It was actually a chemical process in the meat that was causing the problem.
Cooking food allows you to extract more nutrients. Well, also, was it what was the old show? I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Twilight Zone?
Yes, Twilight Zone, that's it. Was it a Twilight Zone episode?
You don't want them too dumb, Mad Max, because then they might riot for no reason.
Also, if they're too dumb, they can't do anything complicated enough to be profitable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, there was a theory a long time ago that said that, autism, as well as, intelligence, is nothing more than, the perception of the person who is more intelligent. Imagine, if you will, somebody came along and they were just, extremely intelligent, way more intelligent than anybody on the planet. I don't know what Albert Einstein's IQ is, but let's say, just as an analogy for the example, that Albert Einstein's IQ was 400. And this person or these other species comes from space and their IQ is 10,000 or something, right? And they come to Earth, and to us, or to them, we all look like we're autistic and we just don't know what we're doing properly, and they're looking at us like, why would they do that? What is wrong with these people? And then the other alien comes up and he's like, you can't be hard on them, okay? They're all autistic.
They're all stupid, don't worry.
They're all stupid, okay? And then in the alien civilization, there's autistic people in the alien civilization that have a higher IQ than the humans, but they're close to the humans, so they sympathize with the humans.
Well, what's that Futurama episode or whatever where Leonardo da Vinci's just an idiot from his planet, but he's a genius on Earth?
Exactly. You never know. It could be a civilization so advanced out there that they look down at us and we're like dolphins or something to them. Yeah, let's not go play with the dolphin people.
Well, it's how do I put it? They look at us like when your dog says, I love you, and you teach your dog, I love you.
You're just making fun of the D2 only dude with cities. I got it, Balthazar. Sometimes I just, I try and go with the joke. You have to wonder though if it's true. Like the aliens came and visited one day, and they were like, "These guys are all. These guys
they
are all
showed up.
dumb. These guys are dumb.
They showed up when they were like the autism is strong.
Whoa, these guys are. These are really dumb." They're like, let's get out of here. Okay, let's just leave them to their.
I mean, I imagine it's not all that different than you bumping into some Aboriginal tribe that still uses spears.
I do not.
Yeah, but like,
kind of
intelligence isn't the same thing as technology. I feel like there's a
thanks for
separation
that.
there.
That's fair, but there's also a gap in their understanding of their environment.
Yeah, well, I mean that's knowledge. That's knowledge and understanding, not necessarily intelligence.
Ugh.
I guess we're gonna go to the age-old D&D question. What's the difference between
Oh,
intelligence
great. Entire group of bad guys. Goodbye.
That was a 90 gold.
It's perfect. You should sell it for birds.
Burr. You should post it up for a burr and see if anybody buys it.
You know, they've actually wisened up a little bit. I mean,
No.
it's only been like 3-4 seasons, something like that.
Dude,
They've only been out a year.
Out. Yeah.
I only made a video calling them all idiots, and then they laughed at me and told me I was the idiot, so I was like,
Yeah,
oh, okay.
exactly.
They're like the equivalent of flat
Really?
earthers, but in Diablo too.
Yeah. I love
They're like
flat
they
earthers.
deny all evidence to the contrary. They're like, no, it obviously reduces the resistance of the monster. You can clearly see the monster dies faster as they die faster because they're using a 90.
So, what do you think the odds on lizard people being a thing are?
The what?
The lizard people that control the government? What do you think your odds of that are?
Lizard people
Nah.
that control the government? You mean Microsoft?
Yeah,
No. The government's not
lizard
intelligent.
people. You know, like lizards.
Lizard. I've seen that movie. What's that movie called? That was a whole series, wasn't it? What was the series? See, now you got me. Oh, dang, nabbit. Amp
All I
damn.
know is that
Bless-
lizard people is one of
blessed
my
aim.
favorite
Nasty.
conspiracies because it's hilarious.
No, there was a whole movie on that. I can't remember the movie or the
Not in
miniseries.
town.
It was that's what it turned out to be. Was that it was like there was a whole like mothership like armada in space, and they were all lizard
Oh, V.
people, and they were V. That's what it was.
V.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were all like trying to. Oh god, that was not the correct portal. Somebody put a portal up for my dead body. You guys are rude.
Where'd you
I
die?
was
Did you guys
clearing
just
it.
steal all my juvies and run away?
Take my portal. I'm clearing it, but it's slow.
I died. Nobody cared. They just ran away, started killing other monsters.
We didn't
put a
even
portal
notice.
up for
We
me.
didn't-
I
I
didn't
even notice
see
you
you
were
die.
dead.
Didn't even notice the ginger
Nope.
died by a ginger.
Hey,
Yeah.
I just cleared everything for you.
I
No
mean,
one mean by
Charlemagne noticed apparently.
But that's because, he cares.
Yeah.
So rude. You
He's
guys,
not a meanie like us.
I saw the potions on the ground. Oh, somebody died.
so rude. So rude. Yeah, they had blessed aim and amp. It was kind of a ridiculous
Ouch.
combination.
I told you. Gary didn't like it.
Nope. See, you were right. Chunks was right.
It could be worse. Could be amp and conviction.
I think you smell funny too, just so we're honest.
See, I said that too.
You're not getting a mug.
That going by saying.
Speaking of which, I'm fielding the idea of getting the kinship captains their own kinship captain sweater. Do you guys want
Only
kinship
if it's-
captain sweaters?
Only if it's absolutely hideous.
I mean, it's hideous. It is.
It's got to be like ugly.
It's got like
Christmas sweater.
runes. It's got like runes and Diablo 2 skill icons on it.
Ginger touched a viper ford. Ugh. Outcast unclean.
Oh yeah, it's ugly Christmas sweater level.
Oh yeah.
then I think it would be a great idea. The next thing you have to do is make sure you get it in, like, I don't know, what's a 5x? Can you get it in a 5x?
No, 2x is the highest I can make.
10x.
These are actually really neat because they're knitted. So it's,
Get it
ugly,
at
it's totally
10.
ugly Christmas sweater style.
Yeah, I remember Mum bought me a T-shirt back from Costa Rica a few years ago, and she forgot that US T-shirt sizes are one size bigger than EU sizes. So I said, that's a tent, not a T-shirt.
Level 3 freezing arrow charges. It's kind of neat.
I've just grown used to it. As a person that cannot fit in anything smaller than a 2x tall, it's just life.
I'm a very big person too. Like 2x is my like minimum size. That's what I've noticed. Like it's 2x minimum, probably 3x if the like, because you know like sizing is never an exact science for some reason, and so like sometimes your 2x is more like a 1x, and so you got to get a 3x. And even then, like I kind of have a long torso as well, so like
I'm the same way. I
like
have to get tall.
I don't know. I'm a very big person. Like there's a picture that I posted in the Discord like photo channel. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's literally a picture of me holding
You
Kubus,
with a banana for
Kubus the
scale?
monster dog. Look at how big Kubus is. Okay, you guys have seen how big he is. Like when he stands up on his hind legs, he's almost like 6 feet tall. Like, and that's me holding him. I'm a monstrous monster, is what I am. I'm way too huge.
There's diet and exercise. It'll help.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. Big. I'm a big person. Some people are just big.
You could always just go get in like some kind of accident and get your legs chopped
I
off.
mean,
Problem solved.
I do believe there's a place where he
That's
can
just
donate
that
some
just
of that
means I'll
to
have a
somebody short.
That just means I'll have a big torso.
Well, I bet you'll be shorter.
I mean,
be handled.
shorter,
You
but
won't
not,
be big anymore.
But I'm not.
Nope.
That's not the problem.
No one will call you
height,
big.
Height isn't the problem.
No one will call
It's
you
the
big.
broadness of my shoulders. Like I don't know if you guys have noticed this
how
yourself,
often-
but like when you
how-
put on like 2x shirts and stuff like that, or 3x shirts, and then like they seem to fit you just fine, but then you do like this with your arms, and they're like super tight in the back, like because your
Gary, you
shoulders
wanna
are
tell
so
me this?
broad.
How often do you break things with your head?
How long do I break things with what?
How often do you break things with your head? How often do you walk into a ceiling fan and absolutely destroy it?
A lot, actually. Good.
Somebody want to tell you this? Only 4
It's
minutes.
chilly already.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got 4 minutes left. Oh god, dolls everywhere.
Ugh.
Somebody
Don't
suck up
dolls.
the. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna suck up the corpses. No dolls.
Bet you're good at that.
Because the second wave will res the dolls. You were also a large person. You blame burritos. I mean, I'm not really fat. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I'm like super skinny or anything, but I've got a little bit of a tummy. I've also got Ectus excavatum, which makes my stomach stick out further than it should. They call it,
Yes, they have res the dolls.
it's like Ectus excavatum pot belly. It's common.
I look thinner than I actually am because I'm barrel chested.
Oh, wow. That is a very nice claw. I think that might actually be worth some burrs. Or I could give it to the resident mosaic center to make the mosaic in.
Oh yeah, what'd you find?
Oh,
Ooh, those are nice.
That's a couple burrs. It's
That's
got Shadow
that's a
Master,
dueler
it's
claw
got
right there.
Mind Blast, and it has Phoenix Strike.
Point
It's got
save,
all
mind
three.
nice.
blast.
Point
Yep.
save plus 3 in Phoenix. That's beautiful.
yep.
Well, technically 2 point save. Mind blast.
Yeah, the two point savers. Mind Blast is a point
No, I
saver,
mean,
and
Mind
Shadow
Blast
Master.
and yeah.
They're both point
Shadow
savers.
Master.
And it's
These are what I'm currently using.
2 Shadow Warrior, and we got a Dragonflight. I mean, you
I'd
could
roll something and what he just found if I was you.
Yeah, this is like way better than either one of those, to be honest.
I've been keeping an eye out all season, but that's probably the best claw I've seen.
Stop stealing all the loot. Loot thief.
It's, you know, just my luck today.
Oh, wow.
There's your claw on the ground. You gonna pick it up?
Leather gloves.
Thank you.
Hand of Brock just fell out of his butthole.
Yeah.
That's a TC3 item. Why? What is it with Bala dropping random TC3 items? Sometimes Bale just loves to drop random TC3s. He never drops the good ones though, like Nell Striker or.
I'm actually gonna hold on to those Hand of Brock. That's just a neat.
Oh, those are really
rare
fun.
find.
Those are really fun for like new character days.
Yeah, I found two-player non-ladder. Couple-player on ladder.
Does anybody want to make a perfect obedience for their merc?
Well, you got a 15% man catcher.
I got a 15% cryptic axe.
I dropped the sharp grand charm of burning ginger.
So
I'll have to take a look at these and like go through
it
my
needs to be Larzik,
my
but
charms and see what I can
it will not
switch
roll
out.
5.
Okay, which...
Does anybody need a decent bulwark base? 223 Spired Helm. Ethereal.
Oh wow, that's nice.
That's nice.
Ethereal Spire Dome?
Yes. 223 death.
Man, my merc is currently wearing a non-ethereal bulwark grand crown, so...
I mean, it's not sockety, so, but it's really nice.
Oh, so it's a superior and it needs to be Larzik?
No, it's not superior, I just haven't rolled it.
I mean, it should be Larzik since it's ethereal.
Yeah.
I need a key.
Let's buy the stash if you want it.
I'd roll it.
I don't
I'd roll it and
I don't
gamble
have
it.
a Larzik.
I'd roll it and gamble it. Roll it and gamble it.
Alrighty.
It's like 50-50.
Nah, it's more than that, because anything above... Doesn't it,
Well,
it doesn't always
bare
roll
minimum.
1 through 6?
No, it rolls 1 through 6.
Yes, I would say doesn't it always roll 1 through 6? And anything 3 or better is going to get me 4 or 3
Max
sockets.
sockets.
Yeah. Fair enough, we'll do that.
I mean, it's not a guarantee, but that's what I do. I just gamble it.
Cody, did you fart it?
You gotta go Pepidudis.
I just got DC'd.
He's only been up here for 2 hours, so probably not. I figured it out. I figured him out like clockwork. He usually has to go to the bathroom every 4 hours.
Does somebody have a sapphire? Perfect.
I do, but I just got DC'd.
No, you'll be back.
I probably have one.
I also need a thorn.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'm killing Traving right now.
I'm killing
No worries,
Stony
not
Feet.
Ooh. Champion Hungry Dead. Champion pack of Hungry Dead and some minions.
I'm almost
That's
level
lovely.
9.
Nice bit of XP.
Yay, level 90.
Yeah, I'm almost level 90.
number were we on?
Oh, wow.
7?
7.
I'm on fire with these little fine small charms.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
What'd you find?
3 faster run walk, 3 max damage, 13 attack rating.
Good fizz boa charm right there.
Not bad.
Oh, no, I don't have a sapphire. Only 2 flawless.
Does anybody need a fire facet?
I
That's
can
minus
need one
4
for my
plus-
necromancer.
I'll
It's a
be with you.
minus 4 plus 5.
I'm just going to check my
Great.
stash. I do have a sapphire. I have a
I
sapphire.
need a key.
I'm in Act 1.
I got a flawless that'll cover it. Like I need a full rune as well.
I need a key.
Yeah, I know I have a doll.
Chup.
Gold room. Yeah, got them too.
Well,
So
that
you-
just popped out of that monster's butt.
Act 1, you
The
said?
unique Etanax. I'm afraid to even pick
Gold-
it up and check it.
gold
'cause
room
it's
coming
never-
up.
They're never ethereal. It is
Dolo.
ethereal.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus.
What'd you find?
Is it 5 sockets?
What are the
Oh.
odds? What are the odds? I don't know.
Oh,
It could
what's
be
it-
good.
what's
could be
AD?
bad. I don't know.
Come on.
Haven't
I did.
identified it yet.
I did.
I don't know.
I'm getting antsy.
I'm sorry.
I'm getting
I need
Nancy.
a full TH.
It will roll a non-letter
Oh,
eventually.
I've got
and I
plenty.
will
I've got
want
those
that on my
two, yeah.
sealer.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
It's an axe of Etanness.
A non-letter
hey.
sealer likes
Hey.
his toys.
Hey Chunks, I got something for you.
Okay. And the drum roll
yeah.
says.
Where you at?
Ooh,
Still
zero.
on Act 5.
Oh,
Act
it's only
5?
4 sockets.
Boo.
220% enhanced with 4 sockets. I mean, 4 isn't like the
it's-
worst, but it's not.
Beautiful. It's for you.
It also rolled a bottom roll. It rolled bottom roll on the damage. That's
I'll
sad.
sell it. I need
It's-
gold.
That's so sad.
You need gold.
You need
That
gold?
fired helm.
I haven't like spent a whole lot of time with the grinding thing.
That spired helm rolled 1 socket.
Oh.
It happens.
Is there a good place to farm deaths early on?
What?
Like set?
Yeah.
Cow King. Normal Cow King.
You can
Before
gamble
you have Cow King?
Pretty much all of the low level normal sets come from the best spot to farm them is normal Cow King.
But
Hey.
say I haven't gotten that far because I'm only level 21.
Hey Chunky,
You can
If-
gamble it if you
Yeah.
have gold.
if I'm having a hard time offloading this charm, so it's 1473. So if I can't get rid of it, or do you have a dueler that you're currently preparing?
I mean,
Or that we
I
can
have
use it
one on-
non-ladder?
yeah, I have my Zeal Pally on non-letter that would definitely use it.
Okay.
Oh wow. That's not a bad white wand that just fell. +3 Poison Nova, +1 Iron Golem, and +2 Attract.
I've had one
Nice.
guy offer me a pull rune for it the entire time it's been up, and it's
Oh, fuck.
so
Oh, that almost made me cuss on stream.
Pull rune, you dirty
Yeah.
hoe.
I know. So it's like if it's not going to get me mega paid, I'd rather toss it to somebody who's going to use it as a dueler charm.
Yeah, I will definitely put that in my Zealer's inventory.
Cody. Is you being a goodest boy?
Ginger, you're still in here, right? You wanted that facet?
I mean, I'll take it. I could probably put it in my Mang songs or something.
I say it ain't great, but it's
All these Amaroons on the ground for him.
Pick them up. I need Amaroons.
I have
There's
too
a
many.
whole bunch of Amaroons on the floor.
I have too many Amaroons.
So many Amaroons.
I'm coming to get some Amaroons.
Act 1.
Sounds like a crafting session is about to happen.
No, it sounds like I'm gonna get a 35 spirit eventually on my source.
Ams. Oh god, why my light suddenly went to blind mode?
Anyone needs a storm shield?
No.
Guardian angel?
Wait, what was that facet you were going to give Ginger?
It's
Fire.
a -4 +5 fire.
Oh, that's pretty.
I mean, if he needs it, he can have it.
I don't need it, but it would look very pretty in my dragon scale.
I don't have a use for it, so it's on the ground in Act 1. So it's whoever gets it first is
You can have it. I'm having fun with my paladin right now.
It's like that's going on my palette, and I've been having a lot of fun with him. So I'll be there in just a second to grab it. I gotta flip over to being online.
Do you happen to need a Ravenfrost?
Not especially. I think all my characters are decked out on those.
Anyone needs Go Riders?
Look at my
yes,
fancy
yes,
one.
yes, please, yes, please, yes,
The
please.
Riders of the Gore.
That's
Yes!
my fancy Ravenfrost. It almost rolled the absolute worst.
Mine's pretty good. Check mine out. I found that myself.
I have found 2, and this one's better. The one I'm wearing is the best one I found.
Let me come online. I don't even know what game y'all are in anymore.
BGM
Currently in
EXP
GGM EXP 7.
7.
We were doing World Stuff.
I was making food. Alright, where's that, Jewel?
Oh, on the ground.
Beautiful.
I'll see what happens to my resist.
I'll be
but they
back
don't-
in a minute. Gotta run,
My resist.
run to the mailbox.
Okay.
Oh, right. I need to get rid of
Well, where you're at, isn't the mailbox like a quarter-mile away?
No, but I'm also gonna go outside and smoke.
Ah!
Thank you for that.
What is wrong with my lights? Stop doing
back.
this to me. Like, Cody, is it you? Are you pulling on the cord or something? Are you being a fat butt? Is you being a fat butt? It says no, fat butt. Fat butt. Why are you squinting at me? Because you did it, didn't you? It's all your fault. With your big nose. And you're licking your lips all the time like a serial killer.
Yep. That's a pretty dragon scale now.
Oof. Nice.
Who wants a F Rune Master with 4 sockets?
All right.
Poor Rune Master.
Only had a use for it.
Does anybody need a T-Gods?
Okay, back to offline play.
I got so much stuff.
Back to offline. What are you doing in offline?
I'm doing a solo barbarian run, players 8. Just for fun.
Oh, solo cowbell barbarian.
Yes. I don't have any high level gear for him though, so hell will still definitely be a challenge.
Is it hardcore as well?
No, God no. I'm not a sadist.
Why not?
Because I like to casually play and test things out and not get punished for it.
As I've always said, hardcore prevents you from asking the question, what if? Like, what if I go try and fight those monsters with amp and might and blessed aim and fanaticism? Oh, I'm dead. Oh, okay. Never mind.
I went horribly wrong.
So dead. So dead.
Alright, well it appears I'm gonna have to respec.
Oh, the ward bow just dropped. Isn't that the,
Widowmaker?
Is it Widowmaker, or is it the other one? I can't remember.
I think the ward bow's Widowmaker. This other one is Eagle Horn. Crusader bow's Eagle Horn.
You want that for your paladin, Chunks?
Chunks.
That you're doing Holy Shock Aura? It'll give you a way to apply your Holy Shock Aura to targets from far away.
Does somebody happen to have a Mal rune and an amp?
I've got 2 Foul.
Mal, M-A-L.
Mal. No, not anymore.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
I will trade you an
Makes
or
me
2
wish I
ums,
felt on.
whichever you prefer.
I can't carry anymore.
You might do a swappy game here in a second. We seem to be at swappy level.
Looks like it. Yeah.
Let me finish this one TZ.
How near are you to level 90?
Oh, I'm level 90 now.
Ah. Got 8 million to go. Zooming around. Do so much physical damage, the mana that comes back is insane. As soon as I hit the target, like, all my mana replenishes. Seems like I have that much mana leech. I'm just sitting on like a tiny bit.
I mean, death has 7 or 8% on it, something like that.
It's got 7%, yeah.
What base did you make it in?
The best base for the build. After considerable testing, it turned out to be the Colossus sword.
Ah.
It just reaches the highest breakpoint. All the other ones are just too slow. Not that they can't be sped up, but that they don't have a high enough breakpoint past a certain point to go faster.
Need too much attack speed to get it functioning.
No, they just don't. No, they just don't go faster.
Oh.
They have a hard cap on the maximum speed that they're capable of going to. The Colossus sword was the highest cap out of all of them. It was capable of 4.16 attacks per second.
Not here,
Which
not
none of the other ones were capable of reaching. The closest that it came to that was the pikes could go up to like 4.01 or something, but it wasn't 4.16.
Not in town.
Alright, let's do a swoopy, swoopy, swappy, swappy.
I'm back.
You have a Mal rune? M-A-L?
I do not.
Oh, dear.
I'm so close to level 92.
Alright, dropping items on the floor. Come on down and get some mo. Dropping items on the floor. Come on down and get some mo. Need to roll a couple of these items too. Got a really good white wand base. It's actually kind of impressive. What's the recipe for white wands?
Dole IO.
I mean, for rolling them, I was gonna roll it.
Ral perfect amethyst.
Yeah, it's a weapon, so.
Yeah, we got 2 sockets. Okay. It's not a bad wand. I don't know if we have any Poison Nova Necros or anything, but... Oh, wow, are you kidding me? I don't have a Dole rune? No, I got a Dole rune. Haha. About to say. Yeah, that's not bad at all. +3 Poison and Bone, +3 Poison Nova. Iron Golem and Attract. Not bad. I'll drop that Widowmaker on the ground. We'll drop my spare Annie on the ground too. If anybody needs an Annie.
Is it better than a 12-15?
I don't know, pick it up and check. An all res 27, 2% life leech chromatic amulet, if anybody just needs res. Also got an all res 10 ring as well. If anybody again needs res. 15% poison res large charm. Uh, 7% MF small. A pretty decent cold res charm. 11% cold res with 5 life. Sapphire small charm of life. I've also got this really sick Fireclaw Druid helmet. This thing is begging to have a frickin' flickering flame put in it. If anybody wants to do a Fireclaw Druid this season. I also need to roll this matriarchal bow, see if I can get 4 sockets in it.
Do it.
Hey, I rolled 4 sockets. What do you know? Anybody need a 4-socket mat bow?
There was
Faith.
somebody looking for one.
There's a bunch of good options.
Although, I don't
Brand,
know.
Faith, bunch
That
of
was a
crazy
while
stuff.
ago.
Ice.
Insight.
Yep, make an insight in there too. Got a couple charms that are like AR damage. Ones that I kind of already like pulled out of my thing. Poison charm if anybody just needs a small to add to their build. A 6% MF small. do some re-rolling. Let's see what we get. 5 decks, poopies. $71 AR, also poopies.
There's a full Saigons on the ground.
13 defense. 5 poison. Yuck.
I dropped some nice rings on the ground.
Oh, I also got a 36 AR small charm if anybody just desperately needs some AR.
I can't.
What else do I got? I know I got more stuff in here.
I will be there shortly to drop stuff
Couple
off.
fine charms. I got a fine 310.
Let's see if I can gamble another grinding stiletto.
What's up, Evan the bots? I just dropped an unID'd storm shield on the ground. How dare you? I'll identify that. That's a nice Sawaya. +1 Blades of Ice, +1 Mind Blast, +2 Claws of Thunder. That's not terrible. 4-socket F Hellforge plates.
I mean, that ain't necessarily the greatest mercenary chain space, but isn't stone 4-socketed?
Yeah, stone. There's a couple options.
Anyone need a 14% superior base blade? No sockets.
Wimshorst? What the hell is Wimshorst?
It's Vimshorst,
Oh.
as in Vimshorst engine. You know the it's the opposite of a Van de Graaff generator. High current, low voltage.
You're speaking alien to us.
He's just speaking, you
I don't
know.
know what language he's speaking. It's a
Smart
really
thing.
weird language.
I can't carry
It's
it.
basic physics, very very basic physics.
He's speaking physics. I don't think that's basic physics.
Oh, it
Say, I'm
is.
definitely not a physics student, so that's definitely way over my head.
I wasn't taught physics in school.
I am overburdened.
There's a
I see what
dwarf
you're
star
doing.
down on the ground.
There
Way
is
down
indeed.
yonder on the dwarf star to Hoochie. And muddy water they don't do me. Oh, that's a nice ring. Raven Grasp, 8% life leech, 15 strength, 12 dex, 77 mana, 23% cold res, and +1 to mana after each kill. It's beautiful. Since I don't need the mana leech, I think it might be a replacement for this ring, but I am relying on the resistances, I think, from the one I'm using. Wow, that's a nice ring too. Wraithgeir. They're both good. This one's all res with 35% fire. I had to go to hell difficulty and like check these rings and see which one actually can give me what I'm looking for.
G-face.
There's a Blade of Alibaba and a G-face on the ground.
G-face.
Don't you want a G-face? There's a Storm Shield too. Storm Shield, G-face.
Yeah, I noticed.
Is that Bulwark better than the one I got on my Merc? It is better than the one I got on my Merc. 14, mine's 15. Defense is way higher, but I lose 1%. 1% do jank.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
1% damage reduction. Life leech is higher though.
Superior Ethereal Cryptic Axe, no sockets. If you want to Larzik it, it becomes one of the most terrifying obediences.
I mean, I would if I was running Act 2 Merc this season. Not running Act 2 Mercs this season. I see we are almost full. I'm gonna drop so we can make some room for more people. What's this tail? Oh no, I got Sakuba's tail. Give me this tail. That's my tail, I'm gonna bite it. He said no, that's not nice about tails. Ugh. This is my Turdinator robot. Look at him covered with little stickers.
Charm you're talking about, Gear?
Stickers.
Do what now?
So where's that charm you're talking about?
The really nice one?
Yeah.
In my inventory still?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you think you're gonna drop that in a swappy game?
Yeah.
You crazy, son. Drop that in a swappy game. Kinda crazy person that you'd take me for.
I'm in gear 4 if you want to come get it.
Cody, this whole thing is always full of your fur. Like, that's what this thing is always full of. Cody's fur. It's not full of anything else. Just Cody. 50 like 95% of the stuff in here is just your fur. That's right. You. Little do I know, it's like eating his tail. I don't know what's going on with my light today over there, but it's being a butt. It keeps like turning up randomly. Now it just turned itself off randomly. And I'm sure later on it's just going to turn itself back on at like maximum brightness to blind me. Reason number 7,485 while I can't play hardcore. I'll just be like in a hardcore game and my light will just like suddenly turn on to like max brightness and blind me. Like a flashbang.
Chunky, are you just sitting there like staring at it, drooling on it?
No, I was doing something here. Need some towel runes.
I got 3.
I can't carry anymore.
Well, I got 2 thulls, 3 hells.
I'm sorry.
So I can
I
re-roll
can't carry anymore.
my sources. Spirit. Well, my extra spirit. Try to get her at 35.
How'd this gold strike arch roll?
It's a big percentage on the damage to demons and damage to undead. It's like 150 to 250 or 150 to 300 or something like that.
No, that's not bad. It rolled really low on the ED.
That has a big roll too. If it rolled perfect in all of them, it's actually a really good weapon, especially if you up it.
So the on-weapon ED is more important than the off-weapon ED. Because it actually modifies the base. The demon damage and the undead modify the damage after the base. So they end up being off-weapon ED. So when you're looking at Gold Strike Arch, if it has 250 on the enhanced damage, but the demon damage or the undead isn't the greatest, it's actually still a really good bow. But if you get one with perfect demon and undead damage, but it rolls bottom on the enhanced damage, then it's not good at all. Because the enhanced damage actually is where all the damage is coming from in the first place, because it's the on weapon. So you always want to make sure you're looking for one that has 250 on the on-weapon damage, and then the demon and the undead come second. Then there's the AR, too, which also rolls. This one actually got really good on the AR, 144%.
What's the max 150 on that?
Yeah. I actually have 2 soldiers, Bruzak, but thank you.
Lucky dog.
I haven't found any Sojas this season, but I did find 2 in one season.
I'm going to go ahead and open up the Swappy. The game name is GGM Swappy, and the password is Bone Stroke. I know a couple people got some giggles when they saw that.
$31. Still can't get a 35. $32 is still my highest.
Take that, Chunks. You'll need it.
I don't want a druid charm. I don't want to summon druid charm. I know what trainer says. I'd like to get my hands on some pally combats or paladin offensive aura GCs.
Okay, guys, I shall see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Is Turtonator bugging you? Is him being mean to you? You know he's just a robot, right? And he has no ill intentions. He's not trying to eat your tail. I promise. He looked over at him too. He said, but he did try to eat my tail. He said, him was mean. Him was a meanie tail eater. Best magic finding poison class? Probably Poison Nova Necro.
Yep.
Junk. Join the game I posted in Discord if you want charms.
Got a charms.
Sounds to me like you're getting some paladin offensive auras.
Mm.
Swap back.
No, it's 3 combat skills. I don't have offensive.
This worked too. Cause don't know why gears came back.
Chop, 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 chop.
I'm just sitting here eating, so you're welcome to go kill things. Suck up extra experience.
Well, I was meaning to join the game. You told me to go.
I'm currently trying to wrangle you some offensive aura skillers.
think combat will be
Burger
better
King crumb.
if I respec and take the
EK mythical
And
sword.
take
I
the
need
Hodo.
that.
Hodo off and put a Crescent Moon faceplate on.
To grab that darn BK sword.
Poison can be really powerful. I mean, Poison Nova Necros,
yeah.
if you set them up properly, can
He's
definitely
just
do
really
some pretty good
dependent.
damage.
He's just really dependent on Death Sweat.
I mean, even without Death Sweat, you could make it work, but getting as much negative res as you can is important.
Necroset's pretty good for that. Spraying.
The problem is that negative res doesn't just dictate how much damage you do. Because the monster is resistant to your attack, it also is how long the poison lasts. So, when you're dealing with poison, like say you have a 2-second poison, like Poison Nova is, and a monster is like 75% resistant to you, it's not just that their damage is being reduced by 75%, you're also getting a reduction of about 75% in the duration of the poison as well. Because poison length reduction and poison resistance both cumulatively affect how the duration of the actual poison. There's like a formula for it. So here's on Amazon Basin. Poison resist modifies poison damage rate by a percentage. PR negative 100% is the floor, while negative 99% makes the unit immune. Try to find the actual thing here. I believe it's in the... where's the other section? Not just poison, but we're also looking for poison length reduction. PLR. I think that's that. Poison length reduced modifies the length for which poison damage is applied percentage. 99% always reduces the poison length to a single frame. Player and Mercenary normally have a ceiling of PLR 75%, although excess can offset penalties that might otherwise reduce it below this ceiling. Difficulty penalties of PLR negative 40% and in Nightmare PLR negative 100% in Hell. So like you get negative poison length reduction in Hell. You ever wonder why like poisons just seem to absolutely rip you to shreds in Hell difficulty? It's because there's a penalty to poison length reduction in Hell difficulty. It can be countered by enemy poison resistance. For example, a player or mercenary equipping PLR 75% will be reduced by 25% to negative 50% EPR. So what this means is that the higher negative enemy poison resistance you have, the lower the poison like resistance is of the monster, but also the lower the poison length reduced by of the monster is, because it's also governed by the enemy poison resistance, right? So like, to give you an example, let's say you have a monster that is, I don't know, 75% poison immune, right? Well, if you're dishing out, I don't know, let's say 1,000 damage over 2 seconds, which would be 2,000 damage, right? That's minus 75%, which you would think would mean you're only doing 500 damage, but that's not the case, because it's also reducing your duration by 75% as well, which means the poison isn't lasting very long. So instead of doing 2,000, you're doing 75% of that in duration, and then your 500 poison damage that's left is now minus 75% of that, which means you're only doing like 125 damage. So poison resistance actually is a lot stronger in like when you're attacking a target with poison spells, because the monsters are basically countering your damage in two different ways. They're countering the duration of the poison, and they're also countering the damage of the poison. And this runs you into a lot of issues where you just need lots of negative poison res. The more negative poison res you have, the better your poison works, and the better your poison works, the faster things die. Now, once you get a monster down into the negative numbers, it takes them and basically strips away all reduction for the duration of your poison, and then your damage is now actually doing what it actually says it's doing, instead of being reduced by the duration, which is why Death's Web is so powerful, because it's an easy way to get your negative poison res to a point where you're actually getting, you know, the full damage out of your poison ability. You can get it in other ways too, but it's more difficult because the Death's Web is just a huge amount. Cody, you keep pulling on the plug. That's what's happening, isn't it? You unplug my damn light. You punk. You punk. That's right, I said it, punk. Now I gotta go down here and check and see. Whole time I thought it was the light malfunctioning. Nah, it was his big fat butt laying on the cord.
All right, Chunky. If you want some more charms, you can come to me.
Big old fat chunky booty boy. That's right, I said it. Fat chunky booty boy. What you gonna do about it? Fat chunky booty boy. Chunky booty butt. Chunky booty butt. Yes. Yes. Huh? Get you in a headlock. How about that? And then we're gonna give you nuggums. Atomic powered nuggums too. We think about that. Got you in a headlock and you can't get out.
You hear him snorting.
Monster dog. Monster dog. What are you going under there for? What'd you find? A Cheeto? One peanut? What's under there? What'd you find? Digging underneath of the desk. What's under there? Is there one crumb of cheese? One little tiny crumb of a Cheez-It? God knows you dive into a lava pit for one tiny little snack'em. He said so. He said that was a good snack'em and it was worth it. Totally 100% worth it. So why don't you jump in for some snack'ems? I gotta figure out how to min-max this a little bit better. But I guess I could get rid of this fire res small. Is the swappy all cleared out?
About to level.
Let's check and see. No, it is not.
Might as well ding this level before respec.
No, but thankfully someone dropped a Bull Cathos mythical sword and I had the other one, so I might be making a Bull Cathos barbarian this season. for fun.
It's better now that it doesn't have knockback on it,
I know. It's viable for both.
and it has crushing blow instead.
Mm-hmm. Plus, the crushing blow that's already on the Colossus sword is quite nice.
I like these rings, but I'm trying to see how I can fit it in with my resistance. My current resistances. I mean, this one's got 7 all res and AR, which I like. I like that a lot. I think that might be better than what I'm using. It's also got 35 fire res, which I don't really need. Man, I got so many good charms this season.
Are we playing a new character day anytime soon, Ginger?
I don't think so. I mean, not that I know of.
Okay. Well, if we do, let me know, because I'll start my barbarian on ladder.
Burr, 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 burr. I'm not
And I'll
entirely
call
sure.
him Bird.
I'm not entirely sure what I want to do, to be perfectly honest. I mean, there's quite a bit of time between now and the Diablo 4 season launch.
When is it?
It's like October 8th. So we still got like 20 days. 20 days-ish. Cody, what are you down here, like, trying to get? What is it? What is it that you're trying to get down here? Huh? Is it this bag of condoms? Got like 1 piece of candy in it? 2 pieces of candy in it? If not, you can't have it. Sorry.
No, we're gonna have to have the expansion to play new season, right?
I mean, as far as I know, the answer to that question is no. Like, there's kind of like a... I guess non-season characters are going to be allowed to play, but they're going to be restricted from certain areas. Like, you wouldn't be able to go to Nahatu, and you wouldn't be able to, like, do the rune words. Apparently the rune words are going to be part of the expansion. I mean, there's a couple things. It's basically they're going to keep the expansion stuff. It's kind of the same way that Lord of Destruction worked for like D2R or Diablo 2 Classic. Like you could still play Diablo 2, like nothing changed, and there was a new season and stuff, but you're not going to get access to like Act 5, and you don't get access to the rune words, and I think you could still play together with people. You just don't get access to the other stuff.
Oh, well, I mean, on there it was like different servers. There was the classic and
Yeah,
the LOD.
I don't think they're doing that. I think they're just going to separate you out by like basically restricting you for access from Nahatu, so you just can't go to Nahatu and you can't do any of the like the new campaign content, and you won't have any runes dropping for you, so you'll just be like at a disadvantage. I don't know, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. I'll take him out to go to the bathroom too, because I think he's got to go.
Jail here. Holy yeah. Well, I found my lightning thunder, boys.
Nice. Do you want to come?
I found a 70.
Nice.
Nice.
If you want to come back to my game, I got some charms for you.
I'm actually about to do a respec. I'm gonna take the Hodo off and
If you
make
put your
the-
70 crack of the heavens on Tradery, you can get a jaw for it and get a 71.
Yeah.
Alright.
Let's see what they're trading for.
It's a jaw. I traded one for a jaw. It's almost all jaws. Bear jaw. If you want to get rich, get crack of the heavens.
That's not really rich. Not one. One or the other doesn't really do anything until I have the other. Need a jaw and a bird.
Yep, still going for jaw bear.
Yeah. There's a couple for low.
Everyone's going lightning.
Yep, most people are forwarding to their endgame sorceresses.
Or mosaic.
What now?
Crack of the heavens. It's trading for bear jaw.
If I had a bird or a jaw already. I would maybe go that route.
Currently setting on a whole bunch of runes I don't know what to do with.
Chunks,
You
I got
have-
a job if you need it, buddy.
Do you have Vexlo Bear Jaw that I could steal for a destruction? I know, that's a good one, right?
Problem solved right there. I mean, that's
I
a lot of
mean,
runes.
I got Vex Ohm Low Surjaw, which I'm fairly certain could get you.
He
A
he
bear.
just said Vex on
Easily.
bird jaw. Yeah, yeah, you get that.
But I don't think you can have them all, I'm going to be honest.
I know.
It's different between, hey, I need an ohm to make something, or a low for a grief or something, and
Versus I need
let me
all
have
of
all
them
of
for
it.
one.
Yeah.
Hey, it was worth a shot. You gotta give him that.
I have the sword ready to go. I have a 15 ED
See?
5-socket phase blade.
It's nice.
I mean, he's got the tools. He just he don't have.
I don't have the rune
He
luck.
don't have the things to put in the holes yet.
I have the co, if that helps.
He has the
Make a
code.
game and let me see what I got, buddy. I might can help you out some. Needs to be a normal game.
Give me just one sec. I gotta get online. I'm playing an offline character right now. I wanna finish getting my cube.
Ah, bless it. I had to put Cody in his cage. Frickin' chasing possums. Again.
Do superior items roll defense?
No, they're just automatically at max. I think that's one of the reasons why you can't roll superior items in the cube.
Okay, cube has been gotten. I will go create a normal game for you now.
Chunky, are you actually in a game right now?
Yeah, I'm in.
Somebody trying to talk and it's like really choppy? What was that?
It's farms 1. Normal password.
What was the name again?
Farms 1.
Okay, I'll be right there.
He spelled it like he's from the 90s.
Oh, thank you, hybrid. From Portugal, huh?
No
Way
one
down
has
south
a-
in the Chattahoochee, huh?
No one has a superior 3-socket faceplate, do they?
I do not.
No.
Okay, so now I have to go look up the actual recipe for it again and roll this now.
Shit.
Good luck.
Alright, destruction. Let's look at this monstrosity. Vex Low Burr Jaw Co. Vex Low.
Here I sit, broken-hearted, paid a dime and only farted. Yesterday I took a chance, saved a dime, and pooped my pants.
And Co.
I mean, sometimes you never trust a fart. That's the truth. Never trust a fart. Isn't that right, Mr. Nimoy? I mean, Mr. Dusty Buns. It's gonna take me a
I
while.
mean, you can trust it if you don't care about your underwear or your friends.
That's not trust. That's not trust.
Okay, I gotta.
That's called Jesus Take the Wheel.
Ginger, what game are you in right now? I gotta come showcase my destruction for you.
You got destruction? Okay, I'm in GGM 2.
Thanks
I'm doing,
to
Terror Zone.
Who was that? Was that
Bruzak?
Was that Chunky or Gear? I don't know voices too well.
The what?
It was Chunky. Oh, did you just leave? No, it had me join a completely different game.
That was Bruzak.
I need a key.
Oh, Bruzak. Thank you, Bruzak.
You're welcome, my friend. Couple of them I traded for. I found the jaw. I traded for the burr. Traded for the low.
Did you forget to change your password, Ginger?
I don't think so. Bruzak is in here.
It's the same password
GGM2?
as we just had. Yeah.
Yeah. I have it in there. It's not letting me join. It says game name and password don't match.
Did you put a space or something by accident?
No.
Even after the 2, a space can affect it.
Okay, there it goes.
There you go.
I don't know why. It was being weird.
I think we pretty much cleared out this TZ, though. Let's go to the next one.
Just making this hard to showcase.
That's right. Well, I mean, you need monsters to showcase against, right?
True.
Good day.
Anyone else getting a reverb?
You know what?
Bruzak has a little bit of a reverb.
I'm down for
Yeah,
another
really?
new character day.
All right, I turned it down. Maybe I won't have it now.
I don't know who brought it up earlier, but I'd be interested. I'm thinking about trying to make a leap in that car.
I love this thing already.
You're shooting volcanoes and meteors out of people's butts.
This is absolutely glorious. Bruce,
Like a hemorrhoid commercial.
It's like that spicy poop after Taco Bell.
Yep.
Just spewing everywhere.
Spicy Taco Bell poop.
That's hilarious.
I mean, Taco Bell isn't that spicy, so...
No, but some of the poops
Depends
you
on
get
what
after
sauce
it
you
can
use.
be spicy.
No, even then it's not spicy.
They got some hot ones. They got the Diablo sauce, and they've got like that other one that's really hot. The
I-
Diablo
I-
one's pretty
I
spicy.
challenge you to go to Thai food.
No, Thai foods. I'm talking like the spicy Taco Bell poops that you get from like near food poisoning spicy.
Now, my thing is that with spicy is
What
that
Taco Bell are you going to?
is that there's hot, right? There's hot, then there's just gross. And what you're probably talking about is the gross spicy that I've experienced on many occasions, and I absolutely love spicy food.
I do too.
But there is a certain kind of spicy food that is just disgusting. Like it's just there's no flavor to it. It like tastes like somebody made some poop into like something spicy, and you're like, oh yeah, this is disgusting. The spicy isn't even a good form of spicy. It's like I don't even know what this is. It's like somebody toilet brewed this.
All I know is that Taco Bell doesn't even register on my tongue. All of their sauces are so mild, I can't. There's no. I do not experience
their hot
anything.
sauce is just for flavor at this point. It's not spicy.
Actually, their
hot
Diablo,
sauce, all of it. Their Diablo sauce, none of it registers.
So the Diablo sauce, when it first came out, wasn't very spicy, and I actually really liked it. I really enjoyed it. They changed the recipe though, and now it's a lot spicier. I don't like it now anymore. Like it's too spicy for me.
It doesn't even register for me. It needs to be spicier before I can even go, yes, this is nice.
I doubt you've tried the new one because the old one wasn't spicy. And if you're like me, you like spicy food, and you probably tried the old one and you're like, this isn't even spicy, which is exactly what happened to me. And then the new one, when they changed the recipe, actually is spicy.
Have they changed it in the last like 6 months?
No, this was years ago that they changed it.
Right.
Well, they originally launched it, and when they originally launched it, it was not spicy for a very long time. Again, I don't know exactly how many years.
I went to Taco Bell like 2 weeks ago, and I got a medley of sauces. Just having to toss a little bit of everything in there, and
No, I miss their volcano sauce. Their volcano sauce was beautiful.
Yeah, there's no such thing as like what spicy is not too spicy or not spicy enough. You guys realize it just basically means your taste buds are dying.
Yes.
Well, I could probably agree to that because I drink my coffee so hot, a lot of times it's boiling.
There's actually a whole thing too that I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but the spicier food you eat, the more you damage your taste buds, and your taste buds will just keep getting more and more damage till eventually you can't taste anything. So, like it's like a thing. Wine tasters, you know, like the really fancy wine tasters that like they're like, and they got like they're like tasting like every ounce of the wine with like their little sips. They actually avoid spicy food like the plague. Not because they don't like it, but because more or less that they just can't deal with it. Like it literally damages the thing that they're using to, you know, like be a person, like in their society.
The more I damage my
Just
taste
tap
buds, the
me,
more
I
it'll
die.
be easier to eat broccoli. So I'm okay with this.
Not in town. Not here.
I just got tapped and I died trying to clear out the minions.
The TZ just changed from Stonyfield to Trist, Brent. I was trying to see if the sound was actually echoing. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's reverbing. It's probably just you.
Oh, that's not fair, Mr. FOHer.
Oh, it's not fair if I win. If I lose, it was completely fair.
It's not because every time it hits me, it interrupts me.
Hey, listen. That's the first time I've dueled in 20-something years. I'm going to take the W.
Get off that charge button and zeal me like a man.
Oh, I charge in for the zeal. That's what I do. I charge in and then start zealing. You didn't even survive the charge, silly.
No, I don't.
Oh,
Your Merc almost one-shot me.
Oh, he's dead now. You coming back out, Bruzak? Where you at?
I'm coming.
Where you at?
Time to die.
You get a deep.
No, he's got smite. Juvies.
Oh, mercy.
Jesus Christ, you do so much damage.
The spoil
It's like
war.
22,000 damage, by the way.
I know. That's through like 75% block chance. That's my corpse, sir. Get away.
Sorry about that. Boop. Was defiling your corpse.
No, that is defiling my corpse right there.
Hold on. Holy shield.
Oh, Diablo's coming.
Oh, is he?
I'm trying to break through your block chance.
Yeah, I got max block, but I don't know that it helps.
I mean, it will.
Approaches.
Until I hit you.
There you go. I'm dead now. All right, I need the potion.
No.
Oh, mercy.
Dude, charge pallies ain't no joke, and I'm not even a charge pally. Can you imagine a charge pally running around with an S death? Like an actual charge pally?
Well, that'd be
Yeah,
sick.
that would be disgusting.
I've seen it.
Absolutely disgusting.
I've seen it with the Decapitator and the Glorious Axe. And it is disgusting.
You wouldn't care about speed at that point. You would be going for the highest top end damage,
You
probably.
just one shot. One shot everything.
And yes, the Chinchilla is straight up relaxing. No, I'm seriously, I'm talking about like spicy food. I'm not talking about the spice on the food. Like, let's put aside the temperature of the food. Okay, there is like spicy foods and like jalapenos, for instance. I can just like straight up eat jalapenos. I think they're delicious, to be perfectly honest. But I like the flavor of jalapenos. Like the flavor of the jalapenos is delicious. But then like sometimes when I go to stores and I pick up spicy food, like buffalo peanuts, for instance, like they taste like ass, literally.
Yeah, that's it.
Like they're spicy, yes, but they don't taste good in any way, shape, or form. And it's not the flavor of the peanut, because of course I like peanuts. I think everybody likes peanuts, right? But like the spice that's on the peanut is spicy, yes, but it doesn't taste good. Like it's disgusting. And like half the time, that's where I find myself in a situation where I'm like, people know that I like spicy food, and they'll bring me spicy food, and I'm like, okay, well, all right, let's try it out. And then like I could try out the spicy food, and it's either delicious and it's spicy, or it's disgusting and it's spicy, one way or the other. And they're like, is it too spicy for you? And I'm like, no, it's disgusting.
Yep.
Like, this is not good. I don't like it. It's not that thing. Yeah.
My father-in-law grew Carolina Reapers for a while, and the peppers they have a wonderful taste. It's a very almost floury taste to it, but they are hot as fire. But they're good in the chili. You just use like a little piece of it, like a big pot of chili, and it's a really good flavor.
Well, like a couple things I can say off the top of the head. I don't really like chipotle, the way chipotle tastes.
Oh, I do like chipotle. I do.
I don't like that flavor. I like.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Jalapeno, I like. Chipotle, I don't like. Like it's weird. I'm also kind of a fan of the sweet and hot too. Like when you have like the sweet and the hot together, I think those are really
I love
nice.
like spicy honey wings. Those are so good.
Yeah.
Monarch of blocking. Thank you, Lord DeSace. We're almost dropping me a J mod.
It's hard to explain to people that don't like hot food because they just think all hot food is the same, basically. They're like, oh, it's spicy, you like that. I'm like, no. Just because it's spicy doesn't mean I'm going to like it. That's disgusting. Tastes like booty hole.
So you know what booty hole tastes like?
You beat me.
I mean, that spicy stuff must have came out of somebody's booty hole. That's the only thing I can imagine. That's like, you know how they refried beans? It's reserved booty hole spice. It's like somebody ate something spicy and then they recycled it.
Holy crap.
Four socket decapitator.
Welcomes you.
This is an interesting circlet.
Oath.
Oath, I think.
make
I don't know. Can
And
X?
an axe.
I don't know. Check.
I would have to check.
Just found a circlet with 1 to barb combat skills, 115 lightning damage, mana, 20 strength, and 40 to mana.
You trusted one too many farts today, Richard Rice Thomas? That's terrible. Put a link, oh. You did put a link to it.
Yes.
115 lightning damage.
It's pretty cool. I'll hold on to that.
Burp, burp. Chop, 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 chop.
I think I'm gonna have to use a fire sunder with this build now that it's destruction.
I mean, honestly, with the conviction that you've got, I'm not really sunders are all that important.
I just tried P3 Trav while y'all were here, and I was having a hard time. But this should make everything. I was using a Zero Ras, so that had a lot of elemental and magic damage on it. So with the fire sunder, now let's try that.
Ow, stop hitting me. Dusty, you just straight chilling, aren't you? You want something to snack on? You want a nut or something? Can't really stop while I have amplified damage on my head. How about a hot buffalo pretzel piece? Would you like a hot buffalo pretzel piece? Chinchillas have weird taste buds. I've noticed this over the years. They tend to prefer things that are bitter and like even things that are spicy or sour. Like they don't tend to prefer things that are sweet. Most animals seem to prefer things that are sweet. They couldn't care less about things that are sweet. No sweet tooth. You want another one? Look at him begging. What do you want? One of them? Here, I'll give you a big one. There you go. That ain't nothing but a little bit of bread and some seasoning. Wow. An idea for the D4 cow level? There's new information on the D4 cow level that's come out. The previous stuff that we got, which was the Herodra Cube, the Word's Leg, and the Book of Town Portal, that was from Diablo 2, and that was like the Diablo 2 Easter egg. They also released within the 2.0 PTR, there was actually some data mines where they found the Diablo 3 items for that respective game. So it seems like they're doing an Easter egg for each game for Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. And it's probably going to be a combination of both to access the cow level. But that's not actually officially in the game yet. So to get access to that, we're going to have to do probably a new like cow level quest.
I can't carry anymore.
A spiculum.
Impossible.
I have a hunch that we're probably going to see the cow level launch in season 6. That's my hunch. So I would be prepared to have some cow level fun with season 6. Depending on how good the cow level is, we might be in there all the time. Did you eat that whole one already? You ate the whole thing? Left crumbs all over my shirt? Crummy? Crummo? He said them was good. He said I like that. It's got spossums, little spossums in there. Die, Griswold. I actually thought about with this paladin actually putting 20 points into the charge just for the fun of it. I thought it would be a neat way to just add additional damage every time I'm charging around. I mean, why not? I'm doing so much damage anyway. What are the synergies for charge anyway? Vigor and might.
I am overburdened.
Do PvP charged paladins actually use might, or do they usually use a different aura instead?
No idea. You'll have to ask Bob.
How many chunks is in here?
Some of them use shard, yeah. I've seen it.
Impossible.
No, for might.
Heidi.
Like because it's the synergy for charge. Are they actually using might, or do they go with like concentration or
I
fanaticism
think they
instead?
go with like concentration. Medicine.
I am overburdened.
Scourge. 5 sockets, Scourge. Anybody want to make a really kick butt CTA? Actually beat somebody with it.
I don't have a reason to use it.
Mr. Dusty. He's being a good boy. He's being the goodest. I don't think you is. I don't think you are being the goodest. I think he's looking for something to chew on. I think them little evil chinchilla wheels of machinations are starting to turn in there. The little evil chinchilla wheels. I like the theory that the reason why spicy food even came about in the first place was because most of the people were dying from parasites and like intestinal viruses and crazy things. And the moral of the story is that the spicy foods were essentially acting as a sort of an antimicrobial and anti-parasitic. And so the people who enjoyed spicy foods more often were surviving more and reproducing more, which eventually led to people who enjoyed spicy foods more. And it's just like a nice little circular logic there where the spicy food people survived and the non-spicy food people didn't survive. And meanwhile, they're just like chowing down like whole jalapenos. There's a similar scientific article about like alcohol, same reasoning. Is it the reason why like a lot of people tend to be alcoholics and like drink a lot of alcohol in general is also similarly that in earlier times when like there was a lot of bacteria and like issues going around and sicknesses, people drinking alcohol on a regular basis, which alcohol is a disinfectant, especially in high proofs, was acting as a sort of like a pseudo way of keeping them healthy by killing the bacteria and stuff in the process, which led to the people who were not, you know, drinking on a regular basis to die off, and the people who were drinking were reproducing and surviving. It's all very silly when you think about it. Something as simple as just, you know, just having a disinfectant, especially before soap. If you think about it as like a before soap thing, like once soap was invented, I guess it really didn't matter as much because people were actually washing their hands and like staying more clean in general, so there was less of an issue. But
you know, in the BS times.
What, before soap?
Yeah.
I've actually found some rather interesting uses for spicy food too, like when you get sick.
Can't carry anymore.
I'm not sure if you've ever experienced this before, but if you have like a sore throat and you go and eat like a bunch of spicy food while you have a sore throat, the spicy food seems to like kill the bacteria in your throat. Especially if it's really spicy and it like really coats your throat really well. Like it seems to do a really good job of getting rid of the bacteria in your throat. Yes. And I was looking it up one day and I was like surely there's got to be some like actual science to this. And sure enough, I came across this like old home recipe and then some scientific data based on it of like people diluting cayenne pepper in water and then gargling it. And believe it or not, like it's like a whole thing. So right here, yes, cayenne pepper can help with a sore throat because it contains capsaicin, a natural compound that can fight inflammation and block pain. So like literally, you just take a little bit of cayenne pepper, you gotta mix it in water, dilute it, and then gargle with it, and it actually does help your sore throat as well.
Probably the same concept of that is the same as like you get poison ivy, you can pour straight gasoline on it with it open and kill
Just don't light it on fire.
Just don't. Well, I think that would kill it faster.
No, there was actually a story of a guy who lit it on fire and it doesn't kill it, like it spreads. So there's like a thing. He ended up breathing it in, and he ended up getting poison ivy inside of his lungs. Because the oil kind of like vaporizes with the fire, and then the oil is in the smoke, and then when you breathe in the smoke, the oil kind of like re-solidifies in your lungs, and then you end up with poison ivy in your lungs. If you pour the gasoline on the poison ivy and you don't light it on fire, I believe it does actually work.
Yes, I've done that.
But don't burn it.
No, I never. I'm not that dumb.
Well, some people might think that burning it would just completely get rid of it, but
I hear set
I
things
mean-
on fire for fun. And
You scratch it and get it open and then pour gas on it, and it hurts like hell. But yeah. That poison.
Yeah,
well, I
it's-
mean, I'm highly allergic to poison.
see right here. It
I've
says,
actually done that.
It says don't burn poison ivy or related plants because the urushiol can be carried by the smoke. I don't know what urushiol is. I guess that's the main component that causes the itchiness.
I don't know if I'm severely
Urushi-
allergic to.
Urushiol is an
Poison
oily
ivy.
allergic substance found in plants like poison ivy, poison oak, and poison sumac.
Poison sumac. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know which one I'm allergic to, but I'm severely allergic to one of them.
Urushiol is apparently how it's pronounced.
When I was a bit younger, stayed the night at a buddy's house, and he had a cabin like there by his house with a wood stove in it. And he ended up, I guess, accidentally closing the flue whenever we went to sleep that night. And the wood that was in there had poison ivy and poison sumac all over it.
Yeah, I mean it's an oil,
And
right?
maybe-
it doesn't even
me
have to
being-
be the. It doesn't even have to be the plant. It could just be the plant rubbed against it.
Yeah, and me being highly allergic to it, like whenever that smoke filled that cabin, I ended up in the hospital.
So what you're saying is that if you wanted to be really evil, you would take some like concentrated poison ivy oils and put it into somebody's like aroma oil therapy thing so that it aerosolizes it all over the place. That's what
No,
a really
I
truly
don't-
evil person would do.
I don't advise that at all.
That's what
Ginger
somebody
Gaming
is.
Mentor is no way endorsing doing that to people.
I think.
yeah,
I
that's
think
not-
at
no,
this
I'm not.
point-
I'm not
I think
endorsing
at
it at
this
all.
point- I think
I
at
said
this
truly
point-
evil. I said truly evil.
We all know what you mean.
Truly evil person.
Oh, won't someone rid me of this priest?
My mom was pissed.
Wear gloves if
Anytime
you
that
slice
guy
peppers.
asked me to
So-
come and stay again, she said, nope.
So Miles, I actually had this happen to me because I was growing my own jalapenos, and they're delicious, by the way. My fresh jalapenos are delicious. But when I was cutting my jalapenos, I made the mistake of rubbing my eye.
Oh no.
Oh, it's like getting pepper sprayed. Tears, redness. Oh,
Especially the fresh ones, because those are very potent.
man. Oh yeah. it
Can
was-
be.
Oh yeah, they were potent.
Exactly like
They're
being pepper sprayed. It's
definitely potent. I mean,
it's the main
pepper spray
active
might be
ingredient.
worse, but.
well, it's more concentrated than pepper spray, but it's the same active ingredient.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it was yeah, ouch. Ouch. Ouchie. It wasn't, I didn't even think about it at first when I was cutting the peppers, and I was like, because I was cutting them to put on my pizza. And I don't know why I didn't think of it, but man. Dummy. Big dummy. Oh. Bone skewer Longsword. Nice. It's got the 30% IAS and a 379 ED. Hey, it's got 2 elements on it, lightning and cold.
Chunky, I sent you something.
That's a nice little weapon right there.
How much elemental damage?
69 lightning and 10 cold.
Oh wow. Oh, I didn't even see those. That's actually really nice. And you can up that twice too. That'd be some ridiculous damage as a cryptic sword.
Put on a little bone break for Griswold. And then he's gonna get amped, and when he gets amped, we's gonna die. Cause this Griswold is gonna get punched in the eye. I need a better bone break so I can actually wear it on a regular basis instead of having to swap it in and out. It would be nice. This bone break is just not a good one. 16.
That's the only one I found. I'm sorry.
Oh, I know. I haven't found any myself either. I can hardly complain. I've been doing TZs like crazy. Bone breaks are rare. Uh-oh. Lag spike.
I have a 13%, I think.
13%. You should see how fast the monsters die when I have amp and bone break up at the same time. Like they literally just melt in front of me. Like, let me pull this up on the stream and show you, because I literally just had this happen with Griswold, right? Griswold was super tanky, right? So let me pull this up and I'm gonna show you the difference between like amp, like bone break by itself, and Griswold's, or like and the amp plus the bone break. It's insane.
You could skip this ad, but don't.
I don't want to have that. Oink, oink, oink. Alright, let's rewind a little bit. Alright, so here's what it looks like when Griswold is amped. Right? Look at how terrible his HP is going down. Awful. Like, awful HP. Like, he went down, what, like, a percent? Like, 2% or whatever, right? Like, not a big deal. And then, so I went and go and kill it and everything. And then, so I put the bone break in my inventory. And so you can see, we're still not doing very much damage. I take the bone break out, I put that in my inventory, but he's not amped anymore, right? As soon as he gets amped, watch his HP as soon as he gets amped. Boom, 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 boom. Like 5 hits. Just done. Like, it's so fast, if you blink, you'll miss it. Just like, because all of a sudden he's amped, and then all of a sudden he's dead. And it just, the bone break and the amp together just works tremendously well to kill the Fizz-immunes.
Hello.
That's why I don't understand. Like, I'm literally playing a Fizz character right now, and people are like, Fizz Thunder's not really that great. And then I literally find a Fizz-immune, and I use it, and the Fizz-immune literally just melts in front of me like he's made out of plastic, and I've got, like, the focus power of the whole sun in, like, a magnifying glass. What's up, Jensky? You're playing D2 for the first time today. How are you swapping abilities so fast? Just good keybinds. So you need to go into your settings. Since this is your first time, let me do a quick like overview for your settings. First off, make sure you bind your Herodric Q button to H. That's a good one. Also, you probably want to bind Z, X, and A to skills so you can use those, because that's really helpful. Also, go into your gameplay and check the box next to quick cast skills right here. Also check the box next to display active skill bindings. You want that one as well. And then you probably also want show life orb text and show mana orb text, although you can click on the orbs themselves to make that happen. Where's the other ones? There's some other stuff in here too. Camera shake, you probably want to turn camera shake off. Make sure you turn on attack miss indicator. You want to check that. That one's not on by default. Also, the auto map, you can change that to, instead of it being a full screen map, you can do the mini map on the right, which is usually what I recommend. It's a pretty good one.
I don't like that.
No, audio, you don't like the mini map?
I don't like the little one on the right.
Do you do the little one on the left?
No, I still use the old school, like,
It covers up too much of the
the
screen.
whole one. Well, I'm not streaming.
I mean, it's not necessarily that. I can't see anything. I like to see the map, and I like to be able to play the game. I want to do both.
You're just asking too much there, Ginger.
Yeah,
I want to do both.
I can see. Hey.
Do you ever mess with the opacity of your map?
Yeah, if I make it too opaque, then I can't see it anymore, and then it's not useful. I like my map to be like that, and that's pretty much it. So, top right. I don't like top left either.
And how you said ZXA on the skills, I still use the F keys.
Oh, I use the F keys too, but I also use ZXA for like specific skills. So like
I use maybe Z.
So X is what I usually use for my movement ability. Like charge, for instance, or teleport, or whatever my movement ability is. Z is my alternate weapon attack, so like whatever I'm using as my secondary attack. So like, for instance, if Zeal is my main attack, then that's on the actual click, and then Sacrifice, which is my secondary ability, is on Z, so that I can use that anytime. Like if I'm smiting on like the North Star Smiter or whatever. But the only time I use A is if I have like a character that has way too many like secondary attacks. The Mosaic Sin, as an example, has way too many secondary attacks, so she usually ends up getting Z, X, A, like all three of them.
Stupid character probably gets the whole alphabet.
I got a hot crack. What about a hot crack? Not as bad as putting muscle heat on your back, sweating, and the heat trickling down your butt crack. Don't let it trickle down your butt crack.
No, I think that's what they're requesting.
Don't let it trickle down your butt crack.
They want it to, Chunky? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, not. I'm going with what you said. And taking it a step farther.
Okay, yeah, I think they're hitting on you, Ginger.
Made a mistake of cutting peppers. Oh, he went to go to the bathroom?
I thought you were with me.
Oh, that's terrible. He said, I made a mistake of cutting peppers, washing my hands with soap and water. Yeah, that didn't wash it away. Went to the bathroom, and let's just say my junk was on fire. For the next 45 minutes, you pepper sprayed your junk? That's terrible.
Did you use a condom?
Why would you know? He pepper sprayed his junk with his hands by accident.
Why'd you pepper spray your junk? It's for people's faces, not your crotch.
He cut some peppers, washed his hands, and then went to the bathroom.
I don't think
and
mace
somehow
is like
it didn't get it
spermicide.
off. And I got to admit that he's right, because I think when I also accidentally pepper sprayed myself with the peppers, the jalapeno peppers, I also had washed my hands. So washing your hands is not enough.
The next question is so long as he doesn't have a girlfriend, he should like detox for a couple days because that's just going to be bad. Boyfriend too. Imagine like we were talking about. You were talking about burning poops earlier, and that's
cross contamination. Wow.
It could cause some major swelling.
I've heard of some absolutely just crazy scenarios that don't make a whole lot of sense, but that's just the way that it works.
Like where did the fire extinguisher go?
No, like I've heard of like some cases where one the boyfriend will be immune to, or allergic to like lobster or like shellfish or whatever, and then the girlfriend is not, and so the girlfriend goes and gets a bunch of shrimp or lobster or whatever, and then later that night they're feeling frisky and he goes down on her, and then all of a sudden he's blowing up like a balloon because he's got an allergic reaction because the shellfish came out the other side.
Because she farted.
Sounds to me like he went a little too down.
I mean,
Yeah.
because the shellfish came out the other side. Now all of a sudden, his deathly allergic reaction is now actually. He didn't even eat it. He didn't even eat it. And now he's still having a deathly allergic reaction.
See, what he did was he ate something else. But
He ate the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Trying to keep the stream as PG as possible.
PG-13.
PG-13? Yeah, PG-13.
At what point does Ginger After Dark kick in?
I don't know.
Don't
Onion
give
gas?
him any ideas, Gear?
No,
You
because
know,
then I'll
it's
just
like-
get
it's like
because then I'll
11
just get misquoted a whole bunch, like Bone Stroke.
Yeah, and what was the one they clipped earlier?
Not saying it.
Look, we just need to build
Perfect crack, wasn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Yeah.
What's wrong with a perfect crack?
Or beautiful crack. That's a beautiful crack. Yeah, something like that.
Perfect crack.
See, in a few more months, we're going to be able to put together an entire sentence.
I mean, honestly, with the
Just
state
absolutely terrible.
with the state of AI at this point, like video evidence isn't even like legitimate anymore.
No, we don't need video evidence. It's just going to be a huge meme. It's going to be that's a lovely perfect crack.
No,
and
I'm
gonna use
just
it for a
saying,
bone
like
stroke.
they can make whatever they want to these days with AI. I don't even think it matters. They can just take a bunch of like videos of you and just put it all together, have the AI reconstruct it into another video, and then like, bam, there you go. Oh, look, there's an evidence. He said dirty words.
Yeah, we live in a post-truth reality.
I mean, it used to be that like pictures and video evidence was like that was the evidence, right? Like, oh, they caught you on videotape. Now it's going to be like in a couple years, I think maybe like 10 years from now, they're going to be like, oh, I caught you on videotape, and they're like, so what? I can make like 10 of those with AI in like an hour. And then now video evidence is now not even admissible in court anymore because you can literally just generate it.
Just wait till they start framing people with it.
Well, I mean, that's what's going to happen.
You think
is
they haven't?
It's going to get to the point where people are going to realize the video evidence just isn't legitimate anymore.
I mean, they have tried, but so far it hasn't worked out.
It's going to be just as easy as falsifying documents in the near future.
Why are you being rude?
So the real question is how do we move forward
you're
from
ignoring
here as a society? Because the minute that's the case, there's no longer any truth.
I mean, at that point, we go back to witness testimony, which witness testimony is, albeit unreliable, it's still going to be more reliable than if somebody can just generate a video of you doing whatever they want.
It's just as likely to be lied. You know, you're just as likely to lie.
At which point it might come to a situation where you need like multiple witnesses to corroborate. Like they need to be corroborating witnesses, basically.
Post-truth future.
The Alex Jones hour? What's the Alex Jones hour? He's some sort of like talk show host.
I think he's a judge.
Do
One
what?
of those TV judges.
No, Alex Jones, you guys. Yeah, he's a crazy man that screams about their turning the freaking frogs gay.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, half the time he's right.
Already do that to themselves.
Yeah. What he was talking about was a leak of a particular chemical that is really destructive to
but wasn't
amphibians' endocrine systems.
But wasn't that literally the plot of frickin' Jurassic Park? Was that the frogs were turning gay? Like.
Well, actually, yeah, most amphibians have the capability to do it, but they generally don't unless some kind of stress is put on the environment. A particularly bad say a disease comes through and wipes out like 90% of the male frogs for some reason.
And then
They
that's-
have the ability to change, but the problem that was going on is this chemical was causing them all to go
One
to
or the other.
female.
Yeah.
Well, all to go to female, and it was causing major problems with breeding rates of the frogs and all this other stuff. So.
Female hormone pills.
I need a key. It's locked.
Yeah, but that's literally the plot of Jurassic Park, though. Like, because there were no males, and they were all females, and so the dinosaurs were literally turning into males because they used frog DNA.
No, but
Superior
he's
warfare.
accusing you of being the Alex Jones hour because he thinks AI is just going to be used perfectly, and no one's ever going to abuse it.
Well, one thing that I actually kind of was slightly afraid of course, I don't think it's coming anytime soon, but maybe like in the next 20, 30, 40 years, we might not even see internet personalities anymore. Like, or even actors. Like, you never know. It might get to the point where literally they'll craft a persona, like basically with the computer technology, and that persona will be complete and utterly, controllable by a corporation. Like, for instance, let me use an example of something that actually happened recently, which is Bruce Willis selling his persona to a company that is using AI technology that plans on basically making movies of Bruce Willis. So Bruce Willis doesn't make movies anymore, but this company now owns all rights to Bruce Willis, his name, his face, his voice, the entirety of what makes Bruce Willis. So given enough time, we may eventually start seeing new Bruce Willis movies that are designed literally around his persona, but he doesn't actually act or portray in any of the movies.
I don't know how long it'll be, but eventually you will be able to generate anything through AI, including video games. You want a new Zelda game? You can just tell it to generate you a new Zelda game. You want a new Diablo 2? You can tell it to generate that. Unfortunately, that also means that you're probably coming up on the end of everything you love.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that like you could have a persona owned by a company that then becomes like what we would consider today as like a movie star or a YouTuber or something like that. And then eventually, like, the YouTubers and the movie stars go the way of the dinosaur because the corporations realize they can just create any type of persona they want, or they start buying the personas directly from the movie stars who are dying. Like, for instance, let's take an older movie star, but one that's already passed away. So let's take like
Elvis.
Well, Elvis is way too old for this, but let's take
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery. Yeah, Sean Connery's a good one. If Sean Connery had sold all the rights to his, like his name, his appearance, and everything before he died, how much do you want to bet there would be like a new Sean Connery movie like in the next 20 years?
Oh, easily.
Probably.
And that applies for all of them. Like, as they're aging and they're getting older, they may like be approached by these companies. The companies are going to say, like, hey, we want you to use your likeness in future films, blah blah blah. We're offering you like, $20 billion or something, for the the rights to your name or whatever, right? But then they make that back in spades over like 100, 200 years of literally just making, like, freaking Sean Connery movies over the next freaking 200 years.
I'm fairly certain that when that occurs, society will just straight up collapse.
I mean, it's already occurred with Bruce Willis. Can't wait to see the first Bruce Willis movie.
It's not occurred on a scale significant enough yet, but when they can just type in a few keywords and have it generate a new, like, Die Hard movie.
I don't even think it would be that complicated for somebody like Bruce Willis. I really don't. For you or me, like, if they wanted to, well, let's say you, because not me, because I got tons of video stuff up too. But for like you, yes, it would be difficult because they don't have much footage on you. right? You would have to like give them footage of you doing things and talking and acting. But Bruce Willis has movies. He's got hundreds of movies, right?
It's got a lot to learn off of.
Yeah,
The
so they
problem
can
is
just
the algorithm still isn't good enough.
They plug all of his previous movies in, and they just let the AI learn off of it until eventually it knows exactly who Bruce Willis is, and then it just goes from there.
And that would work to a point. The problem is it's still not advanced enough to make certain transitions and motions seem natural.
At the moment, yeah.
Yes,
but
as you said, it'll take another probably 10 years at least, probably, before you can start seeing full AI movies.
I mean, I'd say about 20 years. I think we're about 20 years off. I feel like AI is getting to the point where it's getting there.
A year ago, it could barely do GIFs, and now it can do like 16 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, but we're talking about the difference between generating, like a 16-second video and, a 2.5-hour feature-length film.
You're correct, but in a year, it's how do I put this? In 1 year, it's gotten 4 times longer in the amount of frames and stuff it can generate. So if we continue that every year, it gets 4 times longer. It won't be but 5 years, maybe 6 years, before you can start seeing some significant time out of it. This time next year, it'll be generating a minute, and this time 2 years, it'll be generating 4 minutes.
Can you imagine how easy it would be to replace me? They just have the AI watch all my videos, and then like the next day there's a video up. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome.
Well, it's just gonna be you screaming Peppadoodus and
Peppadoodus. Have like a random dog that shows up every now and then.
I can't.
That for some reason looks like a cow because I keep saying that it looks like a cow.
Where is he?
I don't know. I almost feel like, and this is just something that may eventually come about. I almost feel like when it comes to computers and technology and like robots and automation and stuff like that, having a computer replace, a manual labor job or something like that isn't really that big of a deal. Like, I don't think anybody really cares for the most part when a computer like takes the role of like a person who is inspecting bottle caps and trying to make sure that the bottle caps are not damaged. If the computer can inspect bottle caps, then the human can go do something more important. But when it comes to art and like writing and like things that are, I guess you could say, of the human spirit, so to speak, I honestly feel like at some point culture and humanity might get to the realization that having robots involved in anything involved, like, from the human spirit kind of a thing, where it's artwork in general, like poems, like books, anything that has to do with creativity and, just like using the mind to create objects, that AI should probably just be banned from all of those things.
Yeah, they might, but until then, you've got a mountain to climb, because most AI, the way I describe it to you is, how many original ideas can you think of? Like, how many original ideas come from anything? Most video games are based on a different idea or concept. A good example would be Diablo 2 is based off of most modern video games are based on tabletop RPGs, which are based off of war game RPGs, which are based off of
you're talking about
little bits. Yes, so everything's a derivative of everything. So
I mean, not necessarily. Like, just because somebody invented a wheel in Texas and another guy invented a wheel in Nebraska and a third guy invented a wheel in Russia doesn't mean that they copied each other.
That's
you can definitely say that they're all the same invention, and you can say that they both came to the same realization, but you can't necessarily say that they all copied each other.
That's fair. Now, the real question I'm asking is, when it comes to AI making art, what is the difference between the AI looking at the wheel and making a cart, and the human looking at the wheel and making a cart?
Because
It's
the
just
AI
it's
wouldn't
a
do that.
redistribution
That's
of
the
the
thing,
same.
though. As it is currently, the AI does not have that capability. The AI would look at a human that looked at a wheel and decided to make a cart, and would copy the human who made the cart, which is not the same thing as the human looking at the wheel and making a cart.
That's fair.
And I think that's where the distinction lies, is that in no way, shape, or form is the AI being creative. The AI is copying creativity and is looking at the way that humans, generate their creativity, and is then applying that human level of creativity to the designs that they're making, but they're not actually, like, inspired or creating anything themselves.
So then the question is the secret to artificial general intelligence creativity?
I mean, if you had a artificial intelligence that could create something on its own without the need to be inspired by humans, then it would probably be at that point sentient. So, and then we're in the realm of frickin' what's that one?
Blade Runner. Ghost in the Shell.
No, not that one, because Ghost in the Shell is actually humans inside the machines.
Matrix? Because those are robots.
Astro Boy. If you've never seen Astro Boy.
I thought that was...
he's a robot.
Yeah,
No,
I thought the kid was...
Astro Boy is not just an anime about a robot that's a really good fighter. Astro Boy is a story about robots becoming sentient and then basically being incorporated into modern society. So they have jobs, they have children, they have basically everything that normal humans have.
How do robots have children?
So essentially how it works is that robots are very expensive, right? Or androids, or whatever you want to call them. They're very expensive, right? So if you wanted to have, say, like a child, but you couldn't afford a child, like a fully built, pre-programmed child, what you would get is you would buy essentially like the CPU core, which would come in a very rough packaging of essentially a baby. Very cheap, very easy to manufacture, and over a long period of time, you would slowly, get money. This is basically how the show did it, is the family essentially generates income, and the income that they generate goes to buying upgraded fuselages for the child, in the form of basically, these tiny upgrades. So like the baby ends up turning into a toddler, and the toddler ends up turning into like a young adult, and the young adult ends up turning into a teen. Or teen and then young adult. And then finally, like, after they've been alive for a certain period of time, if their parents manage to save up enough money, they end up get upgraded to an adult form, and then they move out.
Are they alive?
And yeah, they're sentient too. So they learn from their parents. They get taught by their parents. It's a very odd show if you've never seen it. There's a modern interpretation of Astro Boy, which is supposed to be like an origin story. It's called Pluto. It's on Netflix. It's really good, and it kind of goes over the whole thing. There's even like a baby stealing ring, and the parents are hiring the detectives to come and find out where the babies are being taken. Turns out the babies are, they're expensive, so there's like a whole ring of humans that are literally abducting the babies and basically taking them apart for their scrap and selling them for pieces.
So here's the question: if a robot achieves sentience, does it have a soul?
I mean, the general understanding is that anything that has sentience has a soul. So, I mean, if it has sentience, if it truly does, then it probably has a soul. Yeah. If it pretends to be sentient, which is a whole argument, by the way, if it's pretending to be sentient and it gives off the impression of being sentient but is not actually sentient, then it probably doesn't have a soul. Which I don't know how you would make that distinction.
Creativity. You've already answered that.
I mean, being truly creative is definitely an option, but you could fake creativity.
Yeah, but then that's my point, is most people aren't creative, so are most people just walking, talking funguses?
I think anybody can be creative. I think it's like a muscle. I think imagination and creativity is like a muscle that just needs to be stretched and like, you know, like practice with. And I think that's also a danger of having the AI consume all of those positions, because if the AI consumes all of those positions of creativity and art and writing and all of the things that humans are currently taking the positions for, I think that the imagination and the creativity will start to diminish because people will be less likely to stretch that part of themselves. And,
I mean,
and just like an atrophied muscle will eventually like fade away into nothingness.
I agree with you to a certain extent that it's somewhat of a muscle, but I would also say that that's already happening because most people don't live, how would I put this, artistically fulfilling lives. They don't have the opportunity to write a book or learn to play music or anything like that.
The same can be said. They just need to take.
AI's
they
already
should
writing
do
songs.
Right. It's probably better now than it was, I don't know, 200 years ago with the ability to have free time to do that, but I still don't think most people have the opportunity to.
I like Star Trek's.
That muscle.
I like Star Trek's interpretation of AI versus humanity. It was a very interesting interpretation. I'm not sure if you've ever played around with like that whole concept in Star Trek, but they play around with it a lot with Data. And that Data is a machine, and he's not an actual human, and he doesn't have human creativity. And because he doesn't have human creativity for the things that really truly make him human, when he plays music, although his music is, now what's the term, technically perfect, he's playing it technically perfect, many people describe his music as soulless and without any passion. That basically he's playing the notes as they are written, but there's no passion in the notes. Like there's no feeling, there's no humanity in it. And many people in the shows describe it as such.
I would have to say that most people can't tell. Most people can't tell the difference between AI-generated music and not AI-generated music. Passion or not.
I think that comes down to copying. So when Data was able to, when he was first presented with this, enigma, essentially that he was playing music that was not, soulful, that it had no soul to it. He had no way to add soul to it. Like he couldn't just simply manufacture the creativity that was needed to create his own unique, version of the song,
style,
right? But what he did do was he studied all the famous artists who had played the music before him, and then what he did was he took the way that they played it, and he essentially copied their mannerisms and like the, like intonations and mistakes that they would have made when they played. And so what ended up happening was instead of actually playing the music with his own special passion, he was then playing the music with their passion. And people noticed, they're like, oh, you're playing the music in such and such, like variety. Like, oh, you're playing, like Beethoven's, 12th Symphony, but, using like Tchaikovsky's, like passion. And believe it or not, people were able to tell relatively easily in the show that he was, playing a specific version of that song. Like one that was played by someone else.
I have a lot less faith in somebody's ability to figure that kind of stuff out.
Superior Royal Seal, 14%.
I mean, it is 30. A TV show, so take that with a grain of salt.
I'm gonna say because I'm not under the opinion that the average person is gonna know the difference between Beethoven's 12th Symphony played by Beethoven played by anybody else.
I mean, there was also
the number of hours you would have to listen to that one thing to be able to tell minor differences like that.
Well, there was also a point at which he took all of the plays, like Beethoven 12th Symphony. He took everybody who ever played the song and he like combined all of their versions together to make something, which would probably be the closest to what we currently have with AI right now. Because I doubt the AI program is actually making anything new. It's probably just taking like every version of the song that it's ever heard and coming up with some sort of variation of it.
Well, it's taking a large combination of factors, but that's the basics, yes.
Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata makes you cry when you listen to it?
It's a good one.
It's a good one.
I actually really used to like the, I don't know if you were a big fan of MIDI music back in the day. Like, when the internet was first getting started and people were sharing MIDI files, which were not musical files, but they were a set of instructions for the MIDI player, which would then, like, play the music according to the instructions.
Not a clue.
No clue what I'm talking about?
Nope. So I didn't get internet in my hometown until like 2010. So.
So MIDI music is musical instrument digital interface. It's a way to connect devices and make and control sound, such as synthesizers, samplers, and computers. So it's kind of like a file. It doesn't actually, as far as I know, there's no actual music involved in the file. It's just a like series of instructions that are downloaded to your computer, and then the MIDI program actually just synthesizes the music right there. So you're actually just synthesizing the music as you listen to it. And it's just like a bunch of instructions, like play this drum at this point, or play this whatever at this point. There's nothing like super fancy about it. It kind of reminds me of the first time I did a replay of a game on World of Tanks. And I was like, they can do replays of matches? What do they do? Record the entire match? That must take a lot of, you know, like storage space. Like, that's a lot of storage space to record the entire match. And they record it from multiple perspectives. That seems like it would take massive amounts of storage space. But then I realized that they weren't recording the match. What they were doing was they recorded every single input that was done by every single player on like a file, which didn't really even take up very much space. Like, it would be like 30 or 40 megabytes. And then you download the file and you play it, and what it does is it just takes every single person and it performs those actions inside the game interface exactly as they were performed in the match. And then you can then watch everybody's actions as they're moving around. And that's essentially how MIDI players seem to work, is they're just playing the music. There's a set of instructions that they just follow. Just like the World of Tanks replays were just following a set of instructions. I am gonna die here. This is way too many succubis. Holy Jesus. I knew I was dead as soon as I saw that ridiculously large pack of succubis. They sucked my bye, let me tell you what.
Not in town.
Afternoon.
What you're telling me is you're kind of into the sucky bye-bye?
I'm not into it, I'm dead. I dead. I don't even know if I'm able to get my body back.
Game me in.
Yep, I'll come to you.
GGM 10. I'm down here right now, trying to see if I can slurp up my corpse.
Well, don't die more and lose XP.
I was just gonna let Leif Erikson over here get in there and kill some monsters himself. He's pretty good at it. If he'll go in there and attack stuff without me being next to him like a babysitter.
Where'd you die?
I'm down here at the bottom with the 8,000 harpies. I put a portal up. I'm letting my merc slowly take on some of this stuff. There's just so many. I killed a lot of them too, which I actually feel really proud of, but there was just too many. I just couldn't take them all. You get that many focused harpy bolts shooting at you, all it takes is for you to stop for a brief second, you're dead.
Hey, why do their bolts hurt so much, by the way? I've never understood that.
It's their
Physical damage.
and fire damage.
And they like to cast amp on you, which is not nice either.
Yes. They are not nice ladies.
They are not nice ladies. They're mean ladies, actually.
They're very mean ladies.
It's just, and also they don't really move, and they just kind of stand there, and they all focus fire on you. one bolt is not really that big of a deal. It really isn't. And
No, it's when there's like 50 all at
Yeah,
once.
it's when they've got like 50 of them and they're all firing at the same time and you can't stop moving, otherwise you get hit by all 50 bolts. There's so many of them. Plus, I don't.
Bow pally.
I'm just tired of being amped.
Good to have a bow pally.
There's snakes in here too. God, even more around the corner. This has got to be the most succubi. A trillion succubies in this place.
I could go for one of those right now.
I don't think you want what they're offering.
What, the sweet relief of death?
I think you're just going to be yelling. I think you're just going to be yelling less teeth.
Maybe more.
Seen their teeth?
Okay. That's enough. That's enough. That.
Why are you hiding back there, you silly butt? The hiding chinchilla. Can't even sing. Is it finally time to let Cody out of jail for chasing possums? He don't listen to me neither. Like, well, I'm out there and I'm trying to get him to stop chasing the possum, and he just won't do it. I'm yelling at him. I'm like yanking his rope. I'm trying to get him to pay attention to me. Like, and he's completely and utterly just like lost in the possum. He has no way of like it's like he's in another dimension and he can't hear me anymore.
What do you think about that on like a enchant source? Being that it has damage to demons and damage to undead and attack rating to demons.
I mean, I thought the whole point of the enchant orc was the AoE.
Yeah, it's the
pierce.
AoE.
The pierce is the most important thing. What are you doing back there? Why are you sitting up on top of the thing and hiding like a little kid? Hiding behind your mommy's skirt shirt. Why he's hiding? Huh? Why he's hiding? Says, don't tell me, I don't care.
Eldritch, I think it is. Yeah, Eldritch dropped a superior scarab husk if somebody wants to go check it out.
Want to do Neelathot? I need the quest too, and so does Ginger.
Nilly.
Yeah, I need the quest as well.
Yeah, I had no intention of doing him on this character because this character does not like have any way of protecting himself versus those corpse explosions.
If you want a nature's piece, I have one.
We got a
do you have the waypoint? I don't have the waypoint.
I just threw it up.
Okay, cool.
No need to tell you. We'll just kill everything. That big of a deal. He looks like super easy to
I
get
was just asking. I you were already so far down.
Murder.
I didn't know if you were telling.
Nah, I'm murdering
Or
everything.
if you were running.
I'm murder. What's up? Hit crawler the shade. I think the special chest is right around the corner.
It is.
Oh, might blessed aim razor spine. Oh no.
Hey, those are your friends. Right?
No,
Remember them? Remember them?
I do. They almost killed me. No.
No, they did kill me.
No. Me do
Kill
not
my
like.
market.
No like. All these tombs that you guys left undefiled.
Mosaic's in. I don't touch nothing. I kill everything and then let you guys loot it. If it's important, you'll let me know.
Evening, Con.
Hey,
What's going on, Con?
how are you guys?
Long time no see.
Yeah, I know. I've been on vacation for a while.
On vacation?
Yeah, drove around the country for like a month.
Oh yeah? Well, what'd you find out?
Big cities suck.
Yeah. We just had a whole conversation about that.
Did you really? That's funny.
Yeah, that's why we're all laughing. That was like perfect timing.
Yeah, I went to San Francisco and LA and Seattle and
Did you find the poop patrol?
yeah, they're all shit shows, that's for sure.
I just don't like big cities at all. Anyway, like I probably would hate going to the big city, to be honest. It's too much bureaucracy and like, you know where I draw the line. This is really simple. This is where I draw the line. If I go somewhere and I can't, if I go somewhere and I can't find a place to
Did you guys
park,
get the quest for being down here?
Nope.
no, we didn't
How close
get it.
you gotta be to him?
Why did you kill him without us there? Like turd.
How close you gotta be to
Turd.
him?
But why would you kill him without us there?
Because if you don't, if you only
Turd.
need to be in the area to get credit.
We want to kill him.
We have to be there.
I didn't know he was like the summoner. I apologize. Normally, you just gotta be within a small, really large area. You get credit for Izzy.
We came all the way down here.
Yeah,
All the way down
All
here,
the
and he
way.
just kills his...
All the way.
He didn't even need this. He didn't even need him. He didn't even need him.
Yeah, I did. I hadn't killed him before.
Rude. Well, let's go to the next game. How rude.
Oh, I apologize. I was not aware of that.
Good
How
afternoon.
rude.
Neolithok is not a quest I usually do in a group. He's blown me up so many times, I just have kind of a smash and kill mentality.
PTSD, we all have it.
Yeah. So it's
No,
like I see him and now he dies.
Sorry, where I draw the line is parking. Like this is how I feel. If I'm in an area and I go somewhere and I don't know, relatively simple, and I can't find a parking space to save my life, like I'm in too big of a city at that point. Like I just don't. Like you should never have an issue finding a parking space, as far as I'm concerned. And it's funny because when I watch like Seinfeld and stuff like that, a lot of the times that's one of the things they talk about. They talk about like finding the perfect parking space and never wanting to move your car again because if you leave, somebody will steal it immediately. Like no, like I don't want to live in that world. And then having to like buy places to park your car. Does anybody want an F champion sword? Just dropped on the ground. It's not terrible.
What is it good for? Is it
Both, I think.
I'd make it a Balrog blade. Board, I do champion.
And then I'll double up on not being able to park places. So not being able to find a parking space is already bad enough. Okay.
Okay,
But
still
if
the
we
same spot.
if we double up on that and we say this, we say, okay, if you can't find a parking space, that's one thing. But if you're afraid your car is going to get towed even when you park in the correct place because you're not sure if you're actually supposed to be there because there's a tow truck around the corner waiting on somebody to make a mistake, and then you come back and your car is missing, you're definitely in too big of a city at that point, in my opinion.
What city is it where they just tell you to leave your windows down because they're not going to do anything about the people stealing your car anyway? There's your destruction key.
We got a key.
I got a key. I got a key.
I don't know. It's just one of those things that once you realize that not only can you not find a parking space, but even if you do find a parking space, you are now afraid that your car is going to get towed because you're in the wrong parking space. That's where things just get stupid. They're just really stupid. Like, am I allowed to park here? I don't know. Is somebody going to call and get my car towed immediately so they can make a $50 retainer fee off the tow truck company? I don't know.
So, I would like to hear more about your vacation to San Francisco.
I mean, actually, San Francisco was only there one day. We walked the Golden Gate Bridge. It was the best part of it was Chinatown. I thought.
How many piles of human poop did you see on the sidewalks?
Yeah, you know what? It was more like there's so many homeless people, and it's just uncomfortable. Just like to be there. It's just.
I mean, well, if you're gonna be homeless, you're gonna be homeless in California.
Yeah.
Yeah, California is like the worst state to be homeless in.
Worst? Why?
Oh, they've started enacting like anti-homeless procedures at this point. I'm not sure if you've seen some of the.
They've actually started now. Because they used to have pay homeless people to be there.
I'm not talking about like going and like tearing down their huts or whatever, which I think they also are doing. But I'm talking about like the anti-homeless procedures that they've been doing on, you know, like park benches and like, you know, like any place with an underpass that would protect you from the rain, like all sorts of crazy things to make them as uncomfortable as they can possibly be. Like putting a slant on the bench so that you like slowly slide off the bench instead of being able to sit or like lay on it. Like you just kind of like slowly slurp off the bench basically out for a certain period of time. Some of the stuff that I've seen them put into place is just I don't even I mean, I guess it makes sense from a certain standpoint of like trying to prevent people from going into that location, but it also just seems like horribly inhuman to make something that is designed, you know, to like protect you from the rain or whatever, and then, you know, say like, okay, well, you know, I know this is supposed to be to protect you from the rain, but you're not allowed to stand here and you can't get protection from the rain.
So over the last 5 years, California's used something like 50 million taxpayer dollars to
50 billion. Billion.
It's a billion.
I think
oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay,
20,
but California has a
number
GDP of like $1.3 trillion. It's just it's almost the same size as France.
So it's actually been coined as anti-homeless architecture or also hostile architecture, which is architecture that's designed for no other purpose other than to just make things more difficult for homeless people. Like here's an example of a bench, like a park bench, that has an extra rail in the center to prevent homeless people from being able to sleep on the park bench. Like here's an example of an underpass with spikes all on it to prevent a homeless person from being able to sleep in the under the underpass to protect themselves from the rain. Here's like just like a random like sidewall that has like little spikes coming out of it to prevent you from being able to lay or sit on it in any like period of time. Here's another bench which is also like set up to prevent you from being able to sleep on it because it has a big rock in the center of it, which prevents you from being able to sleep there. They also have enacted like varying levels and degrees of benches where like the bench is like bigger on one side and smaller on the other. Like the amount of hostile architecture that they've put in place to prevent homeless people from being able to do anything. Like these are grates, and during cold times the homeless people will sleep on the grates because hot air comes out of them. And look at this horribly ridiculously like twisted grate that you could never sleep on. I mean, you're talking about like from the most basic standpoint of life, a lot of the times they're literally just using these things for no other reason other than to just stay alive. Like keep from being wet, like finding a place to stay warm. And they're going out of their way to make sure that they cannot stay dry and that they cannot stay warm.
In California, for as much of a blue state as they are, as much as they can, use as much taxpayer dollars as they can instead of helping them to prevent them from doing anything to better themselves.
Well, they also specifically go out of their way to pay them to be homeless.
I mean, the crazy thing is this is basically the equivalent of like bird spikes. You know what I'm talking about? Like where they put like the bird spikes up on the building to prevent the birds from landing, and they can't really stop the birds from landing, but they can make it like super uncomfortable for the birds to be up there by putting spikes and stuff all over the place. I mean, it's essentially the same thing, but now it's with humans.
There was a guy when I was down in
So have
Fisherman's
any of you guys ever done any like charity work with the homeless?
Yep, when I was in Boise, we did a thing every month. Went to the homeless shelter and helped out for usually 8 hours for a day each weekend.
What was your experience?
I mean,
my experience
Boise,
dealing with it is the vast majority of homeless people I run into are either completely crazy, so schizophrenic talking to a tree, or the ones that aren't that are drug addicts, or they, when offered the ability to do anything, they tell you to go F yourself and run off.
I mean, it depends.
It
like
depends
some
on
of
the
the
area,
more
yeah.
crazy homeless people are exactly like you're describing. Exactly.
I've only found I used to.
Some of them just hit a
Well, help
snowball
them.
downward, and the snowball downward just ends in just impossibility. I mean, if
That's
you think about it from a certain
true,
standpoint,
but I've run across a bunch of, how do
So-
I put this? A friend of mine did security for a homeless shelter. A friend of mine and I used to do a lot of outreach for them up in Kansas City, and a lot of the ones I've run into are just like, "No, I want the free food, and then I want you to leave me alone." And no, I don't want you to help me get a
I mean,
job.
and if
It
they
doesn't
don't
matter
want-
what training I have.
And if they
I
don't
want
help,
you to
then they
talk to me.
don't. Then that's just it. But like I've seen ones that are living out of their car that just they can't get back on their feet. And it's hard to get a job when you're nasty and sticky and like you smell
That's
like
true,
you smell
and
like crap and you
they're-
don't have any
the-
place to
yeah.
take a shower and you can't get clean clothes.
But those that
it's
are
like a
generally
snowball
willing
downhill.
to, those that are generally willing to accept the help, generally get off the streets fairly quickly. We're not necessarily talking, we help you, you're off the streets in 2 days, but
No, nice
it's
eclipse.
generally
Takes a few
not
weeks.
yes, exactly, a couple weeks. Now, if you end up back on the streets, that's also not necessarily something that we were able to control for. But we did provide showers, food, clean clothes, resumes, rides. That was part of the thing. And
Yeah, because that's the stuff that a lot of people take for granted. that
most
stuff.
people, but most people that we ran into and offered it to, I can't say it on stream, but it was basically a long string of give me free stuff or I'm going to peel your face off with a spoon.
Well, yeah, there's professional homeless people, and that's actually been something that's been discovered. Like, for the longest time, there would be homeless people on the street, and they'd have, like, no clothes, or, like, they'd be all ripped up, and no shoes and whatnot. And like, people would feel bad for them and give them, obviously buy them shoes, all sorts of things. And occasionally, on specific examples, people followed them home. They wanted to see, where they were living, like what conditions they were in, etc. This one news reporter followed this one homeless person home, only to find out that they lived in an apartment building. They were collecting pension. They had everything that they needed. When he opened the door, they found out that literally the person had like stacks and stacks of shoes. But every single time that they would go out, instead of wearing any of the shoes, they would choose to wear no shoes because that got them more sympathy and more donations. And they didn't even need the money that they were getting from donations. But that's like what you call the professional homeless person, and that's a different story entirely.
We knew a guy that was a panhandler that drove, at the time, a Benz. Had an apartment, drove a Benz. 15 years ago, $120,000 car.
I think there's an article about that guy. Let me see if I can find it.
But no, back to your original question, like my experience with with the homeless that I assisted with. Like, there's when I was in Boise, there was a good fair share of druggies and alcoholics. There weren't a whole lot of crazy people up there from what I saw. But
Well, the
it's
homeless population up in Kansas City is also relatively small. We're talking like, I don't know, maybe 400 or 500 people.
yeah, Boise was the same way. There's not a whole lot because
So,
there's enough shelters and enough help out there that most people take it.
well, yeah, that's the thing is most people that want to get off the street around here tend to get off the street. What's left around here, at least, are the people who don't, who like sleeping under a bridge for some reason.
And sometimes people just do that. I know because I'm an Army vet. I know plenty of people from the military across all branches. And if you go like to San Diego, LA, you'll see a lot of actual homeless vets, and a lot of them are from like the Vietnam era, 70s, 80s, like that, because their entire service they were in the jungle. They slept in tents outside, so
They're
they don't
used
want.
to it.
They're used to it. That's what they want. They don't
Yeah,
want
it's
to
a comp.
be
Yeah, it's
normalized.
it's familiar. Yeah, it's a complication of PTSD.
Yes.
Hey, Badine, thank you for the sub, man.
That I
things like
understand.
that.
I get. That makes sense to me.
It hurts me to see, and I've helped as many as I can out. But if they don't accept the help, all you can do is just try to support their way of life. Make sure they're drug free. I mean, not very many of them are, but it's just one of those hard facts of life that it just happens.
Living outside ain't easy. Like,
As a person that
it's
has
not
suffered
easy.
from PTSD, sobriety is not always fun.
It's not. That's why I know, like, it's not always good to ask what's going on. Just tell us, know, hey, I'm here to help you.
So,
I'm
so
here
what's
if you need me.
So what's the difference between a hobo and a homeless person?
Hobo is like homeward bound. A homeless person is just a person that
So hobo is a person who deliberately has chosen to be homeless, who is now traveling across the country.
Yeah, well, a hobo was generally a poor person traveling across the country looking for work or something. So a hobo is somebody who is technically homeless, but is got a goal and is moving somewhere generally. So back that term was generally I don't exactly know the exact date, but it was it was popular back in the Depression, where you would a rumor of lots of jobs in a particular state would crop up, and now you've got a bunch of homeless people going there to find work. Those would be hobos because they're going to try and find a new home.
So
They are homeless, but they have a goal. Homeless people are just
according to this, it says hobo was short for homeward bound. So actually right there. Others claim it came from soldiers returning from Civil War, who some suggested is a congenial greeting to hello boy that changed to low boy and lobo and finally hobo. Others think it came from the word hoosier, meaning a rustic individual or frontiersman.
Hoser?
No, Hoosier, like Indiana Hoosiers.
H-O-O-S-I-E-R.
No. All I know is
Indiana float
Indian
boatmen
hoser.
taking corn or maize to New Orleans also came to be known as Hoosamen or hosiers.
Hosers.
I mean, it does kind of seem like the term seems to be more representative of somebody who is homeless, but is
seeking a new home.
Seeking a new home. So is somebody who is moving. Like, according to Merriam-Webster, it says a migratory worker, which is also one of the possible other terms for it. So someone... There's a comment here that says that a lot of the times what happened is a state would have like a gold rush or something. And people would leave their place where they lived with basically nothing but the shirt on their backs to go to this new place in hopes of finding a job, and they would be hobos.
Yep.
I think it became really popular, the hobo terminology during the railroad construction days.
Yes.
Because 90% of them didn't have a home. They literally lived and traveled with the railroad in a tent on the side of the road stinky, smelly, maybe bathed when they got close to a river, and that was really it. That's where the term for me came
let's be
from.
honest. Prior to indoor plumbing, you didn't bathe every day.
Nope.
You probably didn't bathe once a week.
Which is probably a pretty big distinction between today and, like, you know, say 100 years ago, is that, you know, like a person who was on the street probably was closer to the same smell as a person who was, you know, like, say, working in a coal plant or something. Like, they were probably both equally as stinky. Whereas nowadays, you know, people are usually more cleanly, and so there's a bigger disparagement between, like, the upkeep of, say, a homeless person versus somebody who's working.
Well, the way I'd put it is people now stink less and wash more, and they think that means they're less of an animal. You're still just an animal.
Man, I got some stanky pits. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you right now. I ain't even going to pretend. My pits are stanky.
You're just a furless chick.
Them jankies won't. You know what's funny though is I was reading an article the other day about how Japanese people are always offended when people have underarm stench. Apparently because Japanese people don't have underarm stench.
Well,
it's like they lack the gene that actually produces the underarm, you know, flavor.
Flavor.
and so they don't have
Flavor's a bad
that.
term.
So then when Westerners and stuff come to their country and, like, you're on a train or whatever with a bunch of Japanese people, they cover their face and they look offended, and it's because they have, like, no idea of, like, what is going on. And the other thing that people told me is that when you go over there to Japan, you can't find deodorant. Because deodorant basically doesn't exist over there because they don't use it because they don't stink. So, like, because they lack that gene, they don't have, like, the roll-on deodorant that you put under your arms, like, available in stores everywhere for you to buy like we have.
What's the average height of a Japanese person?
I don't know. It's kind of hard to say because I've seen some of the, like, Asiatic races when they come to, like, United States and they actually have, like, a full and healthy diet. They grow a lot taller. As an example, who's that famous basketball player that came from China?
Oh, yeah, but he has that gigantism DNA trait.
Okay, the answer is for men it is 5'7".
So they're about the same as American height
so it's
standards.
Yao Ming to his mother and father. So, like, this is Yao Ming
in America, it's
next to his mother and father, just as an example.
Yeah.
I mean, it does have. This is his mom and his dad, and this is him, and then this is his daughter. It does have something to do with, like, nutrition and stuff like that, and just ending up with more, you know, good stuff. Obviously, there's also genetics involved, and for all we know, if he had grown up in a area with proper nutrition, he might have ended up, you know, around the same height as his son. You never know.
I want to go to the Philippines. The average height of a man there is 5'5". I'm 6'4". I would be a giant.
I hear going to Japan is painful for tall people because a lot of the buildings there, pretty much all the buildings there, are built with that in mind, of the shorter stature. So you're going to smack your head on pretty much every door.
Yeah, anyone over 6 foot there struggles. Anyone.
I already hit my head on most ceiling fans and stuff, so I have to get the ones that hug the ceiling. Otherwise, I've already got several dents in my skull from it, so it'd probably be worth
it. We had a chandelier in the you know, like the dining room, and the chandelier in the dining room was always hung a little bit too low for my liking. But one particular season, we removed the dining room table from the center of the room, which is usually what protected me from hitting my head on it. I hit my head on that chandelier so many times.
Good evening.
Freaking, I think I ended up, like, taking some connects. I'm not even joking. And I, like, pulled the chain up and, like, jammed the connects through the chain and, like, you know, folded it, like, several times and shoved the connects through the chain with, like, 2 or 3 bars and then put, like, the white pieces on each end just to get it, like, out of my head range.
Yeah, I know your pain. My mom's 5'1" and I'm 6 foot, so everything she puts up is way short. So I'd always knock my head on everything she hung up.
Well, let me ask you this question: Do you know the pain of going to the fridge and being like, someone telling you there's something in the fridge? Oh yeah, it's on the bottom shelf in the back. Why can't you see
Yes.
it?
Yes. It's like I'm not gonna squat all the way down to the floor because you're short ass. Put it all the way in the back
Yeah.
on the bottom where I can't
Yes.
find it.
Yes.
I mean, I'm tall enough generally to see on top of the refrigerator, unless it's like a really tall refrigerator.
Oh yeah, me too.
Most refrigerators I can see literally on top of the refrigerator.
I do
with the
believe
exception
I
of
can
a
put my
couple.
chin on it. I can put my chin on the one I own.
Like the one in this like little upper area is so short that yeah, I could literally put my chin on top of it.
So, yeah. So no, the number of times I've been told, yeah, it's in the fridge. Where in the fridge? Are you blind?
Yes,
No.
I am indeed blind.
Apparently, yeah. It's on the bottom shelf. Okay, hold on. Let me just double over and put my head on the ground so I can look in the fridge.
You know, it's funny. The job I have right now, like where I work at Kroger, is tag related, and we have to replace all the tags all the time for the items. And obviously, in a grocery store, there's shelves that are really high up, and there's shelves that are really low down. And I was like, I have no problem hanging all these really high tags. I was like, but can we get some of the shorter people to hang the ones that are low down? Because I'm tired of having to get on my hands and knees just to hang these tags down here at the bottom. Half the time I just sit on the floor cross-legged because it's better than trying to bend over.
And then your boss is like, why are you sitting down being so lazy? Like, because I can't bend over this far.
Well, look, I'm tall. Leave me alone.
Being tall is not all it's cracked up.
Oh my god, I've earned so many duties on this pack of Champion Lord.
And they are just wailing on you. Huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching them too.
Dude, they almost got me. It's kind of scary. I got them though. It took me a couple tries, but I got them. I don't like this. There's too many Physimmunes in here.
So if anyone's planning on starting up a new character, I am gonna plan on starting my barbarian on probably Saturday or Sunday.
I'm down for a new character day.
Run.
I can't do it Saturday though. I've got D&D.
I was told to never say the word short in Japanese to a Japanese person. Why is it offensive?
Is it like calling them fat?
Good afternoon.
I think it's one of the words that if you mispronounce the vowel in it, it turns into something sexual.
Giggity?
What's up, Jarsky?
Because there's quite a few words like that in Japanese that if you mispronounce it, it goes from a plain normal word to something that can be very offensive.
So, I don't call them short, I call them tiny. Or dwarves.
Dwarves. Boy over here trying to start World War III.
They learned their lesson.
Yeah. Yes, they did.
Don't touch
a
the
lot of
boat.
people don't think they did. They're because they just kind of ignored all the previous war crimes. They're like, oh yeah, all those war crimes we did. Yeah, what are you talking about? There was no war crimes. And what war crimes?
It's like Germany. That part of history just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, you're on the Germany tour bus, and they're like, what about World War II? What happened here in World War? What are you talking about? There was no war.
What war crimes does the U.S. commit?
All of them.
Tons.
Okay.
But
So now
is there anybody is the United States completely avoiding all knowledge and understanding that they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima? No, they're not.
Are they going to stand up and tell
There's
the,
a
tell
Hiroshima
the world
war
that they
museum.
do these war crimes? No. Also, I don't really believe in war crimes. There's war, and there's no war.
So do you guys know why the Geneva Convention exists?
To waste time?
No, because of America and Canada.
The Geneva Suggestions?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Or as the Canadian military has it, the list.
I mean,
America's
I'm
hat
not
is
saying
white
that the
in it.
United States doesn't have. Well, you guys are stupid. Okay, I'm gonna call you guys out right now. You guys are stupid. I'm not saying that like any country hasn't committed war crimes. I think pretty much every country has committed war crimes.
My point is,
So going through
they
the
all do
process
it.
of pointing out that one country has more war crimes than the other is stupid. That's not what I'm talking about.
No, they
What
all
I'm talking
do it,
about
and
is the
they all
complete and
ignore
utter
it.
denial of those war crimes. That would be like if the United States launched a nuclear bomb in another country and would just like disavowed all knowledge that the nuclear bomb was ever launched. And no matter what evidence you provide to the contrary, no matter like, you know, like pictures, movies, like radioactive samples, they just continually disavow any knowledge that it ever occurred. There's a big difference between performing a war crime and then performing a war crime and then just pretending that it didn't exist.
Oh no, my point is that everybody does it and everybody lies about not doing it.
Germany did the same thing. Germany, like the whole like World War II, like Hitler thing, like it's like they pretend that it didn't ever happen. They're just like, what? There was no Nazis.
Germany
There was
slipped
no
into a
war.
different
What are you talking
dimension
about?
for World War II.
I mean, honestly, at some point you just gotta own it. Like, just admit what happened and just own it and apologize and make some memorials and like reparations and whatever you gotta do. But like, denying it doesn't help anybody.
Nah, we can't make them do reparations because the last time we made them do reparations, they started another war.
I mean, Germany actually paid back all the reparations for World War II back in 2010, I think.
You know who didn't pay back reparations? The bank that they stored all the money in. Germany didn't store their money in you know, German banks. They were smart. They stored their money in Swiss banks. That's where they stored their money. So a whole lot of their money after the end of the war just went straight to the Swiss.
Yeah.
Never to be like returned essentially to who it actually belonged to. The Swiss just kept it because, you know, hey, Germany's gone. Like, oh, money's mine now.
Spoils of war.
I mean, there's some pretty crazy pictures too, like of like German officers like just putting gold teeth in like piles of watches. Like, I'm not even joking. Like imagine a pile of watches, like gold watches and like silver watches and stuff, like as tall as a person. Like, there's a picture of like a banker, and then there's like a German officer, and they're standing next to the pile, like they're posing for the photo of them put it in the bank. And it's just a huge, giant pile of watches. And then there was another one that was teeth. Gold teeth. It was all gold teeth. Like the whole big old giant pile of gold teeth.
I mean, look, let's be honest. Back then, if you killed a man, you took all of his gold teeth to pay for the trauma.
Took all of his gold teeth. Just start, what are you doing? I'm getting my money back.
Yeah, bullets aren't cheap, man.
He owes me, all right? He owes me at least 3 of these gold teeth, okay? At least 3 of them.
What is the difference between taking a man's gold teeth and horking a corpse?
I know. A lot of the current, like, you know, modern society is literally the difference between exposure and no exposure, right? So like in the past, or anonymity, I guess is what you would call it. So like in the past, you know, a lot of these countries were getting away with things because, you know, well, nobody had any videos, nobody had any pictures, you know, like, and then even then, like, there might have been some like eyewitness accounts, but you can kill all the eyewitnesses. And so they were getting away with tons of things that I'm sure like would probably horrify most people who ever listen to them. And then today, in this day and age, you can't get away with nothing. There's like a person with a cell phone on every corner. Like, there's news agencies, there's freaking video cameras, there's all sorts of stuff. But like, back to our earlier conversation where the AI is generating this stuff now we're kind of like slowly moving back toward the unbelievability, the anonymity. Like, oh yeah, that's not real. AI generated that.
So, do you think that's a positive or a negative?
Huge negative.
It's a huge negative because it's gonna reduce the overall what's the term? Because what comes with anonymity is it's the British use it in there. They don't have freedom of speech. They have freedom of expression. And the other thing is that they are responsible for what they express. What's the term that they use?
It's stupid. I'll tell you that.
I mean, it is, but there's a specific term that they use for, like the process by which you can say whatever you want, but you still have to be liable. You have to be liable for what you say. So the liability of the events is going to decrease with the, obviously the decrease in the increase in the anonymity caused by the events of AI generating images and things like that. AI start generating war crimes.
If AI wanted to wipe out humanity, it wouldn't be too hard. Convince everybody to pick a fight.
I wonder why I wasn't killing the ghosts. Ghosts are just a pain in the butt, though. Circlets.
Now, is that guy that was saying that this show was turning into the Alex Jones hour? How's our last few conversations?
Yeah, how's our last few conversations going? How are we doing? How are we doing?
Did we make Alex Jones proud?
Seems to be right about 80% of the time.
Yeah. He's a madman, but he has a depressingly accurate record.
Hurl. An ethereal hurl bat. Kind of poopy.
Kinda.
I should have what, Irene? What should we have done? It's not a war crime if it hasn't been done yet.
I like him.
It's an opportunity. That's how
Exactly.
Canada makes it.
What?
Well, it ties back to our previous conversation. Only a human can be so creative to do something that will in time be a war crime, but isn't now. No AI could do that.
Made Mr. Jones proud.
Yay!
I don't know, we're just talking about stuff. That's all we're doing, we're just talking. It's fun to talk about stuff like this. Mental challenges and puzzles and like thinking about like the way that things work.
Broad concepts.
The future of these concepts. I mean, somebody came up with a kind of a really depressing concept, which is like 100 years from now, you got all this internet stuff. Facebook pages and MySpace pages and all sorts of other things and like Instagram accounts and TikTok accounts and whatnot. And they're all going to belong to dead people who don't have the passwords and can't delete them. Like, it's a problem that doesn't exist right now because we're all still alive and most of the people who own those accounts are still alive. But in about 100 years, or let's even just, we'll spread it out a little bit further and let's say 150 years. In about 150 years, all of those accounts will belong to people who are dead.
Well, there's an easy solution to that.
And then, then you got to start, deleting accounts, basically, of, virtual, they become essentially virtual gravestones, in a way.
And, well, I'll be honest, I doubt they're going to delete them. I virtually guarantee you they're going to keep them for data analytics.
Well, what's likely to happen is that
They're going to use them.
Is that the platforms that they are on will slowly become, out of...
Dead internet theory?
Out of sync, so to speak. You know how there's always a new program, right? TikTok didn't exist until a certain number of years ago, and then Facebook, and then before that it was MySpace and a bunch of other stuff, right? Well, what it probably is going to happen is that like the older platforms will just kind of get phased out of usefulness. Like people will move on to other platforms where there's not a bunch of dead people, essentially.
Your platform dies when your user base dies.
Pretty much.
I don't think it'll take that long, to be honest.
All right, y'all. I'm
Am I using
going
a
to
bone
bed.
break? I
It's
am
been
using a
fun.
bone break when I need one. Like for the ghosties. Alright, you have a good one. I love how everything's being archived now, too. Like, there's no getting away from anything. Like, you make a stupid post on the internet and you delete it a couple minutes later, and it's like, it was already archived. Like, yeah, you shouldn't have made that post, idiot. And, like, so somebody just pulls up the archive database, and it's like, oh, yep, you made this post and deleted it 3 minutes later. So, yeah, it was already archived. Sorry. It's re-archived.
Re-archived? It's before you post it?
You remember what movie I was watching where they did that, and it kind of cracked me up a little bit because it was like a police movie, and in the police movie they had like it was an automated thing because of some lawsuit where every time they turn on their siren, the machine automatically starts recording. And he's like, no, you don't get it. He goes, it doesn't just automatically start recording. He said it's always recording. He goes, but as soon as you turn on the siren, it takes the past 3 minutes from before the siren was triggered and immediately saves that to memory. So it basically records the past. He's like, if you can trigger the siren, because this was the guy got shot, basically, the police officer got shot. And he's like, if you can trigger the siren, before the 3 minutes has gone up, you'll capture them shooting me. And if you capture them shooting me, you'll have the evidence that you need. And basically the whole next minute or two was him trying to get to the siren and turn the siren on to activate the DVR, which had already recorded the last 3 minutes. Of course, you can't do that with posts. I know, I was just making a joke. Oh, Bone Break is very good. I like it.
It does, like everything else, require either some amp or decrepify to be maxed.
Yeah, you need negative res to go along with it. You can't just use it by itself. You gotta have a form of negative res that goes along with the Bone Break to make it function. All of them work that way.
What do you think the odds are that they're actually going to do a unique update for some negative res items?
I mean, we've been some of the dead YouTubers have been preparing for it. We've got a file. I've been slacking my butt off and I haven't been putting in all the information that I need to on it, but I've already put in some, and we voted on a bunch of stuff that we were going to submit to them.
Interesting.
Flare jungle.
So, how many of the uniques have you guys think were good to change?
Well, most of the normal uniques, they just get a pass, because the problem with those is if you change those, they're tied to classic, and classic you would completely change the balance of classic, which just doesn't. Same thing with the normal sets. All the normal sets pretty much just kind of have to stay. And they're tied too much into the way that normal works, and changing them or classic works, and changing them would just kind of screw things up entirely. But anything that was Nightmare Exceptional was on the table. I mean, it was pretty universal, whenever we came across something that was kind of morked, talking about why it was morked and the reasons, and that it needed to be fixed. I mean, there was a couple things that we would point out that somebody else would disagree with, but it's most of the stuff that we all agreed on was pretty universal. It was yeah, that's something. Viper Fork Man Catcher, for instance, or Storm Spire. Like, everybody agreed that those items needed work.
Yeah, so is Viper Fork gonna get some love?
You've never seen me wear one rare item? Well, that's a lie. Because I wear rare amulets, rare rings, rare gloves, rare boots. Like, this ladder in particular, I found like a godlike pair of freaking boots that was so good that I wore them for the entire time until I put on my marrow walks. And even after I put on the marrow walks, I was like, I really don't want to take these off, but I need the +2 skeleton mastery. And then somebody else chirped up immediately and was like, I'll take them. I mean, the boots were insane. I even posted on them, John. Like, I put a YouTube post on them. Like, it's in the community section, and like 1 trillion people upvoted it too. They're right here. Stone Blazer heavy boots with 372 upvotes and 66 comments. 30% faster run walks with 10% faster hit recovery, 36% enhanced defense, 31 lightning res, 19 poison resistance, 25% better chance of magic items. I mean, it's freaking amazing. I mean, rare items in Diablo 2 can be some of the most amazing rare items in the game.
Yep. They're
amazing items in the game in general.
They're also incredibly valuable.
Like weapons for a mercenary, as an example. Like, if you find a specific weapon for a mercenary, it doesn't have to be, like, it can be pretty much any base for mercs. It only needs to be ethereal, fool's cruels with, like, of the quickness, and, like, some life leech or something like that, with ethereal status. And once you have something like that, like maybe with amp proc on it, you now have something that's better than grief, essentially. Like, it's going to outperform grief by miles, because the amp proc alone, combined with the speed and the damage, makes it into absolutely insane items. And I've found them on occasion, and I've used them for entire ladders on, like, my mercs and stuff. And they're also items that you would potentially throw a Zod rune in and use yourself.
The reason they're not so popular for builds is because they're so rare.
Yeah.
You have a better odds of finding a Reaper's Toll than you do finding an ethereal Fool's Cruels amp of quickness.
Yeah, and I'm literally, somebody else just pointed out I'm literally using a rare amp sword on my mercenary right now. I have a Brimstone Cleaver Phase Blade with 5% chance to cast amp on striking.
I need a key.
Beautiful Phase Blade.
It's locked.
Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. I mean, as good as a F-Death is, I guarantee you if I had a really good, rare, two-handed Colossus sword, it would outperform Death. I think if it was the right setup, like ethereal, like repairs durability with like 2 sockets, you could customize it with whatever you wanted: crushing blow, open wounds, deadly strike. You got like Fool's Cruels of the quickness. Honestly, I think a really well rolled rare Colossus sword would definitely outperform an F-Death. The F-Death is just easier to obtain. It's something that I can create with runes. And so in the long run, or in the short run rather, getting an F-Death Colossus sword is easy. Getting the perfect rare Colossus sword is not easy. And if I did find one, I would use it immediately. You've had 3 Jaws in 18 years of playing. I mean, I've had a hell of a lot more Jaws than that drop in just the time since Diablo 2 Resurrected has been out.
You, my friend, have bad luck.
I mean, if you're talking about like single player offline, I would say that's about average. because you just don't really have them fall very often. But you could also just be really unlucky. You also have to think about that from that point of view. Is it because of the way that Diablo 2 works, and like the drops being so tied to the variables that you're performing, maybe you're just playing the game wrong. I might have just blown some people's mind with that one. They're like, "What do you mean playing the game wrong? Like, are you being a raccoon? Are you clicking on everything? Are you opening all the chests? Are you clicking on all the baskets? I bet you don't click on the baskets." You would be surprised to find out that if I told you, like, the places that most of my John, Burr, and Zod, and, like, Cham and Crazy runes come from is not bosses, not super uniques, not champions. The majority of my high rune drops have come from regular monsters, chests, baskets, rocks, like overturned, like skeletons, stashes, all sorts of stupid things. The majority of my high rune finds come from stupid stuff like this.
So far, I have found 2 Zod runes since D2R came out. Neither of them have dropped from anything that you would go, that's a good loot source. This was the little baby maggots or whatever. I killed a pack of those, and it came out either one of the babies or it came out of one of the big ones. Wasn't a unique, wasn't nothing. He dropped his Zod rune.
My hunch is they're in the same loot table as, like, arrows or oil potions. I think that they're literally in the same loot table as that. Like the trash items. The items that everybody considers trash within the game. I think that's why they pop out of, like, the trash sources more often than they pop out of anything else. Your first Vex was from Lilith's Matron Den Barrel. Exactly. Like, they come from really stupid places. It could also be the, like the lottery ticket syndrome, which is like the more lottery tickets you buy, the higher chance you have of winning. It could very well be a situation like that, where we're not necessarily, like, getting them from, those sources because those sources are the best, but because they're the most plentiful. Because we're getting so many chances, essentially, by clicking on those options for killing, like, the trash mobs. Because, like, when you walk into, one of the rooms and there's, like, 30 baskets in there and you click on all 30 baskets, or you're, like, in Canyon of the Magi and there's, like, 30 urns in there and you're clicking on all the urns, you've got, like, 30 tickets, basically, right? And there's, like, a chance one of those might have something good in it, and you just keep clicking on urns. And, like, the total number of urns in the area versus the total number of, say, elites is far higher, on the urn side than it is on the elite side, so you just end up with way more chances with the urns than you do with the rest. Like, all the stupid little baskets and everything are all over the place. I don't know, the other day I just had a low rune pop out of, like, a random trash mob. Freaking, like, and then there was a foul, and then there was a co, and freaking...
I've found 2 low runes this season. Both of them have popped out of some garbage that most people would teleport past.
Exactly, and that's just the moral of the story with runes. Is it feels like they just generally tend to be considered, even by the game standards, like it's like they're trash. It's like you have to dig through the trash to get access to the runes.
Oh, I've had a theory here that the game's loot system is based off of some form of interpretation, because runes on their own are not necessarily super strong unless they're rare. Okay? It's only when they are combined that they become valuable.
Well,
individually they are worthless. Together they are valuable.
Well, I know which runes are worth... I mean, which rares are worth identifying, too. So, like, that's another thing. He said I like that you actually identify the rare. But, like, I know from experience, like, which rares are worth picking up and which aren't.
Gloves, boots, and I don't know what weapons are popular. I would say most pole arms probably are. And now with the barbarians, probably most.
I mean, honestly, because
swords.
you can upgrade them, any weapon can potentially be amazing. It just has to roll with the right mods.
That's true, but then you're because you can upgrade them, yes, but you're also looking at the what base upgrades to what. Most pole arms, most one-handed swords are good for your mercenaries, but then it's like, are you really going to pick up every rare dagger you find? Nobody uses. There isn't a significant build that uses them.
I mean, ever since they changed Barbarian, though, Barbarian does use daggers now, so... Before, yeah, I got you. Like, the only characters that were using daggers for the most part were necromancers, but not anymore. Like, the Barbarian can get really good use out of daggers now, too.
Well, my point being is, if you're picking them up to either use or sell, you're not picking up daggers. Let's be honest. You're not going to pick up a bunch of rare daggers and try and get 5 burr out of it.
Well, there are certain bases that, like, you just don't usually bother with. Like, the War Spike is terrible.
Yeah.
I just don't really care about the War Spikes. Any of that whole category of the, it's like an axe class. It isn't even really a good axe class. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Throwing items, because in general throwing items are just better ethereal. So you just look to see if they're ethereal, and then if they're not ethereal, you usually drop them back on the dirt. Because they can't be socketed, which is an issue. There's other problems. I don't even know why I'm down here in the flared dungeon. I'm gonna die down here.
But yeah, magic finding for fun and profit is way different than just identifying every rare for your entertainment.
4-socket Caduceus with +1 meditation.
Caduceuses might be worth identifying. Duelers, I do believe, like some of those.
Oh, I'd love to find an amazing Caduceus, but they rarely fall. They rarely, if ever, fall.
Well, can't you once again, we're in the can't you upgrade it?
Yes, you can upgrade War Scepters, and you can upgrade the Divine Scepters to Caduceuses. Go. I don't know, I've seen people run by, like, rare items and then go ID them, and honestly, I was surprised at just how good they were. I kind of laughed at them when it happened.
What was that?
One season, this guy, I can't remember who it was in the kinship, but they were doing, like, Trav runs, and they killed my Trav, and I went down to go kill Trav, and they had already killed it. They didn't even say anything, which is really mean, by the way. But... you know, like, I went down there and looked, and they left a bunch of rare items on the ground, and one of the rare items they left on the ground was a pair of gloves. And I'm like, who left these rare gloves on the ground? You guys are stupid. I was like, and I picked them up and I identified them, and I fully expected them to be garbage, because that's usually what they are, and they weren't. They were +2 jab skills with 20% IAS. They also had like 24% magic find on them and lightning res, and I was like, holy Jesus, these are amazing.
Those are worth a pretty penny.
I'm
220s with lightning res and magic find.
And magic find, I'm like, who left these on the ground? And the person, like, kind of fessed up that they left them on the ground, and I'm like, and honestly, I was shaming them for leaving them on the ground. I'm like, why wouldn't you at least check them to see if they're not garbage? And he's like, oh, I only pick up uniques and runes. And I'm like, well, I'm keeping these gloves, and you're not getting them, and I'm not giving you a share of what they're worth either. Like, these are mine now. I'm pretty sure I gave them to, like, one of the Javazons in the kinship at the time, who was very, very grateful.
Well, I'm pretty sure as good as those were, they're probably still on somebody's character.
Yeah.
They're like 5 burr gloves, man.
I mean, absolutely amazing. I mean, not only were they 220s, but they were 220s with magic find, and they had lightning res on them, and I was just like, you stupid. You is
stupid. It's like, do you want to know how to make money off of shops? You can explain that to them. You can make money by shopping stuff from Charsey. Or not money, but you can turn blue items into rune. 320s,
Man, I tried to shop for 320s one day, and I did get 320s, but it was all the 320s that I didn't want. I guess if I wasn't shopping for myself and I was just shopping for 320s, I'd probably be better off. But I never got the pair that I actually wanted after hours and hours and hours of shopping.
What were you shopping for? Jab or
I think at that
bow?
particular time I was actually shopping for 3 passive 20% IASs for my Valkazon.
Okay, yeah.
I ended up getting the marshals, and I ended up getting the bow, and I ended up getting the jab, but I never got the passive.
Yeah, 320 jab skillers are worth a pretty penny. I sold a pair of 320 martial arts. The second season, Mosaic Sin was a thing, for Zod Ohm Low. They're worth more now. So I pick up every pair of blue and rare gloves every. Every pair of gloves.
I have to say, I've never found, and I do pick up the blue gloves too, but I've never actually found 320s. I can buy them from the shop, but I've never actually found them.
I've never found them either. Are there any belts that are usually worth picking up? Are there any particular stats, or is that 90% of the time unique? Tends to be a build definer.
I mean, a lot of the times it does get used for that, but like I think there are some good ones. There's also the crafted belts too, though, which kind of take precedent. It really just depends. I think getting a really good belt is so difficult that it doesn't really matter. Like if you find a really good one that has the right stats, you're probably going to have something that's better than like 90%.
Dual res, faster hit recovery, and life, basically.
Yeah, it's usually faster hit recovery is important, and then usually comes the resistances, because you're looking for like 2 resistances or more. Of course, if you roll a caster belt and it has that stuff on it, then that's a whole other thing.
That's buku money. The number of items in this game that'll get you paid is numerous, but you have to find them. You have to know what they are.
I think they should add crafted items into Diablo 4. I think that would go over very well. They've got runes. Why not add crafted items? Make it cost runes. Have the same benefits, like on a Diablo 4 amulet or something. Have it where like you roll a crafted amulet and it's like an amulet of speed or something, right? And it comes with like an additional 5% increased attack speed. And it might not seem like much, but you're going to be rolling with that implicit. So that's just an implicit that's on the amulet, isn't affected by any of the other rolls that happen. So you just sit there and you spend runes rolling frickin' caster amulets or like speed amulets or
items
whatever.
in D4 to just add implicits?
I mean, that's basically what the crafted items are in D2, is an implicit.
Yeah, that's true, but those implicits also suck up space for suffixes and prefixes. So your actual crafted items can't roll as many different affixes as...
Yeah, but the problem is that, like, with D2, you can't get more than 10% on an amulet. So the caster amulet becomes valuable because you can get the 10% plus an additional 10%, so you can get a double roll, which is exactly what would happen with the implicits. If you put it down in the bottom, it would take the place of the original one, and it would make it so that you couldn't roll that specific one. Like, for instance, an amulet can have attack speed, but it can't have 2 rolls of attack speed. So if you put the attack speed on the implicit with Diablo 4, you would get the same effect that you're getting in Diablo 2, which is where now you have the ability to roll the implicit plus an additional roll of attack speed on the item, so you can have 2 rolls of attack speed on the same item, which is what you're getting in Diablo 2.
Right. Well, I guess the question I'm asking is, would you prefer it to just be like 1 implicit, or would you like it to be 3 or 4 stats?
I mean, it could be 3 or 4, but I don't want it to be like so ridiculous that it like completely usurps the regular items.
Caster, as an example, caster amulets, the 220, 20, 20, all caster amulets are what everybody wants. Your $2 class skills, 20 faster cast rate, 20 all res.
Okay, but let me give you an example. Okay, so let's say you find a rare amulet, and the rare amulet has +2 sorceress with 10% faster cast and like 20 all res. Right? You now have a really decent amulet, right?
Yep.
Are you upset that you have that really decent amulet, or are you pining away for the 220? With like
Fair.
20 all res. Like so it's not like that big of a difference unless you absolutely have to have that breakpoint. And I think that's one of the things in Diablo 2 that makes the 220 so valuable is the breakpoints. But if you don't need that 10% increase to, faster cast, then that breakpoint isn't that extra 10% isn't make or break for you. Like it's not like, oh, that amulet that I have that's a 210 is terrible and I have to get it replaced. No, it's like I would like a 220, but I'm satisfied with my 210.
So a singular stat, so it doesn't get too insane.
I mean, the crafted amulets do have other like minor, like not really that important stats, like like a little bit of regeneration or
those
like
stats suck up the some of the stats you can put on it. Is my point is that like with a blood belt, you're guaranteed to get the open wounds, which is the stat you're after, but then you're also going to get life and a little bit of life steal, which the life steal's nice, and the life's nice, but then you have to get, your dual res and faster hit recovery for it to be really nice. And if you just make it one stat where you craft it and it's got one roll, so you say you got your movement speed as an example, you roll your speedy amulet and you roll it 5 to 10%, and then you're hoping that you can get an additional move speed bonus on it via crafting or luck.
Well, the crafting has 2 or 3 various effects though, so you have to think about it like this. First off, the crafting itself is creating a powerful item, which is of course nice. That's not really like the main reason why crafting is so great in Diablo 2, but it's there. Like obviously you have to have the carrot, and the item that you're crafting is definitely the carrot. Then you have the other side effects of the crafting system, which is really what makes the crafting system so amazing. Number one is it forces the process of burning runes and gems, right? So
that's true.
Runes and gems that you would not necessarily utilize because like they're going to pile up in large numbers. If the caster recipe didn't exist, the Ral rune would be relatively useless and it would stay on the ground because you'd have so many of them. You'd have like a whole mule filled with Ral runes with nothing to do with them. So it gives you something to do with the runes, amethyst. And it acts as what's called a rune sink. So that, like in video games, there's 2 ideologies. There's a gold fountain, and then there's a gold sink. The gold sink is always supposed to be slightly greater than the gold fountain to cause you to, constantly be like pushing money into the gold sink, which decreases your gold funds and makes it so that you don't eventually cap out. If your gold sink is not strong enough, then the player ends up, having huge amounts of gold, and the huge amounts of gold that they have just build up to an excess, right? So it's the same thing with the runes. The crafting recipes work as a rune sink, which causes you to constantly, take these runes and destroy them and turn them into other things. On top of this, you also have, transmuting up, which helps like, this process as well, because it's a 3-to-1 ratio. So you're going to burn 3 to create 1. So like, for instance, if you have Tal runes and you don't have enough Ral runes, you're going to take your Tal runes, you're going to transmute them up to get another Ral rune. So you're going to burn 3 Tals to make a Ral, which is going to constantly and never-endingly diminish the total number of runes on the market.
And keep Tals in demand.
Which helps the market stay, like balanced, right? And this is essentially what you want. The other side effect is the trade. So these items that are relatively worthless now become valuable, and you start to trade for them specifically to create the items. So now you're in a position where, number one, you now have a recipe, which is your carrot, which is to create an item of value. Number 2, you have relatively useless runes becoming valuable and becoming trade bait for other, creations, because people want them to craft the carrot. Then you also have the relative destruction of those runes from the market, preventing them from ever becoming too excessive to the point where everybody has a huge amount of them, because whenever somebody has a large number of these runes, they're going to use them to create the crafted amulet, which then burns them from the market and keeps a steady negative supply, essentially, which is what you want within the game. The crafted recipes are just perfect for that purpose. They work very well to help the community control the relative population of the runes and increase them to a point where they're actually valuable for trading. Without the crafted recipes, the Ral rune becomes useless. The amethyst becomes useless.
Ral.
The frickin', like jewels become useless. Like you don't really care about like these things anymore, and they just start building up, and just you don't even pick them up anymore. They just sit on the ground, and now they're trash that nobody wants. And then that's when you get into the point where you start to needing a loot filter, because now you're like, oh, all those useless Ral runes all over the place that nobody wants. I want to filter them out so I don't have to see them anymore. I'm tired of seeing them, right? And that's what you want to prevent. Like in Diablo 4, you want to prevent a situation where the baby runes become so insignificant that everybody has them and nobody wants to pick them up anymore. Instead, you want to make recipes so that people are burning those baby runes, trying to make items of power, and then they're always picking them up because they're like, oh man, yeah, I definitely want those, because those can be used to craft such and such, and I still haven't got like my perfect amulet yet, or my perfect ring yet, or whatever. And
the number of things that you can, honestly say you want to get rid of for a loot filter with D2 is very, very small.
Exactly, which is good.
It's like arrows and stamina potions and a handful of other things that at a really high level are absolutely useless.
And this is why I always ask the question whenever anybody comes in here demanding that Diablo 2 have a loot filter. I always ask the question, well, what are you filtering? Like, what are you filtering out exactly? And they're like,
anything that isn't unique or rune.
And the answer that I get is always like they're filtering out things that are actually valuable, and they don't. I think that anybody, honestly, who wants a loot filter sincerely probably doesn't know the value of most of the items in the game. Because there are very few items in the game, in Diablo 2, that don't hold substantial value, potentially, depending on what type they are, like what rarity they are, whether they are ethereal, whether they are this and that. And I don't really think that a lot of people realize that if we do end up getting a loot filter, it's never going to be as advanced as what you would need to actually be able to, have a proper loot filtration.
That and the numbers of certain items that get picked up accidentally identified and then transferred or sold because somebody just happened to find them would go down.
I mean, if they do ever add a loot filter to the game, in my opinion, it needs to be off by default, because I don't want newer players getting confused, completely on items.
I would say that the loot filter should be very, very minimalistic, in my opinion, because almost every charm you pick up could be worth a ton. Almost every rare item.
See, I feel
there
like
are
that's
a very
the
tiny number of items.
I feel like
It's
that's the
literally
dangerous.
like stamina potions, antidote potions, thawing potions, stuff that drop from.
I feel like that's
rare
the dangerous
numbers,
part, is that if you
clog
make it
up
too
my-
simplistic, it's just going to be something like filter out rares, filter out uniques, filter out whites.
Well, I'm thinking
blues.
it's going to be like filter out bolts, arrows, stamina potions.
I don't even think it's going to be that complicated. Like, if they do ever add one, I think we're probably going to be looking at something really, really basic, like filter blues, filter rares, filter uniques, filter sets, filter whites, like filter grays. Like, they probably have something very basic like that.
I doubt. I get the feeling that the next update for uniques is going to be the last update D2R ever gets.
I don't know. So, did I tell you that the developers for Diablo 4 stopped by?
Not here.
stopped by?
Yeah, they stopped by my stream.
No.
So during when the rune words were announced or released in the PTR, and we finally got to take a look at them, the developers stopped by. And then I also got contacted by one of the I don't know if you know the YouTuber Blood.
No.
Apparently he did like Diablo 4 stuff, but apparently he got hired by Blizzard and he's doing like liaison stuff between like the content creators. And I gave him my idea of the Diablo maker. I told you about the Diablo maker, right?
Yes, yes.
He said he was going to present it to the Diablo 2 team.
Interesting.
So who knows? Who knows? Maybe we might actually get Diablo maker one day.
A unique update in a Diablo 2 maker.
Diablo 2 maker would literally make the game into an infinite. It would just be infinite at that point. And it would bring so many people back too. I can almost guarantee it.
I mean, I think
Diablo 2 will get more updates. I think it's just a matter of focus. Right now they're focused on D4, and that's what they're going to be focused on for a while. They've been building up to this first expansion for quite some time, and you know they're trying to make sure everything goes right. It's been like crisis mode for like 6 seasons, and if they can get things balanced and they get things like in order, I think they might circle back around to D2 eventually.
Well, I'm hoping that somebody is working on that unique update, because I think that would drag a whole lot of people back, because that would open up a whole nother set of build ideas.
It would make a whole bunch more videos for them.
Exactly. It would give you content, and it would give a whole new way to build characters, which would
Cannonballs All isn't garbage anymore. What do you know? Yuck, yuck.
So, I've got a question. What about some almost meme-worthy items being added? So, you know the items that give you 10% additional experience and stuff? What if you got one that gave you 100% additional experience, but set all of your damage received to negative 100?
I have no clue. I don't know what to think about meme items like that. It usually just ends up in somebody hiding in the back.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But I think it would be hilarious to be like, yes, you put on this set and you can get 250% additional experience. Okay?
I'm also
take double damage from everything.
I'm also kind of confused at the way that additional experience actually works in Diablo 2. It's odd. I don't think you actually get increased experience.
Well, does it just reduce the multiplier or the penalty?
No, it's complicated. So think about it like a division of the monster's EXP that he gives you. So if I can try to explain this properly. So let's say, for instance, that a monster gives you, I don't know, let's keep it
100
simple.
experience.
And let's say he gives you 100 experience, all right? And there's 2 people in the group. Then that means that the 100 experience is being divided between you, and you're basically both getting 50. Now, if you have a 50% bonus in the amount of EXP that you're getting, according to what some people are saying, is that if you have the 50% bonus and the other person does not, what happens is instead it takes the 100 and it splits it unevenly, and you get 75 and the other person gets 25.
That's...
Now, it's weird though, because if the other person also has the 50, and you both have 50% increased EXP, then things get even weirder. And apparently increased EXP just doesn't really work the way that you would think that it works. I think I can find the Amazon Basin article on it here. Hold on. Let's see if I can find this. This is why, by the way, I'm sure you already are well aware, but when you EXP by yourself in a player's aid game, you get a lot more EXP than when you're EXPing with a group.
Yeah, there's no EXP split. I just found a yellow Crusader's bow. Just one of those items that's worth picking up and identifying.
Mr. Dusty's giving me the signal that he's got to go tinkle. All right, I'm gonna put it back in his house.
Well, I think I'm gonna hop off for the night. Alright, well I think I'm gonna hop off for the night.
Alright, third gear.
You have a good one.
I'm trying to find like the exact information, but it's complicated. The EXP distribution system in Diablo 2 is yucky. It definitely needs a little bit of work, to be perfectly honest. There's a large varmint on my shoulders. Yeah, he's called a Chinchilla. And he's my friend. His name is Dusty. He's my friend Dusty Bones. Dusty bones. What system is Black Myth Wukong on? Is it on Steam? Is it on is it what system? Like is it on depending on what platform it's on. It's a system. I meant platform. Not sure I want to buy it if it's on one of those weird platforms that I don't like. $60. Overwhelmingly positive. It's supposed to be ARPG like in the way that it plays. People are saying that it has like an ARPG, kind of like a skill tree system. I'm so confused. I don't have anything open. I just exited Steam and it closed itself. What the, well, I don't even understand where that was coming from. Like, I legitimately don't. I had nothing open. The window was closed. I literally had to exit Steam for it to stop. It was just like automatically playing it in the background. Rude. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles Fest? I love that movie. Maybe we will play some Black Myth Wukong. I mean, I got some time before Diablo 4 Season 6, so... At, well, like 10... Like 20 days? I got like 20 days. That's enough time to play some Black Myth Wukong. Little bit of Black Myth Wukong. I don't know if I want to play $60 for it though. I'm so used to all the Steam sales and everything, like, and all the stuff going on, like super duper ridiculous sale. Super duper ridiculous sale. Cody, what do you want? You're not getting my drink and you're not getting my food, and he's not. Don't make me fight you. That's right. Don't get fought. I fight dogs. I don't care. Give me a paw. That's right. Give me the paw. That's a good paw. And then I'm going to get your toes. Give me that paw. What about that one? Can I have that paw? I want that one right there. This one. No, I want this one. No, give me no other paw. I need this one right here. Give me that one. Give me this paw. So you're giving me the wrong paw. I don't want that one. No, that's the icky one. I don't want that. That's the icky paw. I don't want the icky paw. Give me the other one. I want that one. This is a good one. There you go. That's a good paw. I'm gonna get one of them jowl meats. I'm gonna get your jowl meats. I'm gonna steal a fang from your mouth. How about that? I'm gonna steal a whole fang. Give me this fang. I'm gonna put it on a necklace. I'm gonna give me a dog fang necklace. Let's go. Give me one of them fangs. Give me that fang. How about one of these jowl meats? Give me this. How about I eat them?
Give me one of them serums. Give me this. How about this big old tum-tum right here? Won't you give me this big old tummy? Beating up the dog. If you don't annoy your dog, do you even have a dog? That's the question. If you don't annoy your dog, do you even have a dog? I feel like you don't. If you don't annoy your dog, you don't even got one. That's the truth. Why you huffing and puffing at me for? What I do? Puffing, huffing, huffing, puffing, boy. You want me to stick my finger up your nostrils? Stick it right up there. Get a boogum out. Stick it. Get in there. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get some boogum out of there. You want to eat it? There's a boogum on there. Oh, as he literally licks the boogum off my finger. Cody don't got no shame. Not an ounce of shame. Maybe we play some Black Myth Wukong. It does look fun. Has anybody played it? Is it better to play with the controller or is it better to play with the keyboard and mouse? What do you want? I got Pop-Tarts. You don't got Pop-Tarts. I got Pop-Tarts. You want some of my Pop-Tarts? Yes. You like Pop-Tarts? I got Pop-'em Tarts. You see this? Look at that crinkle. You hear that crinkle in there? That's a good package. That's got the nice crinkle package. And then look, I got this. That's pretty good too. I got them. That's got a little squillies on it. The little squillies. That means it's a good too. It's got the woo. It's got the cream inside. But this is chocolate. You can't have this. Can't have that. And we got some pretzel pieces. Would you like some pretzel pieces? How about I give you some cheddar pretzel pieces? You want some cheddars? How about this? Alright, we're gonna open this up. I'm gonna grab you a little handful right here. Okay, see this little handful? I'm gonna grab it and we're gonna throw it. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go get it! These are pretzel pieces. I like pretzel pieces. Man, I'm getting hungry up here. I ain't eaten in a while. Actually, I haven't eaten since I came up here. Just like some pretzel pieces and stuff. I need food. I need real food. I be staying up here sometimes for like 12, 14, 18 hours with like no real meal. Like about the best thing I had to eat was like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I need a key.
was delicious. I'm still hungry though.
I need a key.
Man, I'm gonna have to do some shopping before Season 6 starts. I have to get some snacks up here. High quality BJs. Probably have to do some hard-boiled eggs too. Those are really good to have for long sessions. Keep you from pecking too much. Have good vitamins and minerals in them. Also give you the sulfur farts, which you guys won't have to smell because you're on the other side of the world. So, haha. Cody will have to smell them. I can gas Cody out. See, that's a bonus there. Gassing Cody out. He's got good nostrums too, so he'll be able to smell it for sure. He'll look at me like, eee. Walk on the other side of the room.
I am overburdened.
We sleeping on the other side of the room entirely. Small chammy cham. You got real bad KFC farts right now. Oh man. You go share those with the board. Just walk right in and just walk right in his face. Just right in his eye. Assert dominance. Then he's probably going to chase you throughout the house, so be prepared. Mom did that to my dad one time. Lord Jesus, I ain't ever laughed so hard. She walked right in the room. We were all just sitting there watching a movie. My dad was sitting in a chair. She walked right up to my dad, turned around, just walked right in his face, and it was loud. Ridiculous. The thing was ridiculous. Like, I ain't ever heard a fart so ridiculous. And then she didn't even say a word. She just walked in, farted in his face, and then turned around and then just walked out of the room. And my dad kind of just like sat there for a second in disbelief, but then eventually he just started busting out laughing, and he couldn't hold it in.
I need a key.
Them cheeks was a flapping, let me tell you what. Hercules, Hercules, Hercules! I mean, sometimes you get up real fast, you know, and they be squeaking out, you know? This is how it works. Sometimes they squeak. Cody doesn't have butt cheeks, so his just squeak out anyway, but, you know, he's got an excuse. I ain't got no butt cheeks. Ain't got no cheeks of the butt. I ain't got no butt cheeks. So the farts just squeak on out. I said, why are you talking about butt cheeks? It's a fighting game, so I would assume it's better on controller. I just wish I could use mouse and keyboard on console. Diablo controller only gameplay is maddening, and consoles can already use mouse and keyboard just fine. I mean, it was kind of a misstep on their part not to include some mouse and keyboard support for consoles. Oh god, mighty toasties. I'm kind of scared to put my bone break in my inventory. It might murder me. Cody. You just want to go downstairs and get some popcorn coins, and we can get some foods. You want to get some snacks and some tacos, and we can get some pizzas and some crusts. You love some pizza crusts. There ain't no pizza down there though. Afraid to tell him. You got your pilum, he's ready to go. You got your pilum. I got my pilum in my hand. I got my pilum and I'm just a man. No jokes, I'm a dog. Cody, what are you doing? You just want to go cuddle with your mama. That's what you want. You want to go cuddle with your mama. Cody loves his mama. Cody, so shut up. You love your mama too. Don't be making fun of people for that. That's not nice. Yeah, you can hook up a keyboard and mouse. They have keyboard and mouse support on the consoles, but it just doesn't really... It's not in the game. The game doesn't have the support, which is the problem. I see you there, Mr. Snozboy. Snozberry. Snozberries. Why are you crying for? You got some bug in your butt? You got some butt in your bug? You got some bug butt? You got bug butt? Bug butt?
I can't carry anymore.
I see. You is a bug butt. Okay. Big old baby butt. You got something in your nostrum holes? Got something in there? In your nostrums? You got a bug in there? You need me to get your bug out? Where's your bug? Do you want some snacks? Do you want some tacos? Do you like alligators? Where's your alligator? I just like asking him questions. It's funny because he'll respond to the questions sometimes. I'm like, Cody, go get me your ball. Cody, where's your ball? Can you go find me your ball?
I am overburdened.
You found it. Good job, buddy. Come here. Let me see. Let me see your ball. Let me see. Alright, you ready? I'm gonna throw it for you, okay? Are you ready? We gotta go 1, 2, 3. Go! You want me to throw it again? Give me that ball. That was a no. He just ran away with it. He said, that's my ball. He said, I went and got it. You didn't get it. This is my ball. It's not yours. It's mine. It's not. You can't have it. Unless you take it from me. Give me this ball. Oh. Dang it. It's too fast. That's okay. I don't need your ball. I'm going to get your alligator. I'm going to get your gator. What's that right there? What's that? What's that? I gotcha. Give me this. Give me this ball. Give me. Give me this. Go get in there. Get it. Open up the teeth. Give me this. I cut you in a headlock, and you's gonna give me this ball. Give me this. Give me this. Give me. Aha! I win. Now my hands are covered in slobber. I think I also lost. I won, but I lost, okay? Shush. You ready? 1. Taco. Go-kart. Yellow bus. Track hound. Go-kart. Go-gurt. Go. What I gotta do to get the ball from him? He wants to fight me for the ball. He said, no, it's mine. You didn't go get it. I went. I just wanted to get it. It was mine. You already lost interest in the ball. You already put it back down. Why is your chin so hot? Hot chin? Why do you got liquid magma chin? Liquid magma chin, boy. The liquid magma of the chin was so hot, it melted the stone from the very foundations of the dwarven temple. Alright guys, I'm gonna go get myself something to eat. I'm hungry. Maybe tomorrow we'll play some Black Myth Wukong. I don't know. It sounds like fun. I mean, if I don't like it, we can always go back to playing Diablo 2 the next day. It's not like, it's not big of a deal, right? Alright guys and gals, as always I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos and hanging out with me. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button or your farts will turn to sharts. And as always, never trust a fart.